Section 3 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 3. Purging out the Old Leaven, Part 3. During the night Captain Young thought about it to some purpose. Being a master mariner himself, he could imagine no circumstances which would justify a crew in throwing a master mariner overboard. It was the one crime which could not be pardoned either afloat or ashore. Next day he took the vessel up the estuary, and anchored her within 200 yards of the shore, opposite the residence of Captain MacDonnell. It is true there was no government at that time at Hokianga, nor anywhere else in New Zealand. There were no judges, no magistrates, no courts, and no police. But the British angel of annexation was already hovering over the land, although she had not as yet alighted on it. At this time the shores of New Zealand were infested with captains. There was a Captain Busby, who was called British Resident, and, unfortunately for our seamen, Captain MacDonnell had been appointed additional British Resident at Hokianga a few weeks previously. So far he had been officially idle. There was no business to do, no chance of his displaying his zeal and patriotism. Moreover, he had no pay, and apparently no power and no duties. He was neither a governor nor a government, but a kind of forerunner of approaching empire, one of those harmless and far-reaching tentacles which the British octopus extends into the recesses of ocean, searching for prey to satisfy the demands of her imperial appetite. MacDonnell was a naval lieutenant, had served under the East India Company, had smuggled opium to China, had explored the coast of New Zealand, and on March 31st, 1831, had arrived at Hokianga from Sydney in the Sir George Murray, a vessel which he had purchased for £1,300. He brought with him his wife, 2 children, and a servant, but took them back on the return voyage. He was now engaged in the flax and kauri pine trade. The Industry had scarcely dropped her anchor before the additional resident boarded her. The pilot spoke to him, and in a few words informed him that Blogg, the master, had been pitched into the sea, and explained in what manner he proposed to arrest the 4 seamen. MacDonnell understood and agreed to the plan at once. He called to the mate in a loud voice and said, "I am sorry to hear that you've lost the master of this vessel. I live at that house you see on the rising ground, and I keep a list in a book of all vessels that come into the river, and the names of the crews. It is a mere formality, and won't take more than 5 minutes. So you will oblige me, mate, by coming ashore with your men at once, as I am in a hurry, and have other business to attend to." He then went ashore in his boat. The mate and seamen followed in the ship's boat, and waited in front of the additional resident's house. He had a visitor that morning, the Pakeha Maori, Laming. The men had not to wait long, as it was not advisable to give them much time to think and grow suspicious. MacDonnell came to the front door and called the mate, who went inside, signed his name, reappeared directly, called Secker, and entered the house with him. The additional resident was sitting at a table with a signature book before him. He rose from the chair, told Secker to sit down, gave him a pen, and pointed out the place where his name was to be signed. Laming was sitting near the table. While Secker was signing his name, MacDonnell suddenly put a twisted handkerchief under his chin and tightened it around his neck. Laming presented a horse pistol and said he would blow his brains out if he uttered a word, and the mate slipped a pair of handcuffs on his wrists. He was then bundled out at the back door and put into a bullet-proof building at the rear. The other 3 seamen were then called in one after the other, garroted, handcuffed, and imprisoned in the same way. The little formality of signing names was finished in a few minutes, according to promise. If such things could be done in New Zealand, where there was neither law nor government, what might happen in Van Diemen's Land, where one man was both law and government, and that man was Colonel Arthur? The prisoners had plenty of time to make a forecast of their fate, while the mate engaged a fresh crew and took in a cargo of flax and timber. When he was ready to sail, he reshipped his old crew in irons, returned with them to the Tamar, and delivered them to the police to be dealt with according to law. For a long time the law was in a state of chaos. Major Abbott was sent from England in 1814 as the first judge. The proceedings in his court were conducted in the style of a drumhead court-martial, the accusation, sentences, and execution following one another with military precision and rapidity. He adjudicated in petty sessions as a magistrate, and dealt in a summary manner with capital offences, which were very numerous. To imprison a man who was already a prisoner for life was no punishment. The Major's powers were, therefore, limited to the cat and the gallows. And as the first gallows had been built to carry only 8 passengers, his daily death sentences were also limited to that number. For 20 years torture was used to extort confession. Even women were flogged if they refused to give evidence, and an order of the governor was held to be equal to the law. Major Abbott died in 1832. In 1835 the court consisted of the judge advocate and 2 of the inhabitants selected by the governor. Colonel Arthur, who came out in the year 1824, and had been for 11 years a terror to evildoers. His rule was as despotic as he could possibly make it. If any officer appointed by the home government disagreed with his policy, he suspended him from his office, and left him to seek redress from his friends in England, a tedious process which lasted for years. Disagreeable common people he suspended also, by the neck. If a farmer, squatter, or merchant was insubordinate, he stopped his supply of convict labour, and cruelly left him to do his own work. He brooked no discussion of his measures by any pestilent editor. He filled all places of profit with his friends, relatives, and dependents. Everything was referred to his royal will and pleasure. His manners were stiff and formal, his tastes moral, his habits on Sundays religious, and his temper vindictive. Next to the Articles of War, the 39 Articles claimed his obedience. When his term of office was drawing to a close he went to church on a certain Sunday to receive the Lord's Supper. While studying his prayer book, he observed that it was his duty, if his brother had anything against him, to seek a reconciliation before offering his gift. The ex-Attorney General, Gellibrand, was present, a brother Christian who had had many things against him for many years. He had other enemies, some living and some dead, but they were absent. To be reconciled to all of them was an impossibility. He could not ask the minister to suspend the service while he went round Hobart Town looking for his enemies and shaking hands with them. But he did what was possible. He rose from his knees, marched over to Gellibrand, and held out his hand. Gellibrand was puzzled. He looked at the hand and could see nothing in it. By way of explanation, Colonel Arthur pointed out the passage in the prayer book which had troubled his sensitive conscience. Gellibrand read it, and then shook hands. With a soul washed whiter than snow, the colonel approached the table. Amongst the convicts every grade of society was represented, from King Jorgensen to the beggar. One governor had a convict private secretary. Officers of the army and navy, merchants, doctors, and clergymen consorted with costermongers, poachers, and pickpockets. The law, it is sad to relate, had even sent out lawyers who practised their profession under a cloud, and sometimes pleaded by permission of the court. But their ancient pride had been trodden in the dust. The aureole which once encircled their wigs was gone, and they were often snubbed and silenced by ignorant justices. The punishment for being found out is lifelong and terrible. Their clients paid the fees partly in small change and partly in rum. The defence of the seaman accused of murdering Captain Blogg was undertaken by Mr. Nicholas. He had formerly been employed by the firm of eminent solicitors in London, who conducted the defence of Queen Caroline, when the first gentleman in Europe tried to get rid of her. And he told me that his misfortunes, forgeries, had deprived him of the honour of sharing with Lord Brougham the credit of her acquittal. Many years had passed since that celebrated trial when I made the acquaintance of Nicholas. He had by this time lost all social distinction. He had grown old and very shabby, and was so mean that even his old friends, the convicts who had crossed the straits, looked down on him with contempt. He came to me for an elector's right, as a vote in our electorate, the 4 counties, was sometimes worth as much as 40 shillings, besides unlimited grog. We were conservatives then, true patriots, and we imitated, feebly, it is true, but earnestly, the time-honoured customs of old England. Mr. Nicholas had been a man of many employments, and of many religions. He was never troubled with the scruples of conscience, but guided his conduct wholly by enlightened self-interest. He was a broad churchman, very broad. As tutor in various families, he had instructed his pupils in the tenets of the Church of England, of the Catholics, of the Presbyterians, and of the Baptists. He always professed the religion of his employer for the time being, and he found that the 4 religions were sufficient for his spiritual and temporal wants. There were many other sects, but the labour of learning all their peculiar views would not pay, so he neglected them. The Wesleyans were at one time all-powerful in our road district, and Nicholas, foreseeing a chance of filling an office of profit under the board, threw away all his sins and obtained grace and a billet as a toll-collector or pikeman. In England the pikeman was always a surly brute, who collected his fees with the help of a bludgeon and a bulldog. But Nicholas performed his duties in the disguise of a saint. He waited for passengers in his little wooden office, sitting at a table with a huge Bible before him, absorbed in spiritual reading. He wore spectacles on his Roman nose, had a long grey beard, quoted scripture to chance passengers, and was very earnest for their salvation. He was atoning for the sins of his youth by leading the life of a hermit by praying and cheating. He has had many followers. He made mistakes in his cash, which for a while were overlooked in so good a man, but they became at length so serious that he lost his billet. He had for some time been spoken of by his friends and admirers as Mr. Nicholas, but after his last mistakes had been discovered, he began to be known merely as Old Nick the lawyer, or Old Nick the liar, which some ignorant people look upon as convertible terms. I think Lizard Skin the cannibal was a better Christian than Old Nick the lawyer, as he was brave and honest, and scorned to tell a lie. The convict counsel for the 4 seamen defended them at a great expenditure of learning and lies. He argued at great length that there was no evidence that a master mariner named Blogg ever existed, that he was an outlaw, and as such every British subject had an inchoate right to kill him at sight, and therefore that the seamen, supposing for the sake of argument that they did kill him, acted strictly within their legal rights, that Blogg drowned himself in a fit of delirium tremens after being drunk on rum 3 days and nights consecutively, that he fell overboard accidentally and was drowned, that the cook and mate threw him overboard, and then laid blame on the innocent seamen. That Blogg swam ashore and was now living on an uncharted island, that, if he was murdered, his body had not been found, there could be no murder without a corpse, and finally he would respectfully submit to the honourable court that the case bristled with ineradicable difficulties. The seamen would have been sent to the gallows in any case, but Nicholas's speech made their fate inevitable. The court brushed aside the legal bristles, and hanged the 4 seamen on the evidence of the mate and the cook. The tragedy of the gallows was followed by a short afterpiece. Jim Parrish, Ned Tomlins, and every whaler and foremast man in Hobart Town and on the Tamar discussed the evidence both drunk and sober, and the opinion was universal that the cook ought to have sworn an oath strong enough to go through a 3-inch slab of hardwood that he had seen Captain Blogg carried up to heaven by angels, instead of swearing away the lives of men who had taken his part when he was triced up to the mast. The cook was in this manner tried by his peers and condemned to die, and he knew it. He tried to escape by shipping on board a schooner bound to Portland Bay with whalers. The captain took on board a keg of rum holding 15 gallons, usually called a big pup, and invited the mate to share the liquor with him. The result was that the 2 officers soon became incapable of rational navigation. Off King's Island the schooner was hove to in a gale of wind, and for 14 days stood off and on, 5 or 6 hours one way, 5 or 6 hours the other, while the master and mate were down below nursing the big pup. The seamen were all strangers to the coast, and did not know any cove into which they could run for refuge. The cook was pitched overboard one dark night during that gale of King's Island, and his loss was a piece of ancient history by the time the master and mate had consumed the rum, and were able to enter up the log. Ex-Attorney-General Gellibrand sailed to Port Phillip to look for country in Australia Felix, and he found it. He was last seen on a rounded hill, gazing over the rich and beautiful land which borders Lake Colac, land which he was not fated to occupy, for he wandered away and was lost, and his bones lay unburied by the stream which now bears his name. When Colonel Arthur's term of office expired, he departed with the utmost ceremony. The 21st Fusiliers escorted him to the wharf. As he entered his barge his friends cheered, and his enemies groaned, and then went home and illuminated the town, to testify their joy at getting rid of a tyrant. He was the model governor of a crown colony, and the crown rewarded him for his services. He was made a baronet, appointed governor of Canada and of Bombay, was a member of Her Majesty's Privy Council, a colonel of the Queen's Own Regiment, and he died on September 19th, 1854, full of years and honours, and worth £70,000. Laming was left an orphan by the death of Lizard Skin. The chief had grown old and sick, and he sat every day for 2 years on a fallen prairie near the white man's pa, but he never entered it. His spear was always sticking up beside him. He had a gun, but was never known to use it. He was often humming some ditty about old times, before the white man brought guns and powder, but he spoke to no one. He was pondering over the future of his tribe, but the problem was too much for him. The white men were strong and were overrunning his land. His last injunction to his warriors was, that they should listen to the words of his pakeha, and that they should be brave that they might live. When the British government took possession of New Zealand without paying for it, they established a land court to investigate the titles to lands formerly bought from the natives, and it was decided in most cases that a few axes and hoes were an insufficient price to pay for the pick of the country. The purchasers were swindles. Laming had possession of 300 or 400 acres, and to the surprise of the court it was found that he had paid a fair price for them, and his title was allowed. Moreover, his knowledge of the language and customs of the Maoris was found to be so useful that he was appointed a judge of the land court. The men who laid the foundations of empire in the great South Land were men of action. They did not stand idle in the shade, waiting for someone to come and hire them. They dug a vineyard and planted it. The vines now bring forth fruit. The winepress is full. The must is fermenting. When the wine has been drawn off from the lees, and time has matured it, of what kind will it be? And will the lord of the vineyard commend it? End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jesse. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 4. First Settlers. The first white settler in Victoria was the escaped convict Buckley, but he did not cultivate the country nor civilize the natives. The natives, on the contrary, uncivilized him. When white men saw him again, he had forgotten even his mother tongue, and could give them little information. For more than 30 years he had managed to live like a savage. But for any good he had ever done, he might as well have died with the other convicts who ran away with him. He never gave any clear account of his companions, and many people were of opinion that he kept himself alive by eating them until he was found and fed by the blacks, who thought he was one of their dead friends and had jumped up a white fellow. While Buckley was still living with the blacks about Corio Bay in 1827, Gellibrand and Batman applied for a grant of land at Western Port, where the whalers used to strip wattle bark when whales were out of season. But they did not get it. Englishmen have no business to live anywhere without being governed, and Colonel Arthur had no money to spend in governing a settlement at Western Port. So Australia Felix was unsettled for 8 years longer. Griffiths and Co. of Launceston were trading with Sydney in 1833. Their cargo outward was principally wheat, the price of which varied very much. Sometimes it was 2 and 6 a bushel in Launceston, and 18 shillings in Sydney. The return cargo from Port Jackson was principally coal, freestone, and cedar. Griffiths and Co. were engaged in whaling in Portland Bay. They sent their 2 schooners, the Henry and the Elizabeth, in June 1834. They erected huts on shore for the whalers. The Henry was wrecked, but the whales were plentiful and yielded more oil than the casks would hold, so the men dug clay pits on shore and poured the oil into them. The oil from 45 whales was put into the pits, but the clay absorbed every spoonful of it, and nothing but bones was gained from so much slaughter. Before the Elizabeth left Portland Bay, the Hentys, the first permanent settlers in Victoria, arrived in the schooner Thistle on November the 4th, 1834. When the whalers of the Elizabeth had been paid off and had spent their money, they were engaged to strip wattle bark at Western Port, and were taken across in the schooner with provisions, tools, 6 bullocks, and a dray. During that season they stripped 300 tons of bark and chopped it ready for bagging. John Toms went over to weigh and ship the bark, and brought it back together with the men in the bark Andrew Mac. End of section 4.
Section 6 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 6. Discovery of the River Hopkins. Know ye not that lovely river? Know ye not that smiling river, whose gentle flood by cliff and wood with wildering sound goes winding ever? In January 1836, Captain Smith, who was in charge of the whaling station at Port Fairy, went with 2 men named Wilson and Gibbs in a whaleboat to the islands near Warrnambool to look for seal. They could find no seal, and then they went across the bay and found the mouth of the River Hopkins. In trying to land there, their boat capsized in the surf, and Smith was drowned. The other 2 men succeeded in reaching the shore naked, and they travelled back along the coast to Port Fairy, carrying sticks on their shoulders to look like guns, in order to frighten away the natives, who were very numerous on that part of the coast. On this journey they found the wreck of a vessel, supposed to be a Spanish one, which has since been covered by the drifting sand. When Captain Mills was afterwards harbour master at Belfast, he took the bearings of it, and reported them to the Harbour Department in Melbourne. Vain search was made for it many years afterwards, in the hope that it was a Spanish galleon laden with doubloons. Davy was in the Sydney trade in the Elizabeth until March 1836. He then left her and joined the cutter Sarah Ann, under J.B. Mills, to go whaling at Port Fairy. In the month of May, Captain Mills was short of boats, and went to the Hopkins to look for the boat lost by Smith. He took with him 2 boats with all their whaling gear, in case he should see a whale. David Fermaner was in one of the boats, which carried a supply of provisions for the 2 crews. In the other boat there was only what was styled a nose bag, or snack, a mouthful for each man. On arriving off the Hopkins, they found a nasty sea on, and Captain Mills said it would be dangerous to attempt to land, but his brother Charles said he would try, and in doing so his boat capsized in the breakers. All the men clung to the boat, but the off sea prevented them from getting on shore. When Captain Mills saw what had happened, he at once pushed on his boat through the surf, and succeeded in reaching the shore inside the point on the eastern side of the entrance. He then walked round towards the other boat with a lance warp, waded out in the water as far as he could, and then threw the warp to the men, who hauled on it until their boat came ashore, and they were able to land. All the provisions were lost. The water was bailed out of the boat that had been capsized, and she was taken over to the West Head. All the food for 12 men was in the nosebag, and it was very little. Each man had a mere nibble for supper. In those days wombats were plentiful near the river, but the men could not catch or kill one of them. Captain Mills had a gun in his boat which happened to be loaded, and he gave it to Davy to try if he could shoot anything for breakfast next morning. There was only one charge, all the rest of the ammunition having been lost in the breakers. Davy walked up the banks of the river early in the morning, and saw plenty of ducks, but they were so wild he could not get near them. At last he was so fortunate as to shoot a musk duck, which he brought back to the camp, stuck up before the fire and roasted. He then divided it into 12 portions, and gave one portion to each of the 12 men for breakfast. But it was a mockery of a meal, as unsubstantial as an echo smell, and nothing else. The 2 boats were launched, and an attempt was made to pass out to sea through the surf, but the wind was far down south, and the men had to return and beach the boats. The sails were taken ashore and used as tents. In the evening they again endeavoured to catch a wombat, but failed. On the next day they tried again to get out of the river, but the surf half filled the boats with water, and they were glad to reach the camp again. Captain Mills was a native of Australia, and a good bushman. He told the men that sow thistles were good to eat, so they went about looking for them, and having found a quantity ate them. On the 3rd day they tried once more to get out of the river, but without success. On the 4th day Mills decided to carry the boats and whaling gear overland to a bight in the bay to the west. The gear was divided into lots among the men, and consisted of 10 oars, 2 steer oars, 2 tubs of whale line, each 120 fathoms in length, 2 50-pound anchors, 4 harpoons, 6 lances, 6 lance warps, 2 tomahawks, 2 water kegs, 2 piggins for bailers, 2 sheath knives, and 2 oil stones for touching up the lances when they became dull. These were carried for about a quarter of a mile, and then put down for a rest, and the men went back to the camp. The boats were much lighter than the gear, being made of only half-inch plank. One boat was capsized bottom up, and the men took it on their shoulders, 6 on each side, the tallest men being placed in the middle on account of the sheer of the boat, and it was carried about half a mile past the gear. They then returned for the other boat, and in this way brought everything to the bight close to the spot where the bathing house at Warrnambool has since been erected. There they launched the boats, and got out to sea, pulling against a strong westerly breeze. The men were very weak, having had nothing to eat for 4 days but some sour thistles and a musk duck, and the pull to Port Fairy was hard and long. They landed about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Captain Mills told them not to eat anything, saying he would give them something better. At that time there was a liquor called black strap, brought out in the convict ships for the use of the prisoners, and it was sold with the ship's surplus stores in Sydney and Hobarton. Mills had some of it at Port Fairy. He now put a kettle full of it on the fire, and when it was warmed gave each man a half a pint to begin with. He then told them to go and get supper, and afterwards he gave each of them another half pint. Rum was in those days a very profitable article of commerce, and the trade in it was monopolised by the government officers, civil and military. Like flour in the back settlements of the United States, it was reckoned equal to cash, and was made to do the office of the pagoda tree in India, which rained dollars at every shake. The boat that was lost by Smith at the Hopkins was found in good condition, half filled with sand. Joe Wilson went for it afterwards, and brought it back to Port Fairy. He was a native of Sydney, and nephew of Raby of Launceston, and was murdered not long afterwards at the White Hills. He was sent by Raby on the horseback to Hobarton to buy the revenue cutter Charlotte, which had been advertised for sale. He was shot by a man who was waiting for him behind a tree. He fell from his horse, and although he begged hard for his life, the man beat out his brains with the gun. The murderer took all the money Wilson had, which was only one £5 note, the number of which Raby knew. A woman tried to pass it in Launceston. Her statements led to the discovery and conviction of the murderer, who was hanged in chains at the White Hills, and the gibbet remained there for many years. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Lowe. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 7. Whaling. I wish I were in Portland Bay, oh yes, oh, harpooning whales on a 30th lay 100 years ago. In the year 1837, J.B. Mills had charge of the Portland fishery, and Davy went with him in the Thistle schooner as mate and navigator, and they were over a month on the passage. Charles Mills was second in command at the station at Portland, and Peter Coakley, an Irishman, was third. The remainder of the crew required for whaling was on board the Thistle. Among them was one named McCann, a Sydney native, a stonemason by trade, and father of the McCann who was afterwards Member of Parliament for Geelong. During a westerly gale, the schooner ran to Western Port for shelter. In sailing through the Rip, McCann, who was acting as steward, while going aft to the cabin, had to cross over a colonial sofa which was lashed on deck. Instead of stepping over it gently, he made a jump, and the vessel lurching at the same time, he went clean overboard. Davy, who was standing by the man at the helm, told him to put the helm down and let the vessel come to. He then ran forward and got a steer oar from underneath the boots and threw it overboard. McCann, being an expert swimmer, swam to the oar. A boat was launched, 4 men got into it, picked him up and brought him aboard again none the worse. There was too much sea on to hoist in the boat, as there were no davits, and while she was being towed in, she ran ahead of the vessel, which went over her and filled her with water. On arriving in Western Port, the boat was found to have been not much damaged. There was on board the Thistle an apprentice whom Davy had stolen in Sydney after he had served 4 years of his time to a boat builder named Green. This apprentice repaired the boat, which afterwards proved to be the fastest out of 41 boats that went out whaling in Portland Bay every morning. There were in 1837 8 parties of whalers in Portland Bay, and so many whales were killed that the business from that year declined and became unprofitable. Mills's party in the Thistle schooner, of which Davy was mate and navigator, or nurse to Mills, who was not a trained seaman, had their station at Single Corner. Kelly's party was stationed at the neck of land where the breakwater has been constructed. Then there were Dutton's party, with the bark African, Nicholson's with the bark Cheviot, from Hobarton, Chamberlain's with the bark William IV of Hobarton, the Hope bark, and a brig, both from Sydney. The Hentys also had a whaling station at Double Corner, and by offering to supply their men with fresh meat 3 times a week, obtained the pick of the whalers. Their head men were Johnny Brennan, John Moles, and Jim Long, natives of Sydney or Tasmania, and all 3 good whalers. When the Thistle arrived at Portland Bay, every other party had got nearly 100 tons of oil each, and Mills's party had none. He started out next morning, choosing the boat which had picked up McCann at Western Port, and killed 1 whale, which turned out 6 tons of oil. He did not get any more for 3 weeks, being very unlucky. After getting the schooner ready for cutting in, Davy went to steer the boat for Charles Mills, and always got in a mess among the whales, either being capsized or stove in among so many boats. At the end of 3 weeks, Captain Mills got a whale off the second river, halfway round towards Port Fairy. She was taken in tow with the 3 boats, and after 2 days' towing, she was anchored within half a mile of the schooner in Portland Bay, and the men went ashore. During the night, a gale of wind came on from the southwest, and the whale, being a bit stale and high out of the water, drove ashore at the bluff a little way past Henty's house. In the morning, Mills said he would go and see what he could get from her on the beach, and ordered his brother, Charles Mills, and Coakley to go out looking for whales. All the boats used to go out before daylight, and dodge one another round the bay for miles. It was cold work sitting in the boats. The men stayed out until 10 or 11 o'clock, and went ashore that day on the Convincing Ground, which was so called because the whalers used to go down there to fight, and convince one another who was the best man. In the afternoon, about 2 o'clock, it was Davy's turn to go up a tree to look for whales. In looking round the bay towards the bluff, he saw a boat with a whiff on. He jumped down and told Charles Mills, who said, "Come on." There was a great rush of all the boats, but Mills's boat kept well forward of the lot. When they arrived off the bluff, they found Captain Mills had fastened to a whale, 2 other loose whales being near. They pulled up alongside him, and he pointed out a loose whale, to which they fastened. Mansfield, of the Hobarton party, fastened to the 3rd whale. Davy came aft to the steer oar, and Charles Mills went forward to kill his whale. He had hardly got the lance in his hand when the whale threw herself right athwart the nose of the boat. He then sent the lance right into her and killed her stone dead. Mansfield, in hauling up his whale, got on top of Captain Mills's whale, which stove in Mansfield's boat, and sent all his men flying in the air. There was a rush then to pick up the men. Charles Mills, finding his whale dead, struck a whiff in the lance hole he had made when he killed her, cut the line that was fast to her, and bent it on another spare iron. Mansfield's whale then milled round, and came right on to Charles Mills's boat, and he fastened to her. This gave him a claim of 1/2 of her, so that Mills and his men got 2½ out of the 3 whales. The men were all picked up. Mills's whales were anchored about half a mile from the schooner, and the boats went out next morning and took them in tow. The whales tow very easily when fresh killed, but if they are allowed to get stiff, their fins stand out and hinder the towing. When the 2 whales were brought alongside the schooner, the boats of Kelly's party were seen fast to a whale off Blacknose Point. Charles Mills pulled over, and when he arrived he found a loose whale, Mansfield and Chase being fast to 2 other whales. Mills fastened to the loose whale, and then the 3 whales fouled the 3 lines and rolled them all together like a warp, which made it difficult to kill them. After the men had pulled up on them for some time with the oars, 2 of them began spouting blood and sickened, and Chase's boat got on to them and capsized. Then the whales took to running, and Mansfield cut his line to pick up Chase and his crew. Mansfield's whale, being sick, went in a flurry and died. Mills's whale and Chase's worked together until Mills killed his whale. He then whiffed her and fastened to Chase's whale, which gave him a claim for half, and he killed her, so that his party got 1½ out of the 3 whales. Chase and his crew were all picked up. From that day the luck of Mills and his party turned, and they could not try out fast enough. In 4 months from the time the Thistle left Launceston, she had on board 240 tons of oil. In the year 1836, the Hentys had a few cattle running behind the bluff, when Major Mitchell arrived overland from Sydney, and reported good country in the north. They then brought over more cattle from Launceston, and stocked a station. The first beast killed by the Hentys for their whalers was a heifer, and the carcass, divided into 2 parts, was suspended from the flagstaff at their house. It could be seen from afar by the men who were pulling across the bay in their boats, and they knew that Henty's men were going to feed on fresh meat, while all the rest were eating such awful stuff as Yankee pork and salt horse. The very sight of the 2 sides of the heifer suspended at the flagstaff was an unendurable insult and mockery to the carnivorous whalers, and an incitement to larceny. Davy Fermaner was steering one of the boats, and he exclaimed, "There! They are flashing the fresh meat to us. They would look foolish if they lost it tonight." There was feasting and revelry that night at Single Corner. Hungry men were sharpening their sheath knives with steel and cutting up a side of beef. A large fire was burning, and on the glowing coals and in every frying pan, rich steaks were fizzing and hissing. It was like a feast of heroes, and lasted long through the night. They sang responsively like gentle shepherds, shepherds of the ocean fields whose flocks were mighty whales. "Mother the butcher's brought the meat, what shall I do with it? Fry the flesh and broil the bones, and make a pudding of the suet." Next morning the Hentys looked for the missing beef up the flagstaff, and along the shore of the ever-sounding ocean, but their search was in vain. They suspected that the men of Kelly's party were the thieves, but these all looked as stupid, ignorant, and innocent as the adverse circumstances would permit. There was no evidence against them to be found. The beef was eaten, and the bones were burned and buried. Mills's men were the beef lifters, and some of Kelly's men helped them to eat it. The whales killed at the Portland fishery were of 2 kinds, the right or black whale, and the sperm whale. The right whale has an immense tongue, and lives by suction, the food being a kind of small shrimp. When in a flurry, that is, when she has received her death stroke with the lance, she goes round in a circle, working with her head and flukes. The sperm whale feeds on squid, which they bite, and when in a flurry, they work with the head and flukes and with the mouth open, and often crush the boats. After the crew of the Thistle had spent their money, they were taken back to Port Fairy for the purpose of stripping bark, a large quantity of wattle trees having been found in the neighbouring country. Sheep were also taken there, in charge of Mr. J. Murphy, who intended to form a station. John Griffiths also sent over his father, Jonathan, who had been a carpenter on board the first man of war that had arrived at Port Jackson, 3 old men who had been prisoners, 4 bullocks, a plough, and some seed potatoes. A cargo of the previous season's bark was put into the Thistle, and on her return to Launceston was transferred to the Rhoda brig, Captain Rolls, bound for London. More sheep and provisions were then taken in the Thistle, and after they were landed at Port Fairy, another cargo of bark was put on board. For 3 days there was no wind, and a tremendous sea setting in from the southeast, the schooner could not leave the bay. On the night of December 24th, a gale of wind came on from the southeast. One chain parted, and after riding until 3 o'clock in the morning of Christmas Day, the other chain also parted. The vessel drew 8 feet and was lying in between 3 and 4 fathoms of water. As soon as the second chain broke, Davy went up on the foreyard and cut the gaskets of the foresail. The schooner grounded in the trough of sea, but when she rose the foresail was down, and she paid off before the wind. The shore was about a mile or a mile and a half distant, and she took the beach right abreast of a sheep-yard, where her wreck now lies. The men got ashore in safety, but all the cargo was lost. A tent was pitched on shore near the wreck, but as there was no vessel in the bay by which they could return to Launceston, the 4 men, Captain Mills, D. Fermaner, Charles Ferris, and Richard Jennings, on December 31st, 1837, set sail in a whaleboat for Port Phillip. Davy had stolen Jennings from the Rhoda brig at Launceston when seamen were scarce. He was afterwards a pilot at Port Phillip, and was buried at Williamstown. The whaleboat reached Port Phillip on January 3rd, 1838, having got through the Rip on the night of the 2nd. Ferris was the only man of the crew who had been in before, he having gone in with Batman in the Rebecca cutter, Captain Baldwin. Baldwin was afterwards before the mast in the Elizabeth schooner. He was a clever man, but fond of drink. The whaleboat anchored off Portsea, but the men did not land for fear of the blacks. At daylight Davy landed to look for water, but could not find any, and there were only 3 pints in the water bag. The wind being from the north, the boat was pulled over to Mud Island, and the men went ashore to make tea with the 3 pints of water. Davy walked about the island, and found a rookery of small mackerel gulls, and a great quantity of their eggs in the sand. He broke a number of them, and found that the light-coloured eggs were good, and that the dark ones had birds in them. He took off his shirt, tied the sleeves together, bagged a lot of the eggs, and carried them back to the camp. Mills broke the best of them into the great pot, and the eggs and water mixed together and boiled made about a quart for each man. After breakfast, the wind shifted to the southward, and the Henry brig from Launceston, Captain Whiting, ran in, bound to Port Henry with sheep. But before Mills and his men could get away from Mud Island, the brig had passed. They pulled and sailed after her, but did not overtake her until she arrived off the point where Batman first settled, now called Port Arlington. At that time they called the place Indented Heads. When the whaleboat came near the brig to ask for water, 2 or 3 muskets were levelled at the men over the bulwarks, and they were told to keep off or they would be shot. At that time a boat's crew of prisoners had escaped from Melbourne in a whaleboat, and the shipwrecked men were suspected as the runaways. But one of the crew of the Henry, named Jack MacDonald, looked over the side, and seeing Davy in the boat, asked him what they had done with the schooner Thistle, and they told him they had lost her at Port Fairy. Captain Whiting asked MacDonald if he knew them, and on being informed that they were the captain and crew of the schooner Thistle, he invited them on board and supplied them with a good dinner. They went on to Port Henry in the brig, and assisted in landing the sheep. Batman was at that time in Melbourne. Davy had seen him before in Launceston. After discharging the sheep, the brig proceeded to Gellibrand's Point, and as Captain Whiting wanted to go up to Melbourne, the men pulled him up the Yarra in their whaleboat. Faulkner's Hotel at that time was above the site of the present Customs House, and was built with broad paling. Mills and Whiting stayed there that night, Davy and the other 2 men being invited to a small public house kept by a man named Burke, a little way down Little Flinders Street, where they were made very comfortable. Next day they went back to the brig Henry and started for Launceston. In May 1838, Davy was made master of the schooner Elizabeth, and took in her a cargo of sheep, and landed them at Port Fairy. The 3 old convicts whom Griffiths had sent there along with his father Jonathan had planted 4 or 5 acres of potatoes at a place called Goose Lagoon, about 2 miles behind the township. The crop was a very large one, from 15 to 20 tons to the acre, and Davy had received orders to take in 50 tons of the potatoes, and to sell them in South Australia. He did so, and after 4 days' passage went ashore at the port, offered the potatoes for sale, and sold 20 tons at £22 10s. per ton. On going ashore again next morning, he was offered £20 per ton for the remainder, and he sold them at that price. On the same day, the Nelson brig from Hobarton arrived with 100 tons of potatoes, but she could not sell them, as Davy had fully stocked the market. He was paid for the potatoes in gold by the 2 men who bought them. He went up to the new city of Adelaide. All the buildings were of the earliest style of architecture, and were made of tea tree and sods, or of reeds dabbed together with mud. The hotels had no signboards, but it was easy to find them by the heaps of bottles outside. Kangaroo flesh was 1 shilling 6pence a pound, but grog was cheap. Davy was looking for a shipmate named Richard Ralph, who was then the principal architect and builder in the city. He found him erecting homes for the immigrants out of reeds and mud. He was paid £10 or £12 for each building. He was also hunting kangaroo and selling meat. He was married to a lady immigrant, and on the whole appeared to be very comfortable and prosperous. Davy gave the lady a 5-shilling piece to go and fetch a bottle of gin, and was surprised when she came back bringing 2 bottles of gin and 3 shillings change. In the settlement the necessities of life were dear, but the luxuries were cheap. If a man could not afford to buy kangaroo beef and potatoes, he could live sumptuously on gin. Davy walked back to the port the same evening, and next day took in ballast, which was mud dug out among the mangroves. He arrived at Launceston in 4 days, and then went as coasting pilot of the barque Belinda, bound to Port Fairy to take in oil for London. The barque took in 100 head of cattle, the first that were landed at Port Fairy. He then went to Port Phillip, and was employed in lightering cargo up the Yarra, and in ferrying between Williamstown and the beach now called Port Melbourne. He took out the first boatman's licence issued, and has the brass badge No. 1 still. Vessels at that time had to be warped up the Yarra from below Humbug Reach, as no wind could get at the topsails on account of the high tea trees on the banks. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 8. Out West in 1849. Part 1. I did not travel as a capitalist. Far from it. I went up the Mississippi as a deck passenger, sleeping at night sometimes on planks, at other times on bags of oats piled on the deck about 6 feet high. The mate of a Mississippi boat is always a bully, and every now and then he came along with a deckhand carrying a lamp and requested us to come down. He said it was again the rules of the boat to sleep on oats, but we kept on breaking the rules as much as possible. Above the mouth of the Ohio, the river bank on the Missouri side is high, rocky, and picturesque. I longed to be the owner of a farm up there, and of a modest cottage overlooking the Father of Waters. I said, if there's peace and plenty to be had in this world, the heart that is humble might hope for it here. And then the very first village visible was called the Ville de Poche. It is now a suburb of St. Louis. I took a passage on another boat up the Illinois River. There was a very lordly man on the lower deck who was frequently trailing his coat. He had, in fact, no coat at all, only a gray flannel shirt and nankeen trousers, but he was remarkably in want of a fight, and anxious to find a man willing to be licked. He was a desperado of the great river. We had heard and read of such men, of their reckless daring and deadly fights, but we were peaceful people. We had come out west to make a living, and therefore did not want to be killed. When the desperado came near, we looked the other way. There was a party of 5 immigrant Englishmen sitting on their luggage. One of them was very strongly built, a likely match for the bully, and a deckhand pointing to him said, "Jack, do you know what that Englishman says about you?" "No, what does he say?" "He says he don't think you are much account, with all your brag. Reckons he could lick you in a couple of minutes." Uttering imprecations, Jack approached the Englishman, and, dancing about the deck, cleared the ring for the coming combat. "Come on, you greenhorn, and take your gruel. Here's the best man on the river for you. You'll find him real grit." The stranger sat still, said he was not a fighting man, and did not want to quarrel with anybody. Jack grew more ferocious than ever, and aimed a blow at the peaceful man to persuade him to come on. He came on suddenly. The 2 men were soon writhing together on the guard deck, and I was pleased to observe the desperado was undermost. The Englishman was full of fear, and was fighting for his life. He was doing it with great earnestness. He was grasping the throat of his enemy tightly with both hands, and pressing his thumbs on the windpipe. We could see he was going to win in his own simple way, without any recourse to science, and he would have done so very soon had he not been interrupted. But as Jack was growing black in the face, the other Englishmen began to pull at their mate, and tried to unlock his grip on Jack's throat. It was not easy to do so. He held on to his man to the very last, crying out, "Leave me alone till I do for him. Man alive, don't you know the villain wants to murder me?" The desperado lay for a while, gulping and gasping on his bed of glory, unable to rise. I observed patches of bloody skin hanging loose on both sides of his neck when he staggered along the deck toward the starboard sponson. There was peace for a quarter of an hour. Then Jack's voice was heard again. He had lost prestige, and was coming to recover it with a bowie knife. He said, "Where's that Britisher? I'm going to cut his liver out." The Englishman heard the threat, and said to his mates, "I told you so. He means to murder me. Why didn't you leave me alone when I had the fine hold of him?" He then hurried away, and ran upstairs to the saloon. Jack followed to the foot of the ladder, and one wild-eyed young lady said, "Look at that Englishman." He was sitting on a chair a few feet distant. "Ain't he pale? Oh, the coward!" She wanted to witness a real lively fight, and was disappointed. The smell of blood seems grateful to the nostrils of both ladies and gentlemen in the States. A butcher from St. Louis explained it thus: "It's in the liver. 9 out of 10 of the beasts I kill have liver complaint. I am morally sartain I'd find the human livers just the same if I examined them in any considerable quantity." The captain came to the head of the stairs, and descended to the deck. He was tall and lanky and mild of speech. He said, "Now, Jack, what are you going to do with that knife?" "I'm waiting to cut the liver out of that Englishman. Send him down, Captain, till I finish the job." Yes, I see. He's been peeling your neck pretty bad, ain't he? Powerful claws, I reckon. Jack, you'll be getting into trouble some day with your weepons." He took a small knife out of his pocket. "Look here, Jack, I've been going up and down this river more'n 20 years, and never carried a weepon bigger'n that, and never had a muss with nobody. A man who draws his bowie sometimes gets shot, Let's look at your knife." He examined it closely, deciphered the brand, drew his thumb over the edge, and observed, "Why, blame me, if that ain't one of them British bowies, a free trade brummagem. I reckon you can't carve anyone with a thing like this." He made a dig at the handrail with the point, and it actually curled up like the ring in a hog's snout. "You see, Jack, a knife like that is mean, unbecoming a gentleman, and a disgrace to a respectable boat." He pitched the British article into the river and went up into the saloon. As Jack had not yet recovered his prestige, he went away, and returned with a dinner knife in one hand and a shingling hammer in the other. He waited for his adversary until the sun was low and the deck passengers were preparing their evening meal. Two of the Englishmen came along towards the stairs and ascended to the saloon. Presently they began to descend with their mate in the middle. Jack looked at them, and for some reason or other he did not want any more prestige. He sauntered away along the guard deck, and remained in retirement during the rest of the voyage. He was not, after all, a very desperate desperado. During the next night our boat was racing with a rival craft, and one of her engines was damaged. She had then to hop on one leg, as it were, as far as Peoria. The Illinois River had here spread out into a broad lake. The bank was low. There were no buildings of any kind near the water. Some of the passengers landed, and nobody came to offer them welcome. I stood near an English emigrant who had just brought his luggage ashore, and was sitting on it with his wife and 3 children. They looked around at the low land and wide water, and became full of misery. The wife said, "What are we bound to do now, Samuel? Where are me and the children to go in this miserable looking place?" Samuel: "I'm sure, Betsy, I don't know. I've nobbut $half left of my money. They said Peoria was a good place for us to stop at, but I don't see any signs of farming round here. And if I go away to look for a job, where am I to put thee and the chiller, and the luggage and the bedding?" "Oh," said Betsy, beginning to cry, "I'm sorry we ever left out England. But thou would come, Samuel, thou knows, and this is the end on it. Here we are in this wild country without a house or home, and with nothing to eat. I allus thought that war a fool, Samuel, and now I'm sure and sartin on it." Samuel could not deny it. His spirit was completely broken. He hung down his head, and tears began to trickle down his eyes. The 3 children, 2 sturdy little boys and a fair-haired little girl, seeing their dad and ma shedding tears, thought the whole world must be coming to an end, and they began howling out aloud without any reserve. It was the best thing they could have done, as it called public attention to their misery, and drew a crowd around them. A tall stranger came near, looked at the group, and said, "My good man, what in thunder are you crying for?" "I was told Peoria was a good place for farming," Samuel said, "and now I don't know where to go, and I've got no money." "Well, you are a soft un," replied the stranger. "Just dry up, and wait here till I come back." He walked away with long strides. Peoria was then a dreary looking city, of which we could see nothing but the end of a broad road, a few frame buildings, 2 or 3 wagons, and some horses hitched to the posts of the piazzas. The stranger soon returned with a farmer in a wagon drawn by 2 fine upstanding horses, fit for a royal carriage. The farmer at once hired the emigrant at $10 a month, with board for himself and his family. He put the luggage into his wagon, patted the boys on the head, and told them to be men, kissed the little girl as he lifted her into the wagon, and said, "Now, Sissy, you are a nice little lady, and you are to come along with me, and we'll be good friends." Never was sorrow so quickly turned into joy. The man, his wife, and children actually began smiling before the tears on their cheeks were dry. Men on every western prairie were preparing their wagons for the great rush to California. New hands were wanted on the lands, and the immigrants who were then arriving in thousands took the place of the other thousands who went westward across the plains. There was employment for everybody, and during my 3 years' residence on the prairies I only saw one beggar. He was an Italian patriot who said he had fought for Italy and was now begging for it in English, badly broken. So I said, "You are a strong, healthy man. Why don't you go to work? You could earn $8 or $10 a month with board anywhere in these parts." But the Italian patriot was a high-class beggar. He was collecting funds, and had no idea of wasting his time in hard work. He gave me to understand that I had insulted him. Besides this patriot, there were a few horse thieves and hog duffers on the prairies, but these, when identified, were either stretched under a tree or sent to Texas. In those days the prairie farmers were all gentlemen, high-minded, truthful, honorable, and hospitable. There were no poorhouses, no asylums. All orphans were adopted and treated as members of some family in the neighborhood. I am informed that things are quite different now. The march of empire has been rapid. Many men have grown rich, to use a novel expression, beyond the dreams of avarice, and 10 times as many have grown poor and discontented. The great question for statesmen now is, what is to be done for the relief of the masses? And the answer to it is as difficult to find as ever. But I have to proceed up the Illinois River. The steamboat stopped at La Salle, the head of navigation, and we had then to travel on the Illinois and Michigan Canal. We went on board a narrow passenger boat towed by 2 horses, and followed by 2 freight barges. We did not go at breakneck pace, and had plenty of time for conversation and to look at the scenery, which consisted of prairies, sloughs, woods, and rivers. The picture lacked background, as there is nothing in Illinois deserving the name of hill. But we passed an ancient monument, a tall pillar rising out of the bed of the Illinois River. It is called Starved Rock. Once a number of Indian warriors, pursued by white men, climbed up the almost perpendicular sides of the pillar. They had no food, and though the stream was flowing beneath them, they could not obtain a drink of water without danger of death from rifle bullets. The white men instituted a blockade of the pillar, and the red men all perished of starvation on the top of it. The conversation was conducted by the captain of the canal boat, as he walked on the deck to and fro. He was full of information. He said that he was a native of Kentucky, and had come down the Ohio River from Louisville, and was taking freight to Chicago. Reckoned he was bound to rake in the dollars on the canal. Was no doggone abolitionist. Niggers were made to work for white folk. They had no souls any more than a horse. He'd like to see the man who would argue the point. Mrs. Beecher Stowe was then writing Uncle Tom's Cabin, at too great a distance to hear the challenge, but a greenhorn ventured to argue the point. What about the mulatto, half black, half white? His father, being a white man, had a whole soul. His mother, being black, had no soul. Has the mulatto a whole soul, a half a soul, or no soul at all? The captain paused in his walk, with both hands in his pockets, gazed at the argumentative greenhorn, turned his quid, spat across the canal, went away whistling Old Dan Tucker, and left the question of the mulatto's soul unsolved. When I arrived at Joliet, there was a land boom at Chicago. The canal company had cut up their alternate sections, and were offering them at the usual alarming sacrifice. A land boom is a dream of celestial bliss. While it lasts, the wisest men and the greatest fools walk with ecstatic steps through the golden streets of a New Jerusalem. I have been there 3 times. It is dreadful to wake up and to find that all the gold in the street is nothing but moonshine. I proceeded to the Lake City to lay the foundation of my fortune by buying town lots. I laid the foundation on a 5-acre block in West Joliet, but had to borrow $7 from my nearest friend to pay the first deposit. Chicago was then a small but busy wooden town, with slushy streets, plank sidewalks, verandas full of rats, and bedrooms humming with mosquitoes. I left it penniless but proud, an owner of real estate. While returning to Joliet on the canal boat, my nearest friend, from whom I had borrowed the $7, kindly gave me his views on the subject of greenhorns. The Australian equivalent of greenhorn is new chum. I had the advantage of serving my time in both capacities. No greenhorn, he observed, ever begins to get along in the States until he has parted with his bottom dollar. That puts a keen edge on his mind, and he grows smart in business. A smart man don't strain his back with hard work for any considerable time. He takes out a patent for something, a mowing machine, or one for sowing corn and pumpkins, a new churn or wash tub, pills for the shakes, or, best of all, a new religion. Anything, in fact, that will catch on and fetch the public. I had parted with my bottom dollar, was also in debt, and therefore in the best position for getting along, but I could not all at once think of anything to patent, and had to earn my daily bread in some way or another. I began to do it by hammering sheets of iron into the proper curves for an undershot water wheel. After I had worked 2 days, my boss suggested that I should seek other employment. In a school, for instance, a new teacher was wanted in the common school of West Joliet. I said I should prefer something higher. A teacher was of no more earthly account than a tailor. The boss said, "That might be so in benighted Britain, but in the great United States our prominent citizens begin life as teachers in the common schools, and gradually rise to the highest positions in the republic." I concluded to rise, but a certificate of competency was required, and I presented myself for examination to the proper official, the editor and proprietor of the True Democrat, whose office was across the bridge, nearly opposite Matheson's woolen factory. I found the editor and his compositor laboring over the next edition of the paper. The editor began the examination with the alphabet. I said in England we use 26 letters, and I named all of them correctly, except the last. I called it Z, but the editor said it was Z, and I did not argue the point. He then asked me to pick out the vowels, the consonants, and the flats, the sharps, the aspirates, the labials, the palatals, the dentals, and the mutes. I was struck dumb. I could feel the very foundation of all learning sinking beneath me, and had to confess that I did not know my letters. Then he went on to spelling and writing. My writing was barely passable, and my spelling was quite out of date. I used superfluous letters, which had been very properly abolished by Webster's dictionary. At last the editor remarked, with becoming modesty, that he himself was no account at figures, but Mr. Sims would put me through the arithmetic. Mr. Sims was the compositor, and an Englishman, and he put me through tenderly. When the examination was finished, I felt like a convicted impostor, and was prepared to resume work on the undershot water wheel. But the two professors took pity on me, and certified in writing that I was qualified to keep school. Then the editor remarked that the retiring teacher, Mr. Randall, had advertised in the True Democrat his ability to teach the Latin language, but unfortunately Father Ingoldsby had offered himself as a first pupil. Mr. Randall never got another, and all his Latin oozed out. On this timely hint I advertised my ability to teach the citizens of Joliet not only Latin, but Greek, French, Spanish, and Portuguese. My advertisement will be found among the files of the True Democrat of the year 1849 by anyone taking the trouble to look for it. I had carelessly omitted to mention the English language, but we sometimes get what we don't ask for, and no less than 16 Germans came out to night school to study our tongue. They were all masons and quarrymen engaged in exporting steps and window sills to the rising city of Chicago. When Goldsmith tried to earn his bread by teaching English in Holland, he overlooked the fact that it was first necessary for him to learn Low Dutch. I overlooked the same fact, but it gave me no trouble whatever. There was no united Germany then, and my pupils disagreed continually about the pronunciation of their own language, which seemed like that of Babel, intelligible to nobody. I composed their quarrels by confining their minds to English solely, and harmony was restored each night by song. The schoolhouse was a one-story frame building on the second plateau in West Joliet, and was attended by about 100 scholars. In the rear was a shallow lagoon, fenced on one side by a wall of loose rocks, infested with snakes. The track to the cemetery was near, and it soon began to be in very frequent use. One day during recess the boys had a snake hunt, and they tied their game in one bunch by the heads with string, and suspended them by the wayside. I counted them, and there were 27 snakes in the bunch. The year '49 was the annus mirabilis of the great rush for gold across the plains, and it was also an annus miserabilis on account of the cholera. In 3 weeks, 1,400 wagons bound for California crossed one of the bridges over the canal. I was desirous of joining the rush, but was as usual short of cash, and I had to stay at Joliet to earn my salary. I met the editor of the True Democrat nearly every day, carrying home a bucket of water from the Aux Plains River. He did his own chores. He sent 2 young men who wished to become teachers to my school to graduate. One was named O'Reilly, lately from Ireland. I gave him his degree in a few weeks, and he kept school somewhere out on the prairie. The other did not graduate before the cholera came. He was a native of Vermont, and he played the clarionet in our church choir. The instrumental music came from the clarionet, from a violin and a flute. The choir came from France and Germany, Old England and New England, Ireland, Alsace, and Belgium. It was divided into 2 hostile camps, and the party which first took possession of the gallery took precedence in the music for that day only. There was a want of harmony. One morning, when the priest was chanting the first words of the Gloria, the head of a little French bugler appeared at the top of the gallery stairs, and at once started a plain chant, Gloria, we had never rehearsed or heard before. He sang his solo to the end. He was thirsting for glory, and he took a full draught. I don't think there was ever a choir like ours but one, and that was conducted by a butcher from Dolphinholm in the Anglican church at Garstang. One Sunday he started a hymn with a new tune. 3 times his men broke down, and 3 times they were heard by the whole congregation whispering ferociously at one another. At length the parson tried to proceed with the service and said, "Let us pray." But the bold butcher retorted, "Pray be hanged! Let us try again, lads. I know we can do it." He then started the hymn for the 4th time, and they did it. After the service the parson demanded satisfaction of the butcher, and got it in a neighbouring pasture. End of section 8. Section 9 of Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 9. Out West in 1849. Part 2. The cholera came, and we soon grew very serious. The young man from Vermont walked with me after school hours, and we tried to be cheerful, but it was of no use. Our talk always reverted to the plague, and the best way to cure it or to avoid it. The doctors disagreed. Every theory was soon contradicted by facts. All kinds of people were attacked and died, the young and the old, the weak and the strong, the drunken and the sober. Every man adopted a special diet or a favorite liquor: brandy, whiskey, bitters, cherry bounce, sarsaparilla. My own particular preventative was hot tea, sweetened with molasses and seasoned with cayenne pepper. I survived, but that does not prove anything in particular. The 2 papers, the Joliet Signal and the True Democrat, scarcely ever mentioned the cholera. It would have been bad policy, tending to scare away the citizens and to injure trade. Many men suddenly found that they had urgent business to look after elsewhere, and sneaked away, leaving their wives and families behind them. On Sunday Father Ingoldsby advised his people to prepare their souls for the visit of the angel of death, who was every night knocking at their doors. There were many, he said, whose faces he had not seen at the rails since he came to Joliet, and what answer would they give to the summons which called them to appear without delay before the judgment seat of God? What doom could they expect but that of damnation and eternal death? The sermon needed no translation for the men of many nations who were present: Irishmen, Englishmen, Highlanders and Belgians, French and Germans, Mexicans and Canadians, who could interpret the meaning of the flashing eye which roamed to every corner of the church, singling out each miserable sinner, the fierce frown, the threatening gesture, the finger first pointing to the heaven above, and then down to the depths of hell. Some stayed to pray and to confess their sins. Others hardened their hearts and went home unrepentant. Michael Mangan went to Bell's grocery near the canal. He said he felt pains in his interior, and drank a jigger of whiskey. Then he bought half a gallon of the same remedy to take home with him. It was a cheap prescription, costing only 12½ cents, but it proved very effective. Old Bells put the stuff into an earthenware bottle, which he corked with a corn cob. Michael started for home by the zigzag path which led up the steep limestone bluff, but his steps were slow and unsteady. He sat down on a rock, and took another dose out of his bottle. He never went any further of his own motion, and we buried him the next day. We were of different opinions about the cause of his death. Some thought it was a cholera, others the pangs of conscience, some the whiskey, and others a mixture of all three. At any rate, he died without speaking to the priest. Next day another neighbor died, Mr. Harrigan. He had lost one arm, but with the other he wrote a good hand, and registered deeds in the county court. I called to see him. He was in bed, lying on his back, his one arm outside the coverlet. His heaving chest was bare, and his face was ghastly pale. There were 6 men in the room, one of whom said, "Do you know me, Mr. Harrigan?" "Sure devil a dog in Lockport but knows you, Barney," said the dying man. Barney lived in Lockport, and in an audible whisper said to us, "Ain't he getting on finely? He'll be all right tomorrow, please God." "And didn't the doctor say I'd be dead before 12 this day?" asked Harrigan. I looked at the clock on the mantel shelf. It was past 10. He died an hour later. One day the young man from Vermont rose from his seat and looked at me across the schoolroom. I thought he was going to say something. He took down his hat, went to the door, turned and looked at me again, but did not speak or make any sign. Next morning his place was vacant, and I asked one of the boys if he had seen the young man. The boy said, "He ain't a-comin' to school no more, I calculate. He was buried this morning before school hours." That year, '49, was a dismal year in Joliet. Mr. Rogers, one of the school managers, came and sat on a bench near the door. He was a New Englander, a carpenter, round-shouldered, tall, and bony. He said, "I called in to tell you that I can't vote for appointing you to this school next term. Fact is, the ladies are dead against you. Don't see you at meeting on the Sabbath. Say you go to the Catholic Church with the Irish and Dutch. I ain't a word to say agin you myself. This is a free country. Every man can go, for aught I care, whichever way he darn well chooses, to heaven or hell or any other place. But I want to be peaceable, and I can't get no peace about voting for you next term. So I thought I'd let you know that you mightn't be disappointed." In that way Mr. Rogers washed his hands of me. I said I was sorry that I did not please the ladies, but I liked to hear a man who spoke his mind freely. Soon afterwards the Germans brought me word that the Yankees were calling a meeting about me. I was aware by this time that when a special gathering of citizens takes place to discuss the demerits of any individual, it is advisable for that individual to be absent if possible. But curiosity was strong within me. Hitherto I had never been honored with any public notice whatever, and I attended the meeting uninvited. The Yankees are excellent orators. They are born without bashfulness. They are taught to speak pieces in school from their childhood. They pronounce each word distinctly. They use correctly the rising inflection and the falling inflection. Moreover, they are always in deadly earnest. There is another miserable world awaiting their arrival. Their humorists are the most unhappy of men. You may smile when you read their jokes, but when you see the jokers, you are more inclined to weep. With pain and sorrow they grind like Samson at the joker's mill all the days of their lives. The meeting was held at the new 2-story schoolhouse. Deacon Beaumont took the chair, my chair, and Mr. Curtis was appointed secretary. I began to hate Deacon Beaumont, and also Mr. Curtis, who was the only other teacher present. It was evident they were going to put him in my place. Each speaker, on rising, put his left hand in the side pocket of his pants. I was not mentioned by name, but nevertheless I was given clearly to understand that I had been reared in a land whose people are under the dominion of a tyrannical monarch and a bloated aristocracy, and therefore I had never breathed the pure air of freedom, and was unfitted to teach the children of the great republic. Mr. Tucker, an influential citizen, moved finally that the school managers be instructed to engage a Mr. Sellers, of Dresden, as the teacher at the West Joliet School. He said Mr. Sellers was a young man from New England who had been teaching for a term at Dresden, and had given great satisfaction. He had the best testimony to the character and ability of the young man from his own daughter, Miss Priscilla Tucker, who had been schoolmarm in the same school, and was now home on a visit. She could give, from her own personal knowledge, any information the managers might require. Mr. Tucker's motion was seconded. There was no amendment proposed, and all in favor of the motion were requested by Deacon Beaumont to stand up. The Yankees all rose to their feet. The others sat still. All but old Gorges, a Prussian, who with his 2 sons had come to vote for me. But the old man did not understand English. His son John pulled him down, but Deacon Beaumont had counted his vote, and the motion was carried by a majority of 1. So I was, in fact, put out of the school by my best friend, old Gorges. I went away in a dudgeon, and marked off a cellar on my real estate, 30 feet by 18 feet, on the top of the bluff near the edge of the western prairie. The ground was a mixture of stiff clay and limestone rock, and I dug at it all through the month of September. Curious people came along and made various remarks. Some said nothing, but went away whistling. One day Mr. Jackson and Paul Duffendorf were passing by, and I wanted them to pass, but they stopped like the rest. Mr. Jackson was reckoned one of the smartest men in Will County. He had a large farm well stocked, but he was never known to do any work except with his brains. He was one of those men who increased the income of the state of Illinois by ability. Duffendorf was a huge Dutchman, nearly 7 feet in height. He was a great friend of mine, great every way, but very stupid. He had no sense of refinement. He said, "Wie geht's, schoolmeester? By golly, here Mr. Shackson is our schoolmeester of working mit spade and brick. How was you like that kind of work, Mr. Shackson?" "Never could be such a darn fool, sooner'd steal," answered Jackson. Duffendorf laughed until he nearly fell into the cellar. Now this talk was very offensive. I knew Mr. Jackson was defendant in a case then pending. He had been charged with conspiring to defraud, having stolen 3 horses, with illegally detaining $75, and on other counts which I cannot remember just now. The thing was originally very simple. Even Duffendorf could understand it. Mr. Jackson was in want of some ready money, so he directed his hired hand to steal 3 of the horses in the dead of night, take them to Chicago, sell them to the highest bidder, find out where the highest bidder lived, and then return with the cash to Joliet. The hired man did his part of the business faithfully, returned and reported to his employer. Then Mr. Jackson set out in search of his stolen horses, found them, and brought them home. The man expected to receive half the profits of the enterprise. The boss demurred, and only offered 1/3, and said if that was not satisfactory, he would bring a charge of horse stealing. The case went into court, and under the treatment of learned counsel grew very complicated. It was remarkable as being the only one on record in Will County in which a man had made money by stealing his own horses. It is, I fancy, still sub judice. Both the old school and the new school remained closed, even after the cholera ceased to thin out the citizens, but I felt no further interest in the education of youth. When winter came, I tramped 3 miles into the forest, and began to fell trees and split rails in order to fence in my suburban estate. For some time I carried a rifle, and besides various small game I shot 2 deer, but neither of them would wait for me to come up with them, even after I had shot them. They took my 2 bullets away with them, and left me only a few drops of blood on the snow. Then I left the rifle at home. For about 4 months the ground was covered with snow, and the cold was intense, but I continued splitting until the snakes came out to bask in the sun and warm themselves. I saw near a dead log 8 coiled together, and I killed them all. The juice of the sugar maples began to run. I cut notches in the bark in the shape of a broad arrow, bored a hole at the point, inserted a short spout of bark, and on sunny mornings the juice flowed in a regular stream, clear and sparkling. On cloudy days it only dropped. One evening, as I was plodding my weary way homeward, I looked up and saw in the distance a man inspecting my cellar. I said, "Here's another disgusting fool who ain't seen it before." It certainly was a peculiar cellar, but not worth looking at so much. I hated the sight of it. It had no building over it, never was roofed in, and sometimes full of snow. The other fool proved to be Mr. Curtis, the teacher who had written the resolution of the meeting which voted me out of the school. He held out his hand, and I took it, but reluctantly, and under secret protest. I thought to myself, "This mine enemy has an axe to grind, or he would not be here. I'll be on my guard." "I have been waiting for you some time," said Mr. Curtis. "I was told you were splitting rails in the forest and would be home about sundown. I wanted to see you about opening school again. Mr. Rogers won't have anything to say to it, but the other 2 managers, Mr. Strong and Mr. Demond, want to engage you and me, one to teach in the upper story of the school, the other down below, and I came up to ask you to see them about it." "How does it happen that Mr. Sellers has not come over from Dresden?" I said. "Joliet is about the last place on earth that Mr. Sellers will come to. Didn't you hear about him and Priscilla?" asked Mr. Curtis. "No, I heard nothing since that meeting. Only saw the school doors were closed every time I passed that way." "Well, I am surprised. I thought everybody knew by this time, though we did not like to say much about it." I began to feel interested. Mr. Curtis had something pleasant to tell me about the misfortunes of my enemies, so I listened attentively. It was a tale of Western love, and its course was no smoother in Illinois than in any less enlightened country of old Europe. Miss Priscilla reckoned she could hoe her own row. She and Mr. Sellers conducted the common school at Dresden with great success and harmony. All went merry as a marriage bell, and the marriage was to come off by and by, so hoped Miss Priscilla. During recess she took the teacher's arm, and they walked to and fro lovingly. All Dresden said it was to be a match, but at the end of the term Miss Priscilla returned to Joliet. The match was not yet made. It was at this time that the dissatisfaction with the new British teacher became extreme. Miss Priscilla fanned the flame of discontent. She did not let concealment like a worm in the bud feed on her damask cheek, but boldly proposed that Mr. Sellers, a true-born native of New England, a good young man, always seen at meetings on the Sabbath, should be requested to take charge of the West Joliet School. So the meeting was held. I was voted out. Mr. Sellers was voted in, and the daughters of the Puritans triumphed. Miss Priscilla wrote to Dresden, announcing to her beloved the success of her diplomacy, requesting him to come to Joliet without delay and assume direction of the new school. This letter fell into the hands of another lady who had just arrived at Dresden from New England in search of her husband, who happened to be Mr. Sellers. The letter which that other lady wrote to Miss Priscilla I did not see, but it was said to be a masterpiece of composition, and it emptied 2 schools. Mr. Tucker went over to Dresden and looked around for Mr. Sellers, but that gentleman had gone out west and was never heard of again. The West was a very wide, unfenced space, without railways. "The fact is," said Mr. Curtis, "we were all kinder shamed the way things turned out, and we just let 'em rip. But people are now stirring about the school being closed so long, so Mr. Strong and Mr. Demon have concluded to engage you and me to conduct the school. We were engaged that night, and I went rail splitting no more. But I fenced my estate, and while running the line on the western boundary, I found the grave of Highland Mary. It was in the middle of a grove of oak and hickory saplings, and was nearly hidden by hazel bushes. The tombstone was a slab about 2 feet high, roughly hewn. Her epitaph was, 'Mary Campbell, age 7, 1827. That was all. Poor little Mary. The common schools of Illinois were maintained principally from the revenue derived from grants of land. When the country was first surveyed, one section of 640 acres in each township of 6 miles square was reserved for school purposes. There was a state law on education, but the management was entirely local, and was in the hands of a treasurer and 3 directors, elected biennially by the citizens of each school district. The revenue derived from the school section was sometimes not sufficient to defray the salary of the teacher, and then the deficiency was supplied by the parents of the children who had attended at the school. Those citizens whose children did not attend were not taxed by the state for the common schools. They did not pay for that which they did not receive. In some instances, only one school was maintained by the revenue of 2 school sections. When the attendance in the school was numerous, a young lady, called the schoolmarm, assisted in the teaching. Sometimes, as in the case of Miss Priscilla, she fell into trouble. The books were provided by the enterprise of private citizens, and an occasional change of readers was agreeable both to teachers and scholars. The best of old stories grow tiresome when repeated too often. One day a traveler from Cincinnati brought me samples of a new series of readers, offering, on my approval, to substitute the next day a new volume for every old one produced. I approved, and he presented each scholar with copies of the new series for nothing. The teaching was secular, but certain virtues were inculcated either directly or indirectly. Truth and patriotism were recommended by the example of George Washington, who never told a lie, and who won with his sword the freedom of his country. There were lessons on history, in which the tyranny of the English government was denounced. Kings, lords, and bishops, especially Bishop Laud, were held up to eternal abhorrence, as was also England's greed of gain, her intolerance, bigotry, taxation, her penal and navigation laws. The glorious War of Independence was related at length. The children of the Puritans, of the Irish, and the Germans did not in those days imbibe much prejudice in favor of England or her institutions, and the English teacher, desirous of arriving at the truth, had the advantage of having heard both sides of many historical questions, of listening, as it were, to the scream of the American eagle as well as to the roar of the British lion. Mr. Curtis was a good teacher, systematic, patient, persevering, and ingenious. I ceased to hate him. Miss Priscilla's downfall cemented our friendship. We kept order in the school by moral suasion, but the task was sometimes difficult. My private feelings were in favor of the occasional use of the hickory stick, the American substitute for the rod of Solomon, and the birch of England. The geography we taught was principally that of the United States and her territories, spacious maps of which were suspended round the school, continually reminding the scholars of their glorious inheritance. It was then full of vacant lots, over which roamed the Indian and the buffalo, species of animals now nearly extinct. We did not pay much attention to the rest of the world. Elocution was inculcated assiduously, and at regular intervals each boy and girl had to come forth and speak a piece in the presence of scholars, teachers, and visitors. Mental arithmetic and the use of fractions were taught daily. The use of the decimal in the American coinage is of great advantage. It is easier and more intelligible to children than the clumsy old system of pounds, shillings, pence, and farthings. It is a system which would no doubt have been long ago adopted by England, if it had not been humiliating to our national pride to take even a good thing from rebellious Yankees and inferior Latin races. We cling fondly to absurdities because they are our own. In Australia, wild rabbits are vermin. In England, they are private property. And if one of the 3 millions of her miserable paupers is found with a rabbit in each of his coat pockets, he is fined 10 shillings or sent to jail. Pope Gregory VIII demonstrated the error of the calendar then in use, and all Catholic nations adopted this correction. But when the adoption of the calendar was proposed in Parliament, John Bull put his big foot down at once. He would receive no truth, not even a mathematical one, from the Pope of Rome. And it was only after the lapse of nearly 200 years, when the memory of Gregory and his calendar had almost faded away from the sensitive mind of Protestantism, that an act was passed, equalizing the style in Great Britain and Ireland with that used in the other countries of Europe. A fugitive slave with his wife and daughter came to Joliet. One day he was seized by 3 slave hunters, who took him towards the canal. A number of abolitionists assembled to rescue the slave, but the 3 men drew their revolvers, and no abolitionist had the courage to fire the first shot. The slave was put in a canal boat and went south. His wife remained in Joliet and earned her bread by weaving drugget. The daughter came to my school. She was of pure Negro blood, but was taught with the white girls. The abolitionists were increasing in number, and during the war with the South the slaves were freed. They are now like Israel in Egypt. They increase too rapidly. If Father Abraham had sent them back to Africa when they were only 4 millions, he would have earned the gratitude of his country. Now they number more than 8 millions. The sunny South agrees with their constitution. They work as little and steal as much as possible. In the days of their bondage they were addicted to petty larceny. Now they have votes, and when they achieve place and power they are addicted to grand larceny, and they loot the public treasury as unblushingly as the white politicians. The nigger question has doubled in magnitude during the last 30 years, and there will have to be another abolition campaign of some kind. The blacks are incapable of ruling the whites. No time was given to educate them for their new duties, if teaching them was possible. The Declaration of Independence was in their case a mockery from the beginning. When all the old abolitionists and slaveholders are dead, another generation of men grown wiser by the failure of the policy of their forefathers may solve the black problem. End of section 9.
Section 11 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 11. Among the Diggers, 1853. Part 1. I lost a summer in 1853 and had 2 winters instead, one in England, the other in Australia. It was cold in the month of May as we neared Bendigo. We were a mixed party of English, Irish, and Scotch, 12 in number, and accompanied by 3 horse teams carrying tubs, tents, and provisions. We also had plenty of arms wherewith to fight the bushrangers, but I did not carry any myself. I left the fighting department to my mate Philip and to the others who were fond of war. Philip was by nature and training as gentle and amiable as a lamb, but he was a young islander, and therefore a fighter on principle. O'Connell had tried moral suasion on the English government long enough and to no purpose, so Philip and his fiery young friends were prepared to have recourse to arms. The arms he was now carrying consisted of a gleaming bowie knife and 2 pistols stuck in his belt. The pistols were good ones. Philip had tried them on a friend in the Phoenix Park the morning after a ball at the Rotunda, and had pinked his man, shot him in the arm. It is needless to say that there was a young lady in the case. I don't know what became of her, but during the rest of her life she could boast of having been the fair demoiselle on whose account the very last duel was fought in Ireland. Then the age of chivalry went out. The bowie knife was the British article bought in Liverpool. It would neither kill a man nor cut a beefsteak, as was proved by experience. We met parties of men from Bendigo, unlucky diggers who offered to sell their 30-shilling licenses. By this time my cash was low, my $20 gold pieces were all consumed. While voyaging to the new Ophir, where gold was growing underfoot, I could not see any sound sense in being niggardly. But when I saw a regular stream of disappointed men with empty pockets offering their monthly licenses for 5 shillings each within sight of the goldfield, I had misgivings, and bought a licence that had 3 weeks to run from William Matthews. 10 other men bought licences, but William Patterson, a canny Scotchman, said he would chance it. It was about midday when we halted near Bendigo Creek, opposite a refreshment tent. Standing in front of it was a man who had passed us on the road and lit his pipe at our fire. When he stooped to pick up a fire stick, I saw the barrel of a revolver under his coat. He was accompanied by a lady on horseback, wearing a black riding habit. Our teamsters called him Captain Sullivan. He was even then a man well known to the convicts and the police, and was supposed to be doing a thriving business as keeper of a sly grog shop. But in the course of time it was discovered that his main source of profit was murder and robbery. He was afterwards known as the New Zealand murderer, who turned Queen's evidence, sent his mates to the gallows, but himself died unhanged. While we stood on the track, gazing hopelessly over the endless heaps of clay and gravel covering the flat, a little man came up and spoke to Philip, in whom he recognised a fellow countryman. He said, "You want a place of camp, don't you?" "Yes," replied Philip, "we have only just come up from Melbourne." "Well, come along with me," said the stranger. He was a civil fellow, and said his name was Jack Moore. We went with him in the direction of the first White Hill, but before reaching it we turned to the left up a low bluff and halted in a gully where many men were at work puddling clay in tubs. After we had put up our tent, Philip went down the gully to study the art of gold digging. He watched the men at work. Some were digging holes, some were dissolving clay in tubs of water by stirring it rapidly with spades, and a few were stooping at the edge of water holes, washing off the sand mixed with the gold in milk pans. Philip tried to enter into conversation with the diggers. He stopped near one man and said, "Good day, mate, how are you getting along?" The man gazed at him steadily and replied, "Go you to hell." So Philip moved on. The next man he addressed sent him in the same direction, adding a few blessings. The third man was panning off, and there was a little gold visible in his pan. He was grey, grim, and hairy. Philip said, Not very lucky today, mate." The hairy man stood up, straightened his back, and looked at Philip from head to foot. "Lucky be blowed, I wish I'd never seen this blasted place. Here I have been sinking holes and puddling for 5 months, and not made enough to pay my tucker and the government licence, 30 bob a month. I am a mason, and threw up 28 bob a day to come to this miserable hole. Wherever you come from, young man, I advise you to go back there again. There's 20,000 men on Bendigo, and I don't believe 19,000 of 'em are earning their grub." "I can't well go back 15,000 miles, even if I had money to take me back," answered Philip. "Well, you might walk as far as Melbourne," said the hairy man, "and there you could get 14 bob a day as a hodman, or you might take a job at stone breaking. The government are giving 7 and 6 a yard for road metal. Ain't you got any trade to work at?" "No, I never learnt a trade. I am only a gentleman." He felt mean enough to cry. "Well, that's bad. If you were a scholar you might keep school, but I don't believe there's half a dozen kids on the diggings. They'd be of no use except to tumble down shafts. Fact is, if you're really hard up, you can be a peeler. Up at the camp they'll take on any useless loafers what's able to carry a carbine, and they'll give you tucker, and you can keep your shirt clean. But mind, if you do join the Joeys, I hope you'd be shot. I'd shoot the whole blessed lot of them if I had my way. They are nothing but a pack of robbers." The hairy man knew something of current history and statistics, but he had not a pleasant way of imparting his knowledge. Picaninny Gully ended in a flat, thinly timbered, where there were only a few diggers. Turning to the left, Philip found 2 men near a waterhole, hard at work puddling. When he bade them good day, they did not swear at him, which was some comfort. They were brothers, and were willing to talk, but they did not stop work for a minute. They had a large pile of dirt, and were making hay while the sun shone, that is, washing their dirt as fast as they could while the water lasted. During the preceding summer they had carted their wash dirt from the gully till rain came and filled the waterhole. They said they had not found any rich ground, but they could now make at least £1 a day each by constant work. Philip thought they were making more, as they seemed inclined to think small. In those days to brag of your good luck might be the death of you. While Philip was away interviewing the diggers, Jack showed me where he had worked his first claim, and had made £400 in a few days. "You might mark off a claim here and try it," he said. "I think I took out the best gold, but there may be a little left still hereabout." I pegged off 2 claims, one for Philip and one for myself, and stuck a pick in the centre of each. Then we sat down on a log. 6 men came up the gully carrying their swags. One of them was unusually tall. Jack said, "Do you see that big fella there? His name is McKean. He comes from my part of Ireland. He is a lawyer. The last time I saw him he was in court defending a prisoner, and now the whole 6'7" of him is nothing but a dirty digger." "What made you leave Ireland, Jack?" I asked. "I left it, I guess, same as you did, because I couldn't live in it. My father was a fisherman and he was drowned. Mother was left with 8 children, and we were as poor as church mice. I was the oldest, so I went to Belfast and got a billet on board ship as a cabin boy. I made 3 voyages from Liverpool to America, and was boxed about pretty badly, but I learnt to handle the ropes. My last port there was Boston, and I ran away and lived with a Yankee farmer named Small. He was a nigger driver, he was, working the soul out of him early and late. He had a boat, and I used to take farm produce in it across the bay to Boston, where the old man's eldest son kept a boarding house. There was a daughter at home, a regular high flyer. She used to talk to me as if I was a nigger. One day when we were having dinner she was asking me questions about Ireland and about my mother, sisters and brothers. Then I got mad, thinking how poor they were there, and I could not help them. "Miss Small," I said, "my mother is 40 years old, and she has 8 children, and she looks younger than you, and has not lost a tooth." Miss Small, although quite young, was nearly toothless, so she was mad enough to kill me. But her brother Jonathan was at table, and he took my part, saying, "Serves you right, Sue. Why can't you leave Jack alone?" But Sue made things most unpleasant, and I told Jonathan I couldn't stay on the farm and would rather go to sea again. Jonathan said he too was tired of farming, and he would go with me. He could manage a boat across Boston Harbour, but he had never been to sea. Next time there was farm stuff to go to Boston, he went with me. We left the boat with his brother and shipped in a whaler bound for the South Seas. I used to show him how to handle the ropes, to knot and splice, and he soon became a pretty good hand, though he was not smart aloft when reefing. His name was Small, but he was not a small man. He was 6'2", and the strongest man on board, and he didn't allow any man to thrash me because I was little. After 18 months' whaling, he persuaded me to run away from the ship at Hobarton. He said he was tired of the greasy old tub. So one night we bundled up our swags, dropped into a boat, and took the road to Launceston, where we expected to find a vessel going to Melbourne. When we were halfway across the island, we called just before sundown at a farmhouse to see if we could get something to eat and lodging for the night. We found 2 women cooking supper in the kitchen, and Jonathan said to the younger one, "Is the old man at home?" She replied quite pertly, "Captain Massey is at home, if that's what you mean by the old man." "Well, my dear," said Jonathan, "will you just tell him that we are 2 seamen on our way to Launceston, and we'd like to have a word with him?" "I am not your dear," she replied, tossing her head, and went out. After a while she returned and said Captain Massey wanted to speak to the little man first. That was me. I went into the house and was shown into the parlour, where the captain was standing behind a table. There was a gun close to his hand in a corner, 2 horse pistols on a shelf, and a sword hanging over them. He said, "Who are you, where from, and whither going to?" To which I replied, "My name is John Moore. Me and my mate have left our ship, a whaler, at Hobarton, and we are bound for Launceston." "Oh, you are a runaway foremost hand, are you? Then you know something about work on board ship." He then put questions to me about the work of a seaman, making sail and reefing, about masts, yards, and rigging, and finished up telling me to box a compass. I passed my examination pretty well, and he told me to send in the other fellow. He put Jonathan through his sea catechism in the same way, and then said we could have supper and a shakedown for the night. After supper the young lady sat near the kitchen fire sewing, and Jonathan took a chair near her and began a conversation. He said, "I must beg pardon for having ventured to address you as my dear on so short an acquaintance, but I hope you will forgive my boldness. Fact is, I felt quite attached to you at first sight," and so on. If there was one thing that Jonathan could do better than another, it was talking. The lady was at first very prim and reserved, but she soon began to listen, smiled, and even tittered. A little boy about 2 years old came in and stood near the fire. Having nothing else to do, I took him on my knee and set him prattling until we were very good friends. Then an idea came to my head. "I guess, Jonathan, this little kid is about the same age as your youngest boy in Boston, ain't he?" Of course Jonathan had no boy and was not married, but the sudden change that came over that young lady was remarkable. She gave Jonathan a look of fury, jumped up from her seat, snatched up her sewing, and bounced out of the kitchen. The old man came in and told us to come along and he would show us our bunks. We thought he was a little queer, but he seemed uncommonly kind and anxious to make us comfortable for the night. He took us to a hut very strongly built with heavy slabs, left us a lighted candle, and bade us good night. After he closed the door, we heard him put the padlock on it. He was a kindly old chap and did not want anybody to disturb us during the night, and we soon fell fast asleep. Next morning he came early and called us to breakfast. He stayed with us all the time, and when we had eaten, said, "Well, have you had a good breakfast?" Jonathan spoke. Yes, old man, we have. You are a gentleman. You have done yourself proud, and we are thankful, aren't we, Jack? You are the best and kindest man we've met since we sailed from Boston. And now I think it's time we made tracks for Launceston. Bye-bye, Captain. Come on, Jack. No, you won't, my fine coves, replied the captain. You'll go back to Hobarton and join your ship if you have one, which I don't believe. You can't humbug an old salt like me. You are a pair of runaway convicts, and I'll give you in charge as such. Here, constables, put the derbies on them and take them back to Hobarton. Two men who had been awaiting orders outside the door now entered, armed with carbines, produced each a pair of handcuffs, and came towards us. But Jonathan drew back a step or two, clenched his big fists, and said, No, you don't. If this is your little game, Captain, all I have to say is you're the darndest double-faced old cuss this side of perdition. You can shoot me if you like, but neither you or the four best men in Van Diemen's Land can put them irons on me. I am a free citizen of the great United States, and a free man I'll be or die. I'll walk back to Hobarton if you like with these men, for I guess that greasy old whaler has gone to sea again by this time, and we'll get another ship there as well as Launceston. Captain Massey did not like to venture on shooting us offhand, so at last he told the constables to put up their handcuffs and start with us for Hobarton. After we had travelled a while, Jonathan cooled down and began to talk to the constables. He asked them how they liked the island, how long they had been on it, if it was good country for farming, how they were getting along, and what pay they got for being constables. One of them said, The island is pretty good in parts, but it's too mountainous. We ain't getting along at all, and we don't have much chance to do any good till our time is out. What on earth do you mean by saying until your time is out? Aren't your time your own? Asked Jonathan. No, indeed, I see you don't understand. We are government men, and we ain't done our time. We were sent out from England. Oh, you were sent out, were you? Now I see. That means you are penitentiary men and ought to be in jail. Jack, look here. This kind of thing will never do. You and me are two honest citizens of the United States, and here we are, piloted through Van Diemen's Land by two convicts, and Britishers at that. This team has got to be changed right away. He seized both carbines and handed them to me. Then he handcuffed the constables, who were so taken aback they never said a word. Then Jonathan said, This is training day, now march. The constables worked in front of me, and Jonathan behind, shouldering the guns. In this way we marched until we sighted Hobarton. But the two convicts were terribly afraid to enter the city as prisoners. They said they were sure to be punished, would be most likely sent into a chain gang, and would soon be strangled in the barracks at night for having been policemen. We could see they were really afraid, so we took off the handcuffs and gave them back the carbines. Before entering the city, we found that the whaler had left the harbour, and felt sure we would not be detained long, as nothing could be proved against us. When we were brought before the beak, Jonathan told our story and showed several letters he had received from Boston, so he was discharged. But I had nothing to show. They knew I was an Irishman, and the police asked for a remand to prove that I was a runaway convict. I was kept 3 weeks in jail, and every time I was brought to court, Jonathan was there. He said he would not go away without me. The police could find nothing against me, so at last they let me go. We went aboard the first vessel bound for Melbourne, and when the sail was made I went up the cross trees and cursed Van Diemen's Land as long as I could see it. Jonathan took ship for the States, but I went shepherding and grew so lazy that if my stick dropped to the ground I wouldn't bend my back to pick it up. But when I heard of the diggings, I woke up, humped my swag, and ran away. I was always man enough for that, and I don't intend to shepherd again. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 12. Among the Diggers in 1853, Part 2. When Philip returned from his excursion down the gully, he gave me a detailed report of the results and said, Gold mining is remarkable for two things, one certain, the other uncertain. The certain thing is labour, the uncertain thing is gold. This information staggered me, so I replied, "Those two things will have to wait till morning. Let us boil the billy." Our spirits were not very high when we began work next day. We slept under our small calico tent, and our cooking had to be done outside. Sometimes it rained, and then we had to kindle a fire with stringy bark under an umbrella. The umbrella was mine, the only one I ever saw on the diggings. Some men who thought they were witty made observations about it, but I stuck to it all the same. No man could ever laugh me out of a valuable property. We lived principally on beefsteak, tea, and damper. Philip cut his bread and beef with his bowie knife as long as it lasted. Every man passing by could see that we were formidable and ready to defend our gold to the death, when we got it. But the bowie was soon useless. It got a kink in the middle and a curl at the point, and had no edge anywhere. It was good for nothing but trade. A number of our shipmates had put up tents in the neighbourhood, and at night we all gathered round the camp fire to talk and smoke away our misery. One, whose name I forget, was a journalist, correspondent for the Nonconformist. Scott was an artist, Harrison a mechanical engineer, Doran a commercial traveller, Moran an ex-policeman, Beswick a tailor, Burney a clogger. The first lucky digger we saw after Piccaninny Jack came among us one dark night. He came suddenly head foremost into our fire, and plunged his hands into the embers. We pulled him out, and then two other men came up. They apologised for the abrupt entry of their mate. They said he was a lucky digger, and they were his friends and fellow countrymen. A lucky digger could find friends anywhere from any country without looking for them, especially if he was drunk, as was this stranger. They said he had travelled from Melbourne with a pack-horse, and near Mount Alexander he saw a woman picking up something or other on the side of a hill. She might be gathering flowers, but he could not see any. He stopped and watched her for a while, and then went nearer. She did not take any notice of him, so he thought the poor thing had been lost in the bush, and had gone cranky. He pitied her, and said, "My good woman, have you lost anything? Could I help you look for it?" "I am not your good woman, and I have not lost anything, so I don't want anybody to help me look for it." He was now quite sure she was cranky. She stooped and picked up something, but he could not see what it was. He began to look on the ground, and presently he found a bright little nugget of gold. Then he knew what kind of flowers the woman was gathering. Without a word he took his horse to the foot of the hill, hobbled it, and took off his swag. He went up the hill again, filled his pan with earth, and washed it off at the nearest waterhole. He had struck it rich. The hillside was sprinkled with gold, either on the surface or just below it. For 2 weeks there were only 2 parties at work on that hill, parties of one, but they did not form a partnership. The woman came every day, picking and scratching like an old hen, and went away at sundown. When the man went away, he took with him more than 100 weight of gold. He was worth looking at, so we put more wood on the fire and made a good blaze. Yes, he was a lucky digger, and he was enjoying his luck. He was blazing drunk, was in evening dress, wore a black bell topper and kid gloves. The gloves had saved his hands from being burnt when he had thrust them into the fire. There could be no doubt that he was enjoying himself. He came suddenly out of the black night, and staggered away into it again with his 2 friends. One forenoon, about 10 o'clock, while we were busy peacefully digging and puddling, we heard a sound like the rumbling of distant thunder from the direction of Bendigo Flat. The thunder grew louder till it became like the bellowing of 10,000 bulls. It was the welcome accorded by the diggers to our trusty and well-beloved government when it came forth on a digger hunt. It was swelled by the roars and cooeys and curses of every man above ground and below, in the shafts and drives, on the flats, and in the tunnels of the White Hills from Golden Gully and Sheep's Head to Job's Gully and Eaglehawk, till the warning that Joey's out had reached to the utmost bounds of the goldfield. There was a strong feeling among the diggers that the licence fee of 30 shillings a month was excessive, and this feeling was intensified by the report that it was the intention of the government to double the amount. As a matter of fact, by far the larger number of claims yielded no gold at all, or not enough to pay the fee. The hatred of the hunted diggers made it quite unsafe to send out a small number of police and soldiers, so there came forth at irregular intervals a formidable body of horse and foot, armed with carbines, swords, and pistols. This morning they marched rapidly along the track toward the White Hills, but wheeling to the left up the bluff, they suddenly appeared at the head of Piccaninny Gully. Mounted men rode down each side of the gully as fast as the nature of the ground would permit, for it was then honeycombed with holes and encumbered with the trunks and stumps of trees, especially on the eastern side. They thus managed to hem us in like prisoners of war, and they also overtook some stragglers hurrying away to right and left. Some of these had licences in their pockets and refused to stop or show them till they were actually arrested. It was a ruse of war. They ran away as far as possible among the holes and logs, in order to draw off the cavalry, make them break their ranks, and thus to give a chance to the unlicensed to escape or hide themselves. The police on foot, armed with carbines and accompanied by officers, next came down the centre of the gully, and every digger was asked to show his licence. I showed that of William Matthews. It was not that the policy of William Patterson was tried and found wanting. He was at work on his claim a little below mine, and knowing he had no licence, I looked at him to see how he would behave in the face of the enemy. He had stopped working and was walking in the direction of his tent with head bowed down as if in search of something he had lost. He disappeared in his tent, which was a large one, and had near the opening a chimney built up with ironstone boulders and clay. But the police had seen him. He was followed, found hiding in the corner of his chimney, arrested, and placed among the prisoners, who were then halted near my tub. Immediately behind Patterson, and carrying a carbine on his shoulder, stood a well-known shipmate named Joint, whom poverty had compelled to join the enemy. He would willingly have allowed his friend and prisoner to escape, but no chance of doing so occurred, and long after dark Patterson approached our campfire, a free man, but hungry, tired, and full of bitterness. He had been forced to march along the whole day like a convicted felon, with an ever-increasing crowd of prisoners, had been taken to the camp at nightfall, and made to pay £6 10s. That is, a fine of £5 and £1 10s. For a licence. The feelings of William Patterson and of thousands of other diggers were outraged, and they burned for revenge. A roll-up was called, and 3 public meetings were held on 3 successive Saturday afternoons, on a slight eminence near the government camp. The speakers addressed the diggers from a waggon. Some advocated armed resistance. It was well known that many men, French, German, and even English, were on the diggings, who had taken part in the revolutionary outbreak of '48, and they were eager to have recourse to arms once more in the cause of liberty. But the majority advocated the trial of a policy of peace, at least to begin with. A final resolution was passed by acclamation that a fee of 10 shillings a month should be offered, and if not accepted, no fee whatever was to be paid. It was argued that if the diggers stood firm, it would be impossible for the few hundreds of soldiers and police to arrest and keep in custody nearly 20,000 men. If an attempt was made to take us all to jail, digger hunting would have to be suspended, the revenue would dwindle to nothing, and government would be starved out. It was in fact no government at all. It was a mere assemblage of armed men sent to rob us, not to protect us. Each digger had to do that for himself. Next day, Sunday, I walked through the diggings and observed the words "No licence here" printed or pasted outside every tent. and during the next month only about 300 licenses were taken out, instead of the 14 or 15,000 previously issued. The digger hunting was stopped, and a licence fee of 40 shillings for 3 months was substituted for that of 30 shillings per month. As no man who had a good claim would be willing to run the risk of losing it, the number of licenses taken out after the last meeting would probably represent the number of really lucky diggers then at work on Bendigo, that is, 300 more or less, and of that 300 I don't think our gully could boast of one. All were finding a little gold, but even the most fortunate were not making more than tucker. By puddling 8 tubs of wash dirt I found that we could obtain about £1 worth of gold each per day, but this was hardly enough to keep hope alive. The golden hours flew over us, but they did not send down any golden showers. I put the little that fell to my share into a wooden matchbox which I carried in my pocket. I knew it would hold 12 ounces, if I could get so much, and looked into it daily and shook the gold about to see if I were growing rich. It was impossible to feel jolly, and I could see that Philip was discontented. He had never been accustomed to manual labour. He did not like being exposed to the cold winds, to the frost or rain, with no shelter except that afforded by our small tent. While at work we were always dirty and often wet, and after we had passed a miserable night, daylight found us shivering till warmth came with hard work. One morning Philip lost his temper. His only hat was soaked with rain, and his trousers, shirt, and boots were stiff with clay. He put a woollen comforter on his head in lieu of a hat. The comforter was of gaudy colours and soon attracted public attention. A man down the gully said, "I observed yesterday we had young Ireland puddling up here, and I perceive this morning we have an Italian bandit or a Sally Rover at work amongst us." Every digger looked at Philip, and he fell into a sudden fury. You might have heard him at the first White Hill. "Yesterday I heard a donkey braying down the gully, and this morning he is braying again." "Oh, I see," replied the donkey. "We are in a bad temper this morning." Father Bacchus was often seen walking with long strides among the holes and hillocks on Bendigo Flat, or up and down the gullies on a visit to some dying digger, for death would not wait till we had all made our pile. His messengers were going around all the time, dysentery, scurvy, or fever, and the priest hurried after them. Sometimes he was too late. Death had entered the tent before him. He celebrated Mass every Sunday in a tent made of drugget and covered with a calico fly. His presbytery, sacristy, confessional, and school were all of similar materials and of small dimensions. There was not room in the church for more than 30 or 40 persons. There were no pews, benches, or chairs. Part of the congregation consisted of soldiers from the camp who had come up from Melbourne to shoot us if the occasion required. 6 days of the week we hated them and called Joey after them, but on the 7th day we merely glared at them and let them pass in silence. They were sleek and lean, and we were gaunt as wolves, with scarcely a clean shirt amongst us. Philip especially hated them as enemies of his country, and the more so because they were his countrymen, all but one, who was a black man. The people in and round the church were not all Catholics. I saw a man kneeling near me reading the Book of Common Prayer of the Church of England. There was also a strict Presbyterian, to whom I spoke after Mass. He said the priests did not preach with as much energy as the ministers in Scotland, and yet I thought Father Bacchus' sermon had that day been powerful, as the Yankees would say. He preached from the top of a packing-case in front of the tent. The audience was very numerous, standing in close order to the distance of 25 or 30 yards under a large gum tree. The preacher spoke with a German accent, but his meaning was plain. He said, "My dear brethren, beatus ille qui pastorum non habeat. Blessed is the man who has not gone after gold, or put his trust in money or treasures. You will never earn that blessing, my dear brethren. Why are you here? You have come from every corner of the world to look for gold. You think it is a blessing, but when you get it, it is often a curse. You go what you call on the spree. You find the sly grog, you get drunk and are robbed of your gold. Sometimes you are murdered, or you fall into a hole and are killed, and you go to hell dead drunk. Patrick Doyle was here at Mass last Sunday. He was then but a poor digger. Next day he found gold, struck it rich, as you say. Then he found the grog also and brought it to his tent. Yesterday he was found dead at the bottom of his golden shaft, and he was buried in the graveyard over there near the government camp. My conscience was quite easy when the sermon was finished. It would be time enough for me to take warning from the fate of Paddy Doyle when I had made my pile. Let the lucky diggers beware. I was not one of them. After we had been at work a few weeks, Father Bacchus, before stepping down from the packing case, said, "I want someone to teach in a school. If there is anyone here willing to do so, I should like to see him after Mass." I was looking round for Philip amongst the crowd when he came up eager and excited. "I'm thinking of going in to speak to the priest about that school," he said. "Would you have any objection? You know we are doing no good in the gully, but I won't leave it if you think I had better not." Philip was honourable. He would not dissolve our short partnership and leave me alone unless I were quite willing to let him go. "Have you ever kept school before?" "No, never. But I don't think teaching will give me much trouble. There can't be many children around here, and I can surely teach them ABC and the Catechism." Although I thought he had not given fortune a fair chance to bless us, he looked so wistful and anxious that I had not the heart to say no. Philip went into the tent, spoke to the priest, and became a schoolmaster. I was then a solitary hatter. Next day a man came into the gully with a sack on his back with something in it which he had found in a shaft. He thought the shaft had not been dug down to the bedrock, and would bottom it. He bottomed on a corpse. The claim had been worked during the previous summer by 2 men. One morning there was only 1 man on it. He said his mate had gone to Melbourne, but he had in fact killed him during the night and dropped him down the hole. The police never hunted out the murderer. They were too busy hunting us. I was not long alone. A beggarly-looking young man came a few days later and said, "I hear you have lost your mate Philip, and my mates have all gone away and taken the tent with them. So I want to ask you to let me stay in your tent till I can look round a bit." The young man's name was David Beswick, but he was known simply as Bez. He was a harmonious tailor from Manchester. He played the violoncello, also the violin, had a good tenor voice, and a talent for the drama. He and a man named Santley from Liverpool had taken leading parts in our plays and concerts on shipboard. Scott, the artist, admired Bez. He said he had the head, the features, and the talents of a Shakespeare. He had a sketch of Bez in his portfolio, which he was filling with crooked trees, common diggers, and ugly blackamoors. I could see no Shakespeare in Bez. He was nothing but a dissipated tailor who had come out in the steerage, while I had voyaged in the house on deck. I was, therefore, a superior person, and looked down on the young man, who was seated on a log near the fire, one leg crossed over the other, and slowly stroking his Elizabethan beard. I said, "Yes, Philip has left me, but I don't want any partner. I understood you were a tailor by trade, and I don't think much of a tailor." "Well," replied Bez, "I don't think much of him myself, so I've dropped the business. I am now a sailor. You know yourself I sailed from Liverpool to Melbourne. And anyhow, there's only the difference of a letter between a sailor and a tailor." There was a flaw somewhere in the argument, but I finally said, "Valeat quantum valere potest." Bez looked solemn. A little Latin goes a long way with some people. He was an object of charity, and I made him feel it. "In the first place, this tent is teetotal. No grog is to come inside. There is to be no mining partnership. You can keep all the gold you get, and I shall do the same. You must keep all trade secrets, and never confess you are a tailor. I could never hold up my head among the diggers if they should discover that my mate was only the 9th part of a man. You must carry to the tent a quantity of clay and rocks sufficient to build a chimney, of which I shall be the architect. You will also pay for your own tucker, chop wood, make the fire, fetch water, and boil a billy. Bez promised solemnly to abide by these conditions, and then I allowed him to deposit his swag in the tent. The chimney was built in 3 days, and we could then defy the weather and dispense with the umbrella. Bez performed his part of the contract well. He adopted a rolling gait and the frown of a pirate. He swore naval oaths strong enough to still a hurricane. Amongst his digging outfit was a huge pick. It was a 2-man pick, and he carried it on his shoulder to suggest his enormous strength. He threw tail-at-em to the wind. When a rent appeared in his trousers, he closed it with pins, disdaining the use of a needle, until he became so ragged that I ordered him into dock for repairs. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 13. Among the Diggers in 1853, Part 3. One day, in passing Philip's school, I peeped in at the flap of the tent. He had already acquired the awe-inspiring look of the schoolmaster. He was teaching a class of little boys, whose wandering eyes were soon fixed on my face, and then Philip saw me. He smiled and blushed and came outside. He said he was getting along capitally, and did not want to try digging any more. He had obtained a small treatise entitled The 12 Virtues of a Good Master, and he was studying it daily in order to qualify himself for his new calling. He had undertaken to demonstrate one of Euclid's propositions every night by way of exercising his reasoning faculties. He was also making new acquaintances amongst men who were not diggers, doctors, storekeepers, and the useful blacksmiths who pointed out picks with steel. He had also 2 or 3 friends at the government camp, and I felt inclined to look upon him as a traitor to the diggers' cause. But although he had been a member of the party of young islanders, he was the most innocent traitor and the poorest conspirator I ever heard of. He could keep nothing from me. If he had been a member of some secret society, he would have burst up the secret, or the secret would have burst him. He had some friends among the diggers. The big gum tree in front of the church tent soon became a kind of trysting place on Sundays, at which men could meet with old acquaintances and shipmates, and convicts could find old pals. Amongst the crowd one Sunday were 5 men belonging to a party of 6 from Nyalong. The 6th man was at home guarding the tent. 4 of the 6 were Irish Catholics, and they came regularly to Mass every Sunday. The other 2 were Englishmen, both convicts, of no particular religion, but they had married Catholic immigrants and sometimes went to church, but more out of pastime than piety. One of these men, known as John Barton, he had another name in the indents, stood under the gum tree, but not praying. I don't think he ever thought of praying, except the need of it was extreme. He was of medium height, had a broad face, snub nose, stood erect like a soldier, and was strongly built. His small, ferrety eyes were glancing quickly among the faces round him, till they were arrested by another pair of eyes at a short distance. The owner of the second pair of eyes nudged 2 other men standing by, and then 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Barton. He was not a coward, but something in the expression of the 3 men cowed him completely. He turned his head and lowered it, and began to push his way among the crowd to hide himself. After Mass, Philip found him in his tent, and suspecting that he was a thief, put his hand on a medium-sized Colt's revolver, which he had exchanged for his duelling pistols, and said, "Well, my friend, and what are you doing here?" "For God's sake, speak low," whispered Barton. "I came in here to hide. There are 3 men outside who want to kill me." 3 men who want to kill you, eh? Do you expect me to believe that anyone among the crowd there would murder you in broad daylight? My impression is, my friend, that you are a sneaking thief, and that you come here to look for gold. I'll send a man to the police to come and fetch you, and if you stir a step I'll shoot you." "For the sake, man, keep quiet. I am not a burglar, not now at any rate. I'll tell you the truth. I was a government flagellator, a flogger, you know, on the Sydney side, and I flogged those 3 men. Couldn't help it, it was my business to do it. I know they are looking for me, and they will follow me and take the first chance to murder me. They are the most desperate characters. One of them was insubordinate when he was assigned servant to a squatter, and the squatter, who was on horseback, gave him a cut with his stockwhip. Then the man jumped at his master, pulled him off the horse, dragged him to the wood heap, held his head on the block, seized the axe, and was just going to chop his master's head off when another man stopped him. That is what I had to flog him for, and then he was sent back to Sydney. So you can think what a man like that would do. When my time was up, I went as a trooper to the Nyalong district under Captain Foster, the Commissioner, and after a while I settled down and married an immigrant woman from Tipperary, a Catholic. That's the way I happened to be here at Mass with my mates who are Catholics, but I'll never do it again. It's as much as my life is worth. I dare say there are lots of men about Bendigo whom I flogged when I was in the business, and every single man jack of them would kill me if he got a chance. And so for goodness sake let me stay here till dark. I suppose you are an honest man, you look like it anyway, and you would not want to see me murdered now, would you?" Barton was, in fact, as great a liar and rogue as you would meet with anywhere, but in extreme cases he would tell the truth, and the present case was an extreme one. Philip was merciful. He allowed Barton to remain in his tent all day and gave him his dinner. When darkness came, he escorted him to the tent of the men from Nyalong, and was introduced to them by his new friend. Their names were Gleeson, Point, and Lyons, and 2 brothers McCarthy. One of these men was brother-in-law to Barton, and had been a fellow trooper with him under Captain Foster. Barton had entered into family relations as an honest man. He could give himself any character he chose till he was found out. He was too frightened to stay another night on Bendigo, and he began at once to bundle up his swag. Gleeson and Poynton accompanied him for some distance beyond the pillar of white quartz on Specimen Hill, and then he left the track and struck into the bush. Fear winged his feet. He arrived safely at Nyalong and never went to another rush. The other 5 men then stayed on Bendigo for several weeks longer, and when they returned home their gold was sufficient for a dividend of £700 for each man. 4 of them bought farms, 1 kept a store, and Barton rented some land. Philip met them again when he was promoted to the school at Nyalong, and they were his firm friends as long as he lived there. I went to various rushes to improve my circumstances. Once I was nearly shot. A bullet whizzed past my head and lodged in the trunk of a stringy bark a little further on. That was the only time in my life I was under fire, and I got from under it as quickly as possible. Once I went to a rush of Maoris near Job's Gully, and Scott came along with his portfolio, a small pick, pan and shovel. He did not dig any, but got the ugliest Maori he could find to sit on a pile of dirt while he took his portrait and sketched the tattoos. That spoilt the rush. Every man, black and white, crowded round Scott while he was at work with his pencil, and then every single savage shook hands with him and made signs to have his tattoos taken. They were so proud of their ugliness. They were all naked to the waist. Near the Sheep's Head Gully, Jack Moore and I found the cap of a quartz reef with visible gold in it. We broke up some of it, but could not make it pay, having no quartz crushing machinery. Golden Gully was already nearly worked out, but I got a little gold in it which was flaky and sticking on the edge in the pipe clay bottom. I found some gold also in Sheep's Head, and then we heard of a rush on the Goulburn River. Next day we offered our spare mining plant for sale on the roadside opposite Specimen Hill, placing the tubs, cradles, picks and spades all in a row. Bez was the auctioneer. He called out aloud and soon gathered a crowd, which he fascinated by his eloquence. The bidding was spirited, and every article was sold, even Bez's own two-man pick, which would break the heart of a Samson to wield it. When we left Bendigo, Bez, Bernie, Dan, Scott and Moses were of the party, and a one-horse cart carried our baggage. When we came to a swamp, we carried the baggage over it on our backs, and then helped the horse to draw the empty cart along. Our party increased in number along the way, especially after we met with a dray carrying kegs of rum. Before reaching the new rush, afterwards known as Waranga, we prospected some country about 20 miles from the Goulburn River. Here Scott left us. Before starting he called me aside and told me he was going to the Melbourne hospital to undergo an operation. He had a tumour on one leg above the knee, for which he had been treated in Dublin, and had been advised to come to Australia in the hope that a change of climate and occupation might be of benefit. But he had already walked once from Bendigo to Melbourne, and now he was obliged to go again. He did not like to start without letting someone know his reason for leaving us. I felt full of pity for Scott, for I felt he was going to his death alone in the bush, and I asked if he felt sure he could find his way. He showed me his pocket compass and a map, and said he could make a straight course for Melbourne. He had always lived and worked alone, but whenever we moved he accompanied us, not wishing to be quite lost among strangers. He arrived at the hospital, but he never came out of it alive. Dan gave me his money to take care of while he and Bez were living on the rum from the dray, and I gave out as little cash as possible in order to promote peace and sobriety. One night Dan set fire to my tent in order to rouse his banker. Then I dragged Bez outside the tent and extinguished the fire. There was bloodshed afterwards from Dan's nose, and his account was closed. After a while, some policemen in plain clothes came along and examined the dray. They found 14 kegs of rum in it, which they seized, together with 4 horses and the dray. I worked for 7 months in various parts of the Ovens district, till I had acquired the value in gold of my vanished $20 pieces. That was all my luck. During this time some of us paid the £2 licence fee for 3 months. We were not hunted by the military. 4 or 5 troopers and officials rode slowly around the diggings, and the cry of Joey was never raised, while a single unarmed constable on foot went amongst the claims to inspect licences. He stayed with us a while, talking about digging matters. He said the police were not allowed to carry carbines now because a digger had been accidentally shot. He was a very civil fellow, and his price, if I remember rightly, was £5. Yet the digger hunting was continued at Ballarat, and it ended in the massacre of December the 3rd, 1854. At that time I was at Colac, and while Dr. Ignatius was absent, I had charge of his household, which consisted of one old convict known as Specs, who acted in the capacity of generally useless, received orders most respectfully, but forgot them as much as possible. He was a man of education who had gone astray in London, and had fallen on evil days in Queensland and Sydney. While alone in the kitchen, he consoled himself with curses. I could hear his voice from the other side of the slabs. He cursed me, he cursed the doctor, he cursed the horses, the cat, the dog, and the whole world and everything in it. It was impossible to feel anything but pity for the man, for his life was ruined, and he had ruined it himself. I had also under my care a vegetable garden, a paddock of Cape barley, 2 horses, some guinea fowls, and a potato patch. One night the potatoes had been bandicooted. To all the early settlers in the bush the bandicoot is well known. It is a marsupial quadruped which lives on bulbs, and ravages potato patches. It is about 18 inches in length from the origin of its tail to the point of its nose. It has the habits of a pickpocket. It inserts its delicate forepaws under the stalks of the potato and pulls out the tubers. That morning I had endeavoured to dig some potatoes. The stalks were there, but the potatoes were gone. I stopped to think and examined the ground. I soon discovered traces of the bandicoot, but they had taken the shape of a small human foot. We had no small human feet about our premises, but at the other side of the fence there was a bark hut full of them. I turned towards the hut suspiciously, and saw the bandicoot sitting on a top rail, watching me and dangling her feet to and fro. She wore tousled red hair, a short print frock, and a look of defiance. I went nearer to inspect her bandicoot feet. Then she openly defied me and said, "You need not look so fierce, mister. I have as much right to sit on this rail as you have." "Lilias," I said, "you won't sit there long. You bandicooted my potatoes last night, and you left the marks of your dirty feet in the ground. The police are coming to measure your feet, and then they will take you to the lock-up." I gazed across the barley paddock for the police, and Lilias looked as well. There was a strange man approaching rapidly, and the bandicoot's courage collapsed. She slid from the fence, took to flight, and disappeared among the tussocks near the creek. The stranger did not go to the garden gate, but stood looking over the fence. He said, "Is Dr. Ignatius at home?" "No, he's somewhere about Fiery Creek, and I don't think he'll return till Saturday." The stranger hung down his head and was silent. He was a young man of small frame, well dressed for those days, but he had no luggage. He looked so miserable that I pitied him. He was like a hunted animal. I said, "Are you a friend of Dr. Ignatius?" "Yes, he knows me well. My name is Carr. I have come from Ballarat." I knew various men had left Ballarat. One had arrived in Geelong on December the 4th and had consulted Dr. Walsh about a bullet between his knuckles. Another was hiding at a house at Chilwell, Peter Layler. He had lost one arm, and the government were offering £400 for him, so he took outdoor exercise only by night, disguised in an Inverness cape. There was a chance for me to hear exciting news from the lips of a warrior fresh from the field of the battle, so I said, "If you would like to stay here till the doctor returns, you will be welcome." He was my guest for 4 days. He said that he went out with the military on the morning of December the 3rd, and was the first surgeon who entered the Eureka stockade after the fight was over. He found 12 men dead in it, and 12 more mortally wounded. This was about all the information he vouchsafed to give me. I was anxious for the particulars. I wanted to know what arms that he carried to the fray, whether he touched up his sword on the grindstone before sallying forth, how many men or women he had called upon to stand in the name of Her Gracious Majesty Queen Victoria, how many skulls he had cloven, how many diggers he had slewed, and how many peaceful prisoners he had brought back to the government camp. On all these points he was silent, and during his stay with me he spoke as little as possible, neither reading, writing, or walking about. But there was something to be learned from the papers. He had been a witness at the inquest on Scobie, killed by Bent and 2 others, and simply on his evidence Bentley was discharged, but afterwards rearrested and condemned to 3 years' imprisonment. Dr. Carr was regarded as a colluding associate with Bentley and Dewes, the magistrate, and the official condemnation of Dewes confirmed the popular denunciation of them. At a dinner given to Mr. Tarleton, the American consul, Dr. Otway, the chairman, said, "While I and my fellow colonists are thoroughly loyal to our sovereign lady, the Queen, we do not and will not respect her men servants, her maid servants, her oxen, or her asses." A commission was coming to Ballarat to report on wrongdoings there, and they were looking for witnesses. On Friday, December the 8th, the camp surgeon and Dr. Carr had had a narrow escape from being shot. While the former gentleman was entering the hospital, he was fired at by one of the sentries. The ball passed close to the shoulder of Dr. Carr, who was reading inside, went through the lid of the open medicine chest, and some splinters struck him on the side. There were in the hospital at that time 7 diggers seriously wounded, and 6 soldiers, including the drummer boy. Troubles were coming in crowds, and the bullet, the splinters, and the commission put the little doctor to flight. He left the 7 diggers, the 5 soldiers, and the drummer boy in the hospital, and made straight for Colac. Fear dogged his footsteps wherever he went, and the mere sight of him had sent the impudent thief Lilius to hide behind the tussocks. I always hate a man who won't talk to me and tell me things, and the doctor was so silent and unsociable that by way of revenge I left him to the care and curses of old Specs. After 4 days he departed, and he appeared again at Ballarat on January the 15th, giving evidence at an inquest on one Hardy, killed by a gunshot wound. In the meantime a total change had taken place among the occupants of the government camp. Commissioner Reid had retired, Dr. Williams the coroner and the district surgeons had received notice to quit in 24 hours, and they left behind them 24 patients in and around the camp hospital. Dr. Carr left the colony, and the next report about him was from Manchester, where he made a wild and incoherent speech to the crowd at the Exchange. His last public appearance was in a police court on a charge of lunacy. He was taken away by his friends, and what became of him afterwards is not recorded. Doctors, where there is a dearth of patients, sometimes take to war, and thus succeed in creating a practice. Occasionally they meet with disaster, of which we can easily call to mind instances, both ancient and modern. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 14. Among the Diggers in 1853. Part 4. Diggers do not often turn their eyes heavenwards. Their treasure does not lie in that direction. But one night I saw Bez stargazing. "Do you know the names of any of the stars in this part of the roof?" I asked. "I can't make out many of the Manchester stars," he replied. "I knew a few when I was a boy, but there was a good deal of fog and smoke, and latterly I have not looked up that way much, but I can spot a few of them yet, I think." Bez was a rather prosy poet, and his eye was not in a fine frenzy rolling. "Let me see," he said. "There's the North. Charles Wain and the North Pole ought to be there, but they have gone down somewhere. There are the 7 stars. I could never make 'em 7. If there ever were that number, one of them has dropped out. And there's Orion. He has somehow slipped up to the north and is standing on his head, heels uppermost. There are the 2 stars in his heels, 2 on his shoulders, 3 in his belt, and 3 in his sword. There is the Southern Cross. We could never see that in our part of England, nor those 2 silvery clouds, nor 2 black holes. They look curious, don't they? I suppose the 2 clouds are the gates of heaven, and the 2 black spots the gates of hell, the doors of eternity. Which way shall we go? That's the question. The old adage is still quite true. Cœlium non animum mutant qui trans mare current. When a young gentleman in England takes to idleness and grog, and disgraces his family, he is provided with a passage to Australia, in order that he may become a reformed prodigal, but the change of climate does not effect a reform, it requires something else. Dan in Glasgow and Bez in Manchester had both been given to drink too much. They came to Victoria to acquire the virtue of temperance, and they were sober enough when they had no money. Dan told me that when he first awoke after his first week at sea, he sat every day on the topgallant forecastle, thinking over his past wickedness, watching the foam go by, and continually tempted to plunge into it. After the rum, the dray, and the 4 horses were seized by the police, Dan and Bez grew sober, and went to Reed's Creek, passing me at work on Spring Creek. They came back as separate items. Dan called at my tent, and I gave him a meal of damper tea and jam. He ate the whole of the jam, which cost me 2 and 6 per pound. He then humped his swag and started for Melbourne. On his way through the townships, since named Beechworth, he took a drink of liquor which disabled him, and he lay down by the roadside, using an ant-hill for a pillow. He awoke at daylight covered with ants, which were stinging and eating him alive. Some days later Bez came along, passed my tent for a mile, and then came back. He said he was ashamed of himself. I gave him also a feed of damper tea and jam limited. Dan had made me cautious in the matter of lavish hospitality. The Earl of Lonsdale lately spent £50,000 in entertaining the Emperor of Germany, but it was money thrown away. The next time the Kaiser comes to Westmoreland he will have to pay for his board and buy his preserves. Bez made a start for Melbourne, met an old convict, and with him took a job at foot-rotting sheep on a station owned by a widow lady. Here he passed as an engraver in reduced circumstances. He told lies so well that the convict was filled with admiration and said, "I'm sure, mate, you're a flash covey what's done his time in the island." The two chums foot-rotted till they had earned 30 shillings each. Then they went away and got drunk at a roadside shanty. At least Bez did. And when the convict picked his pockets, he kindly put back 3 shillings and 6pence, saying that will give him another start on the Wallaby track. Bez at last arrived at Flagstaff Hill, which was then bare, with a sand hole on one side of it. He had had nothing to eat for 24 hours, and had only 1 shilling and 6pence in his pocket, which he was loath to spend for fear of arriving in Melbourne a complete beggar. He lay down famishing and weary on top of a hill near Flagstaff, and surveyed the city, the bay, and the shipping. He had hoped by this time to have been ready to take passage in one of those ships to Liverpool, and to return home a lucky digger. But he had only 18 pence, so he said, "I'm afraid, Bez, you will never see Manchester again." There was at that time a small frame building at the west end of Flinders Street with a hill behind it, on which goats were browsing. The railway viaduct now runs over the exact spot. Many parties of hopeful diggers from England and California had slept there on the floor the night before they started for Ballarat, Mount Alexander, or Bendigo. We called it a house of refuge, and Bez now looked for refuge in it. There he met Dan and Moran, who had both found employment in the city, and they fed the hungry Bez. Dan was labouring at his trade in the building business, and he set Bez to work roofing houses with corrugated iron. They soon earned more money than they had ever earned by digging for gold, but on Saturday nights and Sundays they took their pleasure in the old style, and so they went to the dogs. I don't know how Dan's life ended. His real name was Donald Fraser. But Bez died suddenly at the bar of a public house, and he was honoured with an inquest and a short paragraph in the papers. Moran had saved £100 by digging in Picaninny Gully, and he was soon afterwards admitted to serve Her Majesty again in the police department. On the Sunday after Price was murdered by the convicts at Williamstown, I met Moran after Mass in the middle of Lonsdale Street. I reproached him for his baseness in deserting to the enemy, Her Majesty no less, and in self-defence he nearly argued my head off. At last I threatened to denounce him as a Joey. He was in plain clothes, and have him killed by the crowd in the street. Nothing but death could silence Moran. The rest of his history is engraved on a monument at the Melbourne Cemetery. He, his wife, and all his children died many years ago. Rest in peace. He was really a good man, with only one defect. Most of us have many. He was always trying to divide a hair twixt west and south-west side. I met Santley after 30 years, sitting on a bench in front of the Travellers' Rest at Alberton in Gippsland. He had a wrinkled old face and did not recognise my beautiful countenance until he heard my name. He had half a dozen little boys and girls around him, his grandchildren, I believe, and was as happy as a king teaching them to sing hymns. I don't think Santley has grown rich, but he always carried a fortune about with him wherever he went, viz., a kind heart and a cheerful disposition. Nobody could ever think of quarrelling with Santley any more than with George Copen or with that benevolent bandmaster, Herr Plock. He told me that he was now related to the highest family in the world, his daughter having married the Chinese giant, whose brothers and sisters were all of the race of Anak. My mate Philip was so successful with his little school in the tent that he was promoted to another at the Rocky Waterholes, and then he went to the township at Lake Nyalong. Philip had never travelled as far as Lake Nyalong, but Piccaninny Jack told him that he had once been there, and that it was a beautiful country. He tried to find it at another time, but got bushed on the wrong side of the lake. Now he believed there was a regular track that way, if Philip could only find it. The settlers and other inhabitants ought to be well off. If not, it was their own fault, for they had the best land in the whole of Australia. Philip felt sure he would find at least one friend at Nyalong, viz. Mr. Barton, whom he had harboured in his tent at Bendigo, and had sheltered from the pursuit of the 3 bloodthirsty convicts. Some people might be too proud to look forward to the friendship of a flagellator, but in those days we could not pick and choose our chums. Barton might not be clubbable, but he might be useful, and the social ladder requires a first step. Thanks to such men as Dan and Bez in Melbourne, and to other enterprising builders in various places, habitable dwellings of wood, brick, and bluestone began to be used, instead of the handy but uncomfortable tent. And at the Rocky Waterholes, Philip had for some time been lodging in a weatherboard house with a respectable Mrs. Martin. Before going to look for Nyalong, he introduced his successor to her, and also to the scholars. Her name was Miss Edgeworth. The first virtue of a good master is gravity, and Philip had begun at the beginning. He was now graver even than usual, while he briefly addressed his youthful auditors. "My dear children," he said, "I am going away, and have to leave you in the care of this young lady, Miss Edgeworth. I am sure you will find her to be a better teacher than myself, because she has been trained in the schools of the great city of Dublin, and I, unfortunately, had no training at all. She is highly educated, and will be, I doubt not, a perfect blessing to the rising generation of the Rocky Waterholes. I hope you will be diligent, obedient, and respectful to her. Good-bye, and God bless you all." These words were spoken in the tone of a judge passing sentence of death on a criminal, and Miss Edgeworth was in doubt whether it would be becoming under the circumstances to laugh or to cry, so she made no speech in reply. She said afterwards to Mrs. Martin, "Mr. Philip must have been a most severe master. I can see sternness on his brow." Moreover, she was secretly aware that she did not deserve his compliments, and that her learning was limited, especially in arithmetic. She had often to blame the figures for not adding up correctly. For this reason she had a horror of examinations, and every time the inspector came round she was in a state of mortal fear. His name was Bonwick. He was a little man, but he was so learned that the teachers looked forward to his visits with awe. A happy idea came into Miss Edgeworth's mind. She was, it was true, not very learned, nor was she perfect in the practice of the 12 virtues, but she had some instinctive knowledge of the weakness of the male man. Mr. Bonwick was an author, a learned author who had written books, among others a school treatise on geography. Miss Edgeworth bought 2 copies of this work, and took care to place them on her table in the school every morning with the name of the author in full view. On his next visit, Mr. Bonwick's searching eyes soon detected the presence of his little treatise, and he took it up with a pleased smile. This was Miss Edgeworth's opportunity. She said, in her opinion, the work was a most excellent one, and extremely well adapted for the use in schools. The inspector was more than satisfied. A young lady of so much judgment and discrimination was a peerless teacher, and Miss Edgeworth's work was henceforth beyond all question. There were no coaches running to Nyalong, and as Philip's poverty did not permit him to purchase a horse, and he had scruples about stealing one, he packed up his swag and set off on foot. It may be mentioned, as bearing on nothing in particular, that after Philip had taken leave of Miss Edgeworth, she stood at a window, flattened her little nose against one of the panes, and watched him trudging away as long as he was in sight. Then she said to Mrs. Martin, "Ain't it a pity that so respectable a young man should be tramping through the bush like a pedlar with a pack?" "No, indeed, miss, not a bit of it," replied Mrs. Martin. Nearly every man in the country has had to travel with his swag one time or other. We're all used to it, and it ain't no use you looking after him that way, for most likely you'll never see him again." But she did. About 2 miles from the Waterholes, Philip overtook another swagman, a man of middle age, who was going to Nyalong to look for work. He had tried the diggings and left them for want of luck, and Philip, having himself been an unlucky digger, had a fellow feeling for the stranger. He was an old soldier named Summers. "I am 53 years old," he said, "and I listed when I was 20. I was in all the wars in India for 19 years and never was hit but once, and that was on the top of my head. Look here." He took off his hat and pointed to a ridge mark made by the track of a bullet. "If I had been an inch taller I shouldn't be here now, and maybe it would all have been better. I have been too long at the fighting to learn another trade now. When I listed I was told that my pay would be a shilling a day and everything found. A shilling a day is 7 shillings a week, and I thought I should live like a fighting cock, plenty to eat and a shilling a day for drink or sport. But I found out the difference when it was too late. They kept a strict account against every man. It was full of what they called deductions, and we had to pay for so many things out of that shilling that sometimes for months together I hadn't the price of a pint of threepenny with a drop of porter through it." "What was the biggest battle you ever were in?" inquired Philip. "Well, I had some coast slaves, but the worst was when we took a stockade from the Burmans. My regiment was the 47th, and one company of ours, 65 rank and file, and 2 companies from the other regiments, were ordered to attack it. Our officers were all shot down before we reached the stockade, but we got in and went at the Burmans with the bayonet. But such a crowd came at us from the rear of the stockade that we had to go out again, and we ran down the hill. Our ranks were broken, and we had no time to rally before a lot of horsemen were amongst us. My bayonet was broken, and I had nothing but my empty musket to fight with. I warded off the sabre guts with it right and left, so dodging among the horses, and I was not once wounded. It was all over in a hot minute or two, but when the supports came up, and we were afterwards mustered, only 5 men of our company answered the roll call. Of course I was one of them, and the barrel of my musket was notched like a saw by all the strokes I had parried with it." The last time Philip saw Summers, he was hammering bluestone by the roadside. The pomp and circumstance of glorious war had left him in his old age little better than a beggar. Philip found Nyalong without much trouble, and renewed the acquaintance begun at Bendigo with Mr. Barton and the other diggers. To all appearance his promotion was not worth much. He might as well have stayed at the Waterholes. Mr. McCarthy acted as school director, an honorary office, and he showed Philip the school. He said, "It is not of much account. I must acknowledge we were short of funds and had to put it up cheap. Most of the wall you see is only half a brick thick, and during the sudden gusts that come across the lake the north side bulges inward a good deal. So when you hear the wind coming up you had better send the children outside till the gale is over. That is what Mr. Foy, the last teacher, did. And I must tell you also, this school has gone to the dogs. There are some very bad boys here, the Boyles and the Blakes. When they saw Mr. Foy was going to use his cane, one of them would dart out of the school, the master after them. Then there was a regular steeplechase across the paddocks, and every boy and girl came outside to watch it, screaming and yelling. It was great fun, but it was not school teaching. I'm afraid you will never manage the Boyles and the Blakes. Mr. McGregor, the minister, once found 6 of them sitting at the foot of a gum tree drinking a bottle of rum. He spoke to them, told them they were young reprobates and were going straight to hell. Hugh Boyle held out the bottle and said, "Here, Mr. McLaggan, wouldn't you like a nip yourself?" The minister was on horseback and always carried a whip with a heavy lash, and it was a beautiful sight the way he laid the lash on those Boyles and Blakes. I really think you had better turn them out of the school, Mr. Philip, or else they will turn you out. Mr. Philip's lips closed with a snap. He said, "It is my duty to educate them. Turning them out of school is not education. We will see what can be done." As everyone knows, the 12 virtues of a good master are gravity, silence, humility, prudence, wisdom, patience, discretion, meekness, zeal, vigilance, piety, and generosity. I don't suppose any teacher was ever quite perfect in the practice of them, but a sincere endeavour is also useful. On reflection, Philip thought it best to add 2 other virtues to the catalogue, viz., firmness and a strap of sole leather. There was a full attendance of scholars the first morning, and when all the names had been entered on the roll, Philip observed that the Boyles and the Blakes were all there. They were expecting some new kind of fun with the new master. In order that the fun might be inside the school and not all over the paddocks, Philip placed his chair near the door and locked it. Then the education began. The scholars were all repeating their lessons, talking to one another aloud and quarrelling. "Please, sir, Josh Blake's a-pinching me." "Please, sir, Hugh Boyle is a-scrooging." "Please, sir, Nancy Toomey is making faces at me." It was a pandemonium of little devils to be changed, if possible, into little angels. The master rose from his chair, put up one hand, and said, "Silence." Every eye was on him, every tongue was silent, and every ear was listening. "Joseph Blake and Hugh Boyle, come this way." They did so. "No one here is to shout or talk or read in a loud voice. If any of you want to speak to me, you must hold up your hand so. When I nod, you can come to me. If you don't do everything I tell you, you will be slapped on the hand or somewhere else with this strap." He held it up to view. It was 18 inches long, 3 inches broad, heavy and pliant. The sight of it made Tommy Traddles and many other little boys and girls good all at once, but Joseph and Hugh went back to their seats grinning at one another. Mr. Foy had often talked that way, but it always came to nothing. Hugh was the hero of the school, or rather the leading villain. In about 2 minutes he called out, "Please, sir, Josh Blake is a-shoving me with his elbow." "Hugh Boyle, come this way." He came. "Now, Hugh, I told you that there must be no speaking or reading aloud. Of course, you forgot what I said. You should have put up your hand." In the course of the day Hugh received 2 slaps, then 3, then 4. He began to fear the strap as well as feel it. That was the beginning of wisdom. Nancy Toomey was naughty and was sent into a corner. She was sulky and rebellious when told to return to her seat. She said, in the hearing of Tommy Traddles, "The master is a carroty red crawler." It is well to remark that Philip's hair was red. A man with red hair is apt to be of a hasty temper, and, as a matter of fact, I had seen Philip's fist fly out rapidly on several occasions before he began to practise the 12 virtues. Tommy put up his hand, and at a nod went up to the master. "Well, Tommy, what is the matter?" "Please, sir, Nancy Toomey has been calling you a carroty-headed crawler." Tommy's eyebrows were raised, his eyes and mouth wide open. Philip looked over his head at Nancy, whose face was on fire. He slowly repeated, "Nancy Toomey has been calling me a carroty-head crawler, has she?" "Yes, sir, that's what she called you. I heard her." "Well, Tommy, go to your seat like a good boy. Nancy won't call names any more." In a little more than a week perfect discipline and good order prevailed at the school. End of section 14.
Section 16 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 16. The Two Shepherds. Part 1. By the men on the run they were known as Nosey and Baldy, but in a former stage of their existence, in the days of the Emperor Augustus Caesar, they were known as Naso and Balbus. They were then rivals in love and song, and accused each other of doing things that were mean. And now, after undergoing for their sins various transmigrations into the forms of inferior animals during 2,000 years, as soon as shepherds are required in Australia Felix, they appear once more following their flocks and herds. But they are entirely forgetful of all Greek and Roman civilization. Their morals have not improved, and their quarrels are more bitter than ever. In the old times they tootled on the tuneful reed, and sang in purest Latin the sweetest ditties ever heard, in praise of Galatea and Amyntas, Delilah and Iola. But they never tootle now, and never sing, and when they speak their tongue is that of the unmusical barbarians. In their pagan days they stained their rustic altars with the blood of a kid, a sacrifice to Jupiter, and poured out libations of generous wine. But they offer up neither prayer nor sacrifice now, and they pour libations of gin down their throats. The Italian rustic is yet musical, and the Roman citizen has not lost the genius of his race. He is still unrivalled in sculpture and architecture, in painting, in poetry, in philosophy, and in every handicraft his fingers are as deft as ever. But empire has slipped from his grasp. An empire once lost, like time, never returns. Who can rebuild Nineveh or Babylon, put new life into the mummies of the pharaohs, and recrown them, raise armies from the dust of the warriors of Sestoris, and send them forth once more to victory and slaughter? Julian the Apostate tried to rebuild the holy city and temple of Israel, to make prophecy void, apparently a small enterprise for a Roman emperor, but all his labors were in vain. Modern Julians have been trying to resuscitate old Rome, and to found for her a new empire, and have only made Italy another Ireland, with a starving people and a bankrupt government. Nos patria finis, nos dulcia liquinis arva. The Italians are immigrating year after year to avoid starvation in the garden of Europe. In every city of the great empire on which the sun never sets, they wander through the streets, clad in faded garments of olive green, the toga long since discarded and forgotten, making sweet music from the harp and violin, their melancholy eyes wandering after the passing crowd, hoping for the pitiful penny that is so seldom given. The two shepherds were employed on a station north of Lake Nyalong. It is a country full of dead volcanoes, whose craters have been turned into salt lakes, and their rolling floods of lava have been stiffened into barriers of black rocks, where the ashes belched forth in fiery blasts from the deep furnaces of the burning world have covered the hills and plains with perennial fertility. Baldy has been entrusted with a fattening flock, and Nosey had in his care a lambing flock. From time to time the sheep were counted, and it was found that the fattening flock was decreasing in numbers. The squatter wanted to know what had become of his missing sheep, but Baldy could give no account of them. His suspicions, however, soon fell on Nosey. The latter was his nearest neighbour, and although he had only the same wages, viz., £30 a year and rations, he seemed to be unaccountably prosperous, and was the owner of a wife and 2 horses. He had been transported for larceny when he was only 15 years of age, and at 28 he was suspected of being still a thief. Girls of the same age were sent from Great Britain to Botany Bay and Van Diemen's Land for stealing 1 bit of finery, worth £1, and became the consorts of criminals of the deepest dye. You may read their names in the indents to this day, together with their height, age, complexion, birthplace, and other important particulars. Baldy went over to Nosey's hut one evening when the blue smoke was curling over the chimney, and the long shadows of the Wombat Hills were creeping over the stony rises. Julia was boiling the billy for tea, and her husband was chopping firewood outside. "Good evening, Julia," said Baldy. "Fine evening." "Same to you, Baldy. "Any news today?" asked Julia. "Well, there is," said Baldy, "and it's bad news for me. There's 10 more of my fatteners missing." Nosey stopped chopping and listened. "And the master says I'll have to hump my swag if I can't find out what has become of them. I say, Nosey, you don't happen to have seen any dingoes or blacks about here lately?" "I ain't seen e'er one, neither dingo nor blackfellow. But, you know, if they were after mischief, they'd take care not to make a show. There might be stacks of them about, and we'd never to see one of them." Nosey was proud of his cunning. "Well," said Baldy, "I can hear of nobody having seen any strangers about the Rises, nor dingoes, nor blackfellows. And the dingoes, anyhow, would have left some of the carcasses behind, but the thieves, whoever they are, have not left me as much as a lock of the wool of my sheep. I have been talking about him with old Sharp. He is the longest here of any shepherd in the country, and knows all the blacks, and he says it's his opinion that the man who took the sheep is not far away from the flock now. What do you think about it, Nosey?" "What the should I know about your sheep?" said Nosey. "Do you mean to insinivate that I took 'em? I'll tell you what it is, Baldy, it'll be just as well for you to keep your blasted tongue quiet about your sheep, for if I hear any more about 'em, I'll sue you for it. Do you hear?" "Oh, yes, I hear all right, Nosey. We'll see about it," said Baldy. There would have been a fight perhaps, but Baldy was a smaller man than the other, and was growing old, while Nosey was in the prime of life. Baldy went to Nyalong next day. His rations did not include gin, and he wanted some badly, the more so because he was in trouble about his lost sheep. Gin, known then as Old Tom, was his favourite remedy for all ailments, both of mind and body. If he could not find out what had become of his sheep, his master might dismiss him without a character. There was not much good character running to waste on the stations, but still, no squatter would like to entrust a flock to a shepherd who was suspected of having stolen and sold his last master's sheep. Baldy walked to Nyalong along the banks of the lake. The country was then all open, unfenced, except for the paddocks at the home stations. The boundary between the two of the runs was merely marked by a ploughed furrow, not very straight, which started near the lake and went eastward along the plains. In the Rises no plough could make a line through the rocks, and the boundaries there were imaginary. Stray cattle were roaming over the country, eating the grass, and the main resource of the squatters was the Pounds Act. Hay was then sold at 80 pounds per ton at Bendigo. A draft of fat bullocks was worth a mine of gold at Ballarat, and, therefore, grass was everywhere precious. No wonder if the hardy bullock driver became a cattle lifter after his team had been impounded by the station stockman when found only 400 yards from the bush track. Money in the shape of fat stock was running loose, as it were, on every run, and why should not the sagacious Nosey do a little business when Baldy's fat sheep were tempting him? And a market for mutton could be found no farther away than the Nyalong butcher's shop. Baldy left the township happier than usual, carrying under his arms 2 bottles of Old Tom. He was seen by a man who knew him entering the Rises and going away in the direction of Nosey's hut, and then for 15 years he was a lost shepherd. In course of time it was ascertained that he had called at Nosey's hut on his way home. He had the lost sheep on his mind, and he could not resist the impulse to have another word or two with Nosey about them. He put down the 2 bottles of gin outside the door of the hut, near an axe whose handle leaned against the wall. Nosey and his wife Julia were inside, and he bade them good evening. Then he took a piece of tobacco out of his pocket and began cutting it with his knife. He always carried his knife tied to his belt by a string which went through a hole bored in the handle. It was a generally useful knife, and with it he foot-rotted sheep, stirred the tea in his billy, and cut beef and damper, sticks and tobacco. "I have been to Nyalong," he said, "and I hearn something about my sheep. They went to the township all right, Strayed away, you know. Followed one another's tails, and never came back. The OK bullocks go just the same way. Curious, isn't it?" Nosey listened with keen interest. "Well, Baldy," he said, "and what did you hear? Did you find out who took 'em?" "Oh yes," said Baldy. "I know pretty well about 'em now, both sheep and bullocks. Old Sharp was right about the sheep, anyway. The thief is not far from the flock, and it's not me." Baldy was brewing mischief for himself, but he did not know how much. "Did you tell the police about 'em?" asked Nosey. "Oh no, not today," answered Baldy. "Time enough yet. I ain't in no hurry to be an informer." Nosey eyed him with unusual savagery, and said, "Now, didn't I tell you to say no more about your blasted sheep, or I'd see you for it? And here you are again, and you can't leave 'em alone. You're no better than a fool." "Maybe I am a fool, Nosey. Just wait till I get a light, and I'll leave your hut and trouble you no more." He was standing in the middle of the floor, cutting his tobacco, and rubbing it between the palms of his hands, shaking his head, and eyeing the floor with a look of great sagacity. Nosey went outside and began walking to and fro, thinking and whispering to himself. It was a habit he had acquired while slowly sauntering after his sheep. He seemed to have another self, an invisible companion, with whom he discussed whatever was uppermost in his mind. If he had then consulted his other self, Julia, he might have saved himself a world of trouble. But he did not think of her. He said to himself, "Now, Nosey, if you don't mind, you are going to be in a hole. That old fool inside has found out something or other about the sheep, and the peelers will have you, if you don't look out, and they'll give you another 7 years, and maybe 10. You've done your time once, Nosey, and how would you like to do it again? Why couldn't you leave the cursed sheep alone, and keep out of mischief, just when you were settling down in life, comfortable, and might have a chance to do better? Baldy will be telling the peelers tomorrow all he knows about the sheep you stole, and then they'll fetch you sure. There's only one thing to stop that old fool's jaw, and you're not game to do it, Nosey. You never done a man yet, and you are not game to do it now, and you'll be damned if you do it, and the devil will have you, and you'll be hanged first, maybe, and if you don't do him, you'll be lagged again for the sheep, and in my opinion, Nosey, you are not game. Yes, by the powers you are, Nosey, damned if you ain't. Who's afeard? And you'll do it quick, now or never's your time." While talking thus to himself, Nosey was pacing to and fro, and he glanced at the axe every time he passed the door. The weapon was ready to his hand, and seemed to be inviting him to use it. "Baldy is going to light his pipe, and while he is stooping to get a firestick, I'll do him with the axe." When Baldy turned towards the fire, Nosey grasped the axe and held it behind him. He waited a moment, and then entered the hut, but Baldy either heard his step or had some suspicion of danger, for he looked around before taking up a firestick. At that instant the blow, intended for the back of his head, struck him on the jaw, and he fell forward among the embers. For one brief moment of horror he must have realized that he was being murdered, and then another blow behind the head left him senseless. Nosey dragged the body out of the fireplace into the middle of the floor, intending, while he was doing a man, to do him well. He raised the axe to finish his work with a third blow, but Julia gave a scream so piercing that his attention was diverted to her. "Oh, Nosey," she said, "what are you doing to poor Baldy? You are murdering him." Nosey turned to his wife with upraised axe. "Hold your jaw, woman, and keep quiet, or I'll do as much for you." She said no more. She was tall and stout, had small, sharp, roving eyes, and Nosey was a thick-set man, with a thin, prominent nose, sunken eyes, and overhanging brows. He never had a prepossessing appearance, and now his look and attitude were so ugly and fierce that the big woman was completely cowed. The pair stood still for some time, watching the last convulsive movements of the murdered Baldy. Nosey could now pride himself on having been game to do his man, but he could not feel much glory in his work just yet. He had done it without sufficient forethought, and his mind was soon full of trouble. Murder was worse than sheep stealing, and the consequences of his new venture in crime began to crowd on his mind with frightful rapidity. He had not even thought of any plan for hiding away the corpse. He had no grave ready, and could not dig one anywhere in the neighbourhood. The whole of the country round his hut was rocky, little hills of bare bluestone boulders, and grassy hollows covered with only a few inches of soil, rocks everywhere, above ground and below. He could burn the body, but it would take a long time to do it well. Somebody might come while he was at work, and even the ashes might betray his secret. There were shallow lakes and swamps, but he could not put the corpse into any of them with safety. Search would be made wherever there was water, on the supposition that Baldy had been drowned after drinking too freely from the gin he had brought from Nyalong, and if the body was found, the appearance of the skull would show that death had been caused not by drowning, but by the blows of that cursed axe. Nosey began to lay all the blame on the axe, and said, "If it had not stood up so handy near the door, I wouldn't have killed the man." It was the axe that tempted him. Excuses of that sort are of a very ancient date. Luckily, Nosey owned 2 horses, one of which was old and quiet. He told Julie to fasten the door, and to open it on no account whatever while he went for the horse, which was feeding in the rises, hobbled, and with a bell tied round his neck. When he returned, he saddled the animal, and Julie held the bridle while he went into the hut for the body. He observed Baldy's pipe on the floor near the fireplace, and he replaced it in the pocket in which it had been usually kept, as it might not be safe to leave anything in the hut belonging to the murdered man. There was a little blood on the floor, but he would scrape that off by daylight, and he would also then look at the axe and put away the 2 bottles of gin somewhere. He could do all that the next morning before Baldy was missed, but the corpse must be taken away at once, for he felt that every minute of delay might endanger his neck. He dragged the body outside, and with Julia's help lifted it up and placed it across the saddle. Then he tried to steady his load with his right hand and to guide the horse by the bridle with his left. But he soon found that a dead man was a bad rider. Baldy kept slipping towards the near side or the off side with every stride of the horse, and soon fell to the ground. Nosey was in a furious hurry. He was anxious to get away. He cursed Baldy for giving him so much trouble. He could have killed him over again for being so awkward and stubborn, and he begun to feel that the old shepherd was more dangerous dead than alive. At last he mounted his horse and called to Julia to come and help him. "Here, Julia, lift him up till I catch hold of his collar, and I'll pull him up in front of me on the saddle and hold him that way." Julia, with many stifled moans, raised the body from the ground. Nosey reached down and grasped the shirt collar, and thus the 2 managed to place the swag across the saddle. Then Nosey made a second start, carefully balancing the body and keeping it from falling with his right hand while he held the bridle with his left. The funeral procession slowly wound its way in a westerly direction among the black rocks, over the softest and smoothest ground to avoid making any noise. There was no telling what stockman or cattle stealer the devil might send at any moment to meet the murderer among the lowly rises, and even in the darkness his horrible burden would betray him. Nosey was disturbed by the very echo of his horse's steps. It seemed as if somebody was following him at a little distance, perhaps Julia, full of woman's curiosity, and he kept peering round and looking back into the darkness. In this way he travelled about 1.5 miles, and then, dismounting, lowered the body to the ground and began to look for some suitable hiding place. He chose one among a confused heap of rocks, and by lifting some of them aside, he made a shallow grave, to which he dragged the body, and covered it by piling boulders over and around it. He struck several matches to enable him to examine his work carefully, and closed up every crevice through which his buried treasure might be visible. The next morning Nosey was astir early. He had an important part to act, and he was anxious to do it well. He first examined the axe and cleaned it well, carefully burning a few of Baldy's grey hairs which he found on it. Then he searched the floor for drops of blood, which he carefully scraped with a knife, and washed until no red spot was visible. Then he walked to Baldy's and pretended to himself that he was surprised to find it empty. What had happened the previous night was only a dream, an ugly dream. He met an acquaintance and told him that Baldy was neither in his hut nor with his sheep. The two men called at old Sharp's hut to make inquiries. The latter said, "I seen Baldy's sheep yesterday going about in mobs, and nobody to look after them." Then the three men went to the deserted hut. Everything in it seemed undisturbed. The dog was watching at the door, and they told him to seek Baldy. He pricked up his ears, wagged his tail, and looked wistfully in the direction of Nosey's hut, evidently expecting his master to come in sight that way. The men went to the nearest magistrate and informed him that the shepherd was missing. A messenger went to the head station. Inquiries were made at the township, and it was found that Baldy had been to Nyalong the previous day, and had left in the evening, carrying 2 bottles of gin. This circumstance seemed to account for his absence. He had taken too much of the liquor, and was lying asleep somewhere, and would reappear in the course of the day. Men, both on foot and on horseback, roamed through the rises, examining the hollows and the flats, the margins of the shallow lakes, and peering into every wombat hole as they passed. They never thought of turning over any of the boulders. A drunken man would never make his bed in blankets of rocks. He would be found lying on the top if he had stumbled amongst them. One by one, as night approached, the searchers returned to the hut. They had discovered nothing, and the only conclusion they could come to was that Baldy was taking a very long sleep somewhere, which was true enough. End of section 16. Section 18 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 18. The Two Shepherds. Part 3. Towards the end of the year, Nosey arrived at Piney Station, about 40 miles from the Murray, and obtained employment. Baldy's bones had been lying under the rocks for nearly 15 years. It was absurd to suppose that they could ever be discovered now, or, if they were, that any evidence could be got out from them. Nosey felt sure that all danger for himself was past. But still the murder was frequently in his mind. The squatter was often lonely, and his new man was garrulous, and one day Nosey, while at work, began to relate many particulars of life in the old country, in Van Diemen's Land, and in the other colonies, and he could not refrain from mentioning the greatest of his exploits. "I once done a man in Victoria," he said, "when I was shepherding. He found me out taking his fat sheep, and was going to inform on me, so I done him with an axe, and put him away, so as nobody could ever find him." The squatter thought that Nosey's story was mostly blowing, especially that part of it referring to the murder. No man who had really done such a deed would be so foolish as to confess it to a stranger. Another man was engaged to work at the station. As soon as he saw Nosey, he exclaimed, "Hello, Nosey, is that you?" "My name is not Nosey." "All right, a name is nothing. We are old chums anyway." That night the two men had a long talk about old times. They had both served their time in the island, and were moreover townies, natives of the same town at home. Nosey began the conversation by saying to his old friend, "I've been a bad boy since I saw you last. "I done a man in Victoria," and then he gave the full particulars of his crime, as already related. But the old chum could not believe the narrative, any more than did the squatter. "Well, Nosey," he said, "you can tell that tale to the Marines." In the meantime, the runs around Lake Nyalong had been surveyed by the government and sold. In the Rises the land was being subdivided and fenced with stone walls, and there was a chance that Baldy's grave might be discovered if one of the surveyed lines ran near it, for the stonewallers picked up the rocks as near as possible to the wall they were building, and usually to about the distance of one chain on each side of it. A man who had a contract for the erection of one of these walls took with him his stepson to assist in the work. In the month of August, 1869, they were on their way to their work, accompanied by a dog, which chased a rabbit into a pile of rocks. The boy began to remove the rocks in order to find the rabbit, and in doing so uncovered part of a human skeleton. He beckoned to his stepfather, who was rather deaf, to come and look at what he had found. The man came, took up the skull, and examined it. "I'll be bound this skull once belonged to Baldy," he said. "There is a hole here behind, and yes, one jaw has been broken. That's Nosey's work for sure. I wonder where he is now." No work was done at the wall that day, but the information was given to the police. Mounted Constable Carey came over to the Rises. The skeleton was found to be nearly entire. One jawbone was broken, and there was a hole in the back of the skull. The feet were still encased in a pair of boots, laced high above the ankles. There were portions of a blue striped shirt, and of a black silk necktie with reddish stripes. There was also the brim of an oiled southwester hat, a pipe, and a knife. The chin was very prominent, and the first molar teeth on the lower jaw were missing. The remains were carefully taken up and conveyed to Nyalong. They were identified as those of Baldy. An inquest was held, and a verdict of wilful murder was returned against Nosey and his wife. After the inquest, Mounted Constable Carey packed up the skeleton in a parcel with every small article found with it, placed it in a sack, put it under his bed, and slept over it every night, and patiently waited for some tidings of the murderer. In those days news travelled slowly, and the constable guarded his ghastly treasure for 18 months. Nemesis was all the time on her way to Piney Station, but her steps were slow, and she did not arrive until the 17th anniversary of the disappearance of Baldy. On that day she came under the guise of constable, who produced a warrant and said, "Cornelius Nassau, alias Nosey, alias Pye, I arrest you under this warrant, charging you with having murdered a shepherd named Thomas Balbus, alias Baldy, at Nyalong, in the colony of Victoria, on the 28th day of February, 1854. You need not say anything unless you like, but if you do say anything, I shall take it down in writing, and it will be used as evidence against you at your trial." Nosey had nothing to say except, "I deny the charge." He had said too much already. He was handcuffed and taken to the police station at Albury. In one of his pockets a letter was found purporting to be written by Julia and disclosing her place of residence. Soon afterwards Nosey and his wife met in captivity after their long separation, but their meeting was not a happy one. They had no word of welcome for each other. The preliminary examination was held in the courthouse at Nyalong, and there was a large gathering of spectators when the proceedings commenced. On a form below the witness box there was something covered with a white sheet. Men craned their necks and looked at it over one another's shoulders. The two prisoners eyed it intently. It was guarded by Constable Carey, who allowed no one to approach it, but with an authoritative wave of the hand kept back all impertinent intruders. That day was the proudest in all his professional career. He had prepared his evidence and his exhibits with the utmost care. At the proper moment he carefully removed the white sheet, and the skeleton was exposed to view, with everything replaced in the position in which it had been found under the rocks in the rises. Nosey's face grew livid as he eyed the evidence of his handiwork. Julia threw up both hands and exclaimed, "Oh, there's poor Baldy that you murdered." Nosey felt that this uncalled-for statement would damage his chance of escape, so, turning to the bench, he said, "Don't mind what the woman says, your lordship. She is not in her right senses, and always was weak-minded." The constable, being sworn, related how, on information received, he had gone to the stony rises, and had uncovered a skeleton which was lying on a broad, flat stone. The bones of the legs from the knees downward were covered with stones. The boots were attached to the feet, and were pointing in such a direction as to show that the body must have rested on the right side. Large stones, but such as one man could lift, had been placed over the feet and the legs. The other bones were together, but had been disturbed. With them he found the brim of an oiled southwester hat, a clay tobacco pipe, a rusty clasp knife with a hole bored through the handle, fragments of a blue shirt, also pieces of a striped silk neckerchief, marked DS over 3. The marks had been sewn in with a needle. There was a hole in the back of the skull, and the left jaw was broken. Just at this time a funeral procession with few attendants passed the courthouse on its way to the cemetery. Julia's father was going to his grave. He had come over to sea lately to spend the rest of his days in peace and comfort in the home of his daughter, and he found her in jail under the charge of murder. There was nothing more to live for, so he went out and died. The 2 prisoners were committed, but they remained in jail for more than 7 months longer, on account of the difficulty of securing the attendance of witnesses from New South Wales. But when the evidence was given, it was overwhelming. Every man who had known Baldy seemed to have been kept alive on purpose to give evidence against the murderer. Every scrap of clothing which the wildcats had left was identified, together with the knife, the pipe, the hat brim, and the boots, and the prisoner's own confession was repeated. Julia also took the side of the prosecution. When asked if she had any questions to put, she said, "My husband killed the man, and forced me to help him to put the body on his horse." The jury retired to consider their verdict, and spent 2 hours over it. In the meantime, the 2 prisoners sat in the dock as far apart as possible. They had never spoken to each other during the trial, and Nosey now said in a low voice, "You had no call, Julia, to turn on me the way you did. What good could it do you? Sure, you might have at least said nothing against me." The pent-up bitterness of 17 years burst forth. The constable, standing near, tried to stop the torrent, but he might as well have tried to turn back a southeast gale with a feather. "I was to say nothing? Indeed, was I? And what call had I to say nothing? Is that what you ask? Was I to stand here all day and say never a word for myself, until they were ready to hang me? Tell me now, did I murder poor Baldy, or did you? Was it not you who struck him down with the axe, without saying as much as by your leave, either to me or to him? Did you say a word to me until you finished your bloody work? And then you threatened to cut me down too with the axe if I didn't hold my tongue and help you to lift the man onto your horse. It is this day you should have remembered before you began that night's work. Sorrow's the day I ever met you at all, with the miserable life you led me. And you know I was always the good wife to you until you gave yourself entirely to the devil with your wicked ways. Wasn't I always on the watch for you every evening, looking for you, and the chop on the fire, and the hot tea, and everything comfortable? And is it to hang me now you want to pay me back for the trouble I took for you, and all the misery I suffered these long years, and the death of my poor father, who found me in jail, is at your door too? For he would have been alive and well this day but for the deed you done, which broke his poor old heart. The Lord have mercy on him. And who is to blame but your own self for being in this place at all? You not only done the man to death, but you must go about the bush bragging of it to strangers, and twisting the halter for your own neck like a born idiot. And that's what you are, in spite of your roguery and cunning." And so on for 2 hours of hell, until the jury came back. They acquitted Julia and found her husband guilty. She left the court without once looking back, and he faced the jury alone. Judge Pullman had never before sent a man to the gallows. He made the usual little moral speech, and bewailed his own misfortune in having to perform so disagreeable a duty. Then he put on the black cap and passed sentence. At the concluding words, "May the Lord have mercy on your soul," the condemned man responded with a fervent "Amen," adding, "And that's the last of poor Nosey." He seemed greatly relieved when the ceremony was over, but it was not quite the last. There was another to follow. For 10 days he remained in his cell, and no one visited him except the priest. His examination of conscience was not difficult, for he had often rehearsed it, and much of it had been done for him in public. He made his last journey between 2 priests, joining fervently in their prayers for the dying. His step was firm, and he showed neither fear nor bravado. The hangman quickly drew down the cap, but he seemed more flurried than his victim. The sheriff, without speaking, motioned him to place the knot in the correct position under the ear. Then the bolt was drawn, and the story of the 2 shepherds was finished. The man who Philip met at Bendigo had farms in the country, thinly timbered. North, south, east, and west, the land was held under squatting licenses. With the exception of the home paddocks, it was unfenced, and the stock was looked after by boundary riders and shepherds. To the south, between Nyalong and the sea, a distance of 50 or 60 miles, the country was not occupied by either the white or the black men. It consisted of ranges of hills heavily timbered, furrowed by deep valleys, through which flowed innumerable streams, winding their way to the river of the plains. Sometimes the solitary bushman or prospector, looking across the deep valley, saw, nestled amongst the opposite hills, a beautiful meadow of grass. But when he had crossed the intervening creek and scrubby valley, and continued his journey to the upland, he found that the deceitful meadow was only a barren plain, covered not with grass, but with the useless grass tree. There is a little saccharine matter in the roots of the grass tree, and a hopeful man from Corio once built a sugar mill near the stream, and took possession of the plain as a sugar plantation. There was much labor, but very little sugar. In the dense forest, cattle had run wild, and were sometimes seen feeding in the thinly timbered grassland outside. But whenever a horseman approached, they dashed headlong into the scrub, where no horseman could follow them. Wild boars and their progeny also rooted among the tall tussocks in the marshes by the banks of the river, where it emerged from the ranges into the plains. Blackfish and eels were plentiful in the river, but they were of a perverse disposition, and would not bite in the daytime. The bend nearest to Nyalong was 12 miles distant, and Philip once spent a night there with Gleeson and McCarthy. A fire was kindled, and some fish were caught, but Philip took none home. Gleeson and McCarthy reserved their catches for their wives and families, and Philip's fish were all cooked on the fire at sunrise and eaten for breakfast. Fishing was sport, certainly, but it was not profitable, nor exciting, except to the temper. Sometimes an eel took the bait, and then twisted himself round the limb of a tree at the bottom of the river. He then pulled all he was able until either the line or the hook was broken, or his jaw was torn into strips. After midnight Philip was drowsy, and leaned his back against a tree to woo sweet sleep. But there were mosquitoes in millions, bandicoots hopping close to the fire, and monkey bears, nighthawks, owls, possums, and dingoes, holding a corroboree hideous enough to break the sleep of the dead. After breakfast the horses were saddled for home. Philip carried his revolver in his belt, and Gleeson had a shotgun. A kangaroo was seen feeding about 100 yards distant, and Gleeson dismounted and shot at it, but it hopped away unharmed. A few minutes afterwards, as the men were riding along at an easy walk, three other horsemen suddenly came past them at a gallop, wheeled about, and faced the fishermen. One was Burridge, a station manager. The other two were his stockmen. The six men looked at one another for a few moments without speaking. Both Gleeson and McCarthy had the Tipperary temper, and it did not remain idle long. "Well," asked Gleeson, "is anything the matter?" "I dinna ken yet," said Burridge. "Didna you hear a gunshot just now?" "Yes, I fired at a kangaroo." "A kangaroo, eh? Are you sure it was a kangaroo?" "Yes, it was a kangaroo. What of that?" "Oh, I see. You think we are after shooting your cattle. Is that it? Speak out like a man." "Sometimes a beast is shot about here, and I'd like to find out who does it." "Oh, indeed. You'd like to know who does it, would you? I can tell you, anyway, who's the biggest cattle duffer round here, if you'd like to know." Gleeson touched one flank of his horse with his heel and rode close up to Burridge, with the gun in his right hand. "His name is Burridge, and that's yourself. Everybody knows you, you old Scotch hound. You have as many cattle on the run with your brand on them as your master has. There is no bigger cattle thief than old Burridge within 100 miles, and you'll be taken off the run in irons yet. Get out of my way, or I'll be tempted to send you to blazes before your time." Burridge did not go off the run in irons. He left it honourably for another run, which he took up, and stocked with cattle bearing no brand but his own. Evil tongues might tattle, but no man could prove that Burridge ever broke the law. One fishing excursion to the bend was enough for Phillips, but a pig hunt was organized, and he joined it. The party consisted of Gleeson, McCarthy, Bill the butcher, Bob Atkins, and George Brown the liar, who brought a rope net and a cart in which all the game caught was to be carried home. 5 dogs accompanied the party, viz., Lion and Tiger, crossed bull and mastiffs, experienced pig fighters, Sam as reserve, and 3 mongrels as light skirmishers. The first animal met with was a huge old boar, the hero of 100 fights, the great-grandfather of pigs. He stood at bay among the tussocks, the dogs barking furiously around him. Bill the butcher said, "Keep back, you men, or he'll rip the guts out of your horses. I know him well. He has only 1 tusk, but it's a boomer. Look out sharp till the dogs tackle him. He might make a rush at some of us." The boar was a frightful-looking beast, long, tall, and slab-sided, in perfect condition for fight, all bone, muscle, and bristle, with not an ounce of lard in his lean body. He stood still and stiff as a rock, watching the dogs, his one white tusk long and keen, sticking out above his upper lip. The loss of the other tusk left him at a disadvantage, as he could only strike effectively on one side. Lion and Tiger had fought him before, and he had earned their respect. They were wary and cautious, and with good reason. Their best hold was by the ears, and these had been chewed away in former wars, till nothing was left of them but the ragged roots. Bill the butcher dismounted, dropped his bridle, and cheered on the dogs at a prudent distance. "Good dogs. Seek him, Lion. Hold him, Tiger." The dogs went nearer and nearer, jumping away whenever the boar made an attack. At last they seized him by the roots of his ears, one on each side, and held on. Bob Atkins and Bill approached the combatants, carrying some strong cord of New Zealand flax. A running noose was secured around the hind legs of the boar. He was then thrown on his side, and his forelegs were tied together. Lion and Tiger stood near panting, with blood dripping from their open jaws. Philip could not imagine why Bill did not butcher the beast at once. It seemed impossible that a leathery old savage like that could ever be transformed into tender pork. For the present he was left prone on the field of battle, and the pig hunt proceeded. There was soon much squealing of pigs and barking of dogs among the tussocks. Gleeson's dog pinned a young boar, and after its legs were tied, Philip agreed to stand by and guard it, while Gleeson fetched the cart. But the boar soon slipped the cord from his legs, and at once attacked his nearest enemy, rushing at Philip and trying to rip open his boots. Philip's first impulse was to take out his revolver and shoot, but he was always conscientious, and it occurred to him that he would be committing a breach of trust, as he had undertaken to guard the game alive until Gleeson came back with the cart. So he tried to fight the pig with his boots, kicking him on the jaws right and left, but the pig proved a stubborn fighter and kept coming up to the scratch again and again, until Philip felt he had got into a serious difficulty. He began to think as well as to kick quickly. If I could only throw the animal to the ground, I could hold him down. The dogs had shown him that the proper mode of seizing a hog was by the ears. So at the next round he seized both ears and held them. There was a pause in the fight, and Philip took advantage of it to address his enemy, after the manner of the Greeks and the Trojans. "I have got you at last, my friend, and the curse of Cromwell on you. I'd like to murder you without mercy, and if Gleeson doesn't come soon, he'll find here nothing but dead pig. I must try to throw you somehow." After examining the pig narrowly, he continued, "It will be done by the hind legs." He let go one ear and seized a hind leg instead, taking the enemy, as it were, both in front and rear. For some time there was much kicking and squealing, until one scientific kick and a sudden twist of the hind quarter brought the quarry to earth. Philip knelt on the ribs of his foe, still holding one ear and one hind leg. Then he proceeded with his speech, gasping for breath. "And this is what happens to a poor man in Australia. Here have I been fighting a wild beast of a pig for half an hour just to keep him alive, and all to oblige a cockatoo farmer, and small thanks to me for that same. May all the curses the Lord preserve us and give us patience. I am forgetting the 12 virtues entirely." Gleeson came at last with the cart, and George Brown the lyre. The pig's legs were again tied together. He was lifted into the cart and covered with a rope net. 4 other pigs were caught, and then the hunters and dogs returned to the place in which the old boar had been left. But he had broken or slipped his bonds, and had gone away. He was tracked to the river, which was narrow but deep. So he had saved his bacon for another day. At the division of the game, Philip declined to take any share. He said, "Thanks, I have had pig enough for the present." So there were exactly 5 pigs for the other 5 men. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 19. The Two Shepherds, Part 4. Having been satiated with the pleasures of fishing and pig hunting, Philip was next invited to try the pursuit of the kangaroo. The first meet of men and hounds took place at Gleeson's farm. McCarthy brought his dogs, and Philip brought Sam, his revolver, and a club. Barton was too proud to join in the sport. He despised inferior game. It might amuse new chums, but it was below the notice of the old trooper, whose business had been for many years to hunt and shoot bushrangers and blackfellows, not to mention his regular duty as flagellator. Gleeson that morning was cutting up his pumpkin plants with an axe. "Good morning, Mr. Gleeson," said Philip. "Is anything the matter? Is it a snake you are killing?" Gleeson began to laugh, a little ashamed of himself, and said, "Look at these cursed pumpkins. I think they are bewitched. Every morning I come to see if the fruit is growing. But this is what they do. As soon as they get as big as a small potato, they begin to wither and turn yellow, and not a bit more will they grow. So I'm cutting the blessed things to pieces." Philip saw that about half the runners had already been destroyed. He said, "Don't chop any more, Gleeson, and I'll show you how to make pumpkins grow." He picked up a feather in the fowl yard and went inside the garden. "Now look at these flowers closely. They are not all alike. This flower will never turn into a pumpkin, but this one will if it gets a little of the dust from the first flower. The bees or other insects usually take dust from one flower to the other, but I suppose there are no bees about here just now." Philip then dusted every flower that was open and said, "Now, my friend, put away the axe, and you will have fruit here yet." And the pumpkins grew and ripened. The two men then went towards the house, and Philip observed the fragments of a clock scattered about the ground in front of the veranda. "What happened to the clock?" said Philip. "Why," replied Gleeson, "the thing wasn't going right at all. So I took it to pieces just to examine it, and to oil the wheels, and when I tried to put it together again, the fingers were all awry, and the pins wouldn't fit in their places, and the pendulum swung crooked, and the whole thing bothered me, so I just laid it out on the floor of the veranda and gave it one big kick that sent it to smithereens. But don't mind me or the clock at all, master. Just come inside, and we'll have a bit of dinner before we start." Gleeson was the kindest man in the world. All he wanted was a little patience. The kangaroo gave better sport than either the fish or the pig, and Philip enjoyed it. His mare proved swift, but sometimes shied at the start when the kangaroos were in full view. She seemed to think that there was a kangaroo behind every tree, so she jumped aside from the trunks. That was to kill Philip at last, but he had not the least idea what was to happen, and was as happy as hermits usually are, and they have their troubles and accidents just like other people. The kangaroos, when disturbed, made for the thick timber, and the half-grown ones, called Flying Joeys, always escaped, they were so swift, and they could jump to such a distance that I won't mention it, as some ignorant people might call me a liar. Those killed were mostly does with young, or old men. Any horse of good speed could round up a heavy old man, and then he made for the nearest gum tree, and stood at bay with his back to it. It was dangerous for a man or dog to attack him in front, for with his long hind claws he could cut like a knife. Philip's family began to desert him. Bruin, as already stated, sneaked away and was killed by Hugh Boyle. Joey opened his cage door and flew up a gum tree. When Philip came home from the school and saw the empty cage, he called aloud, "Joey, Joey, sweet pretty Joey," and whistled. The bird descended as far as the lightwood, but would not be coaxed to come any nearer. He actually mocked his master and said, "Ha, ha, ha, who are you, who are you? There is na luck about the hoose," which soon proved true, for the next bird Pussy brought into the house was Joey himself. Pup led a miserable life and died early. The coroner suspected that he had been murdered by Maggie, but there was no absolute proof. Maggie had really no conscience. She began to gad about the bush. In her girlish days she wore short frocks, as it were, having had her wings clipped, but the next spring she went into society, was a debutante, wore a dress of black and white satin which shone in the sun, and she grew so vain and flighty, and strutted about so, that it was really ridiculous to watch her. She began also to stay out late in the evening, which was very improper, and before going to bed Philip would go under the lightwood with a lighted candle and look for her amongst the leaves, saying, "Maggie, are you there?" She was generally fast asleep, and all she could do was blink her eyes and say, "Pete, Pete," and fall asleep again. But one night she never answered at all. She was absent all the next day, and many days after that. October came, when all the scrub, the lightwood, and wattle were in full bloom, and the air everywhere was full of sweetness. Philip was digging his first boiling of new potatoes, when all at once Maggie swooped down into the garden and began strutting about, picking up the worms and grubs from the soil newly turned up. "Oh, you impudent hussy," he said, "where have you been all this time?" He stooped and tried to stroke her head as usual with his forefinger, but Maggie struck her bill in the ground, turned a complete somersault, and caught the finger with both claws, which were very sharp. She held on for a short time, then dropped nimbly to her feet, and said, "There now, that will teach you to behave yourself." "Why, Maggie," said Philip, "what on earth is the matter with you?" "Oh, there's nothing the matter with me, I assure you. I suppose you didn't hear the news. You are such an old stick in the mud. It was in the papers, though. No cards, and all the best society ladies knew it, of course." "Why, Maggie, you don't mean to say you've got a mate?" "Of course I have, you horrid man. You are so vulgar. We were married ages ago. I didn't invite you, of course, because I knew you would make yourself disagreeable, forbid the banns or something, and scare away all the ladies and gentlemen, for you are a most awful fright, with your red hair and freckles. So I thought it best to say nothing about the engagement until the ceremony was over. It was performed by the Reverend Sinister Cornix, and it was a very select affair, I assure you, and the dresses were so lovely. There were 6 bridesmaids. The Misses Mudlark. The Mudlarks, you know, have a good pedigree. They are come from the younger branch of our family. We were united in the bonds under a cherry tree. Oh, it was a lovely time, it was indeed, I assure you." "And where are you living now, Maggie?" "Oh, I'm not going to tell you. You are too inquisitive. But our mansion is on the top of a gum tree. It is among the leaves at the end of a slender branch. If Hugh Boyle tries to kidnap my babies, the branch will snap, and he will fall and break his neck, the wretch." "Oh, I assure you we've thought of everything beforehand, for I know you keep a lot of boys bad enough to steal anything." "And what sort of mate, husband I mean, have you got?" "Oh, he is a perfect gentleman, and so attentive to me. Latterly he has been a little crusty, I must admit, but you must not say a word against him. If you do, I'll peck your eyes out. A family, you know, is so troublesome, and it takes all your time to feed them. There are 2 of them, the duckiest little fluffy darlings you ever saw. They were very hungry this morning, so when I saw you digging, I knew you wouldn't begrudge them a breakfast, and I just flew down here for it. But bless my soul, the little darlings will be screaming their hearts out with hunger while I am talking to you, and himself will be swearing like a Derviner. So, bye-bye." Philip found Maggie's mansion easily enough, for in spite of all her chatter, she had no depth of mind. The tallest gum tree was on Barlow's farm, which adjoined the 40 acres on the east. Barlow had been a stockman for several years on Calvert's Run, and had saved money. He invested his money in the Bank of Love, and the bank broke. It happened in this way. A new shepherd from the other side was living with his wife and daughter near the Rises, and one day when Barlow was riding over the run, he heard some strange sounds and stopped his horse to listen. There was nobody in sight in any direction, and Barlow said, "There's something the matter at the new shepherd's hut," and he rode swiftly towards it. As he approached the hut, he heard the screams of women and the voice of a blackfellow, who was hammering on the door with his waddy. He was a tame blackfellow who had been educated at the missionary station. He could write English, say prayers, sing hymns, read the Bible, and was therefore named Parson Bedford by the Derviners, after the Tasmanian missionary. He could box and wrestle so well that few white men could throw him. He could also drink rum, so whenever he got any white money, he knew how to spend it. He was the best thief and worst bully of all the blacks about Nyalong, because he had been so well educated. I knew him well and attended his funeral, walking in the procession with the doctor and 20 blackfellows. He had a white man's funeral, but there was no live parson present, so King Cocoquine made an oration, waving his hand over the coffin, all same as whitefellow parson. Then we all threw clods on the lid. So much noise was made by the women screaming and the parson hammering that the stockman was able to launch one crack of his stock whip on the parson's back before his arrival was observed. The parson sprang up into the air like a shot deer, and then took to his heels. He did not run towards the open plains, but made a straight line for the nearest part of the rises. As he ran, Frank followed at an easy canter, and over again he landed his lash with a crack like a pistol on the behind of the black, who sprang among the rough rocks, which the horse could not cross, and where the lash could not reach him. Then there was a parley. The parson was smarting and furious. He had learned the colonial art of blowing along with the language. He threw down his waddy and said, "You stockman, Frank, come off that horse, drop your whip, and I'll fight you fair, same as white fellow. I am as good a man as you any day." "Do you take me for a blooming fool, parson? No fear. If I ever see you at that hut again, or anywhere on the run, I'll cut the shirt off your back. I shall tell Mr. Calvert what you have been after, and you'll soon find yourself in chokey with a rope round your neck." The parson left Nyalong, and when he returned he was dying of rum and rheumatism. Frank rode back to the hut. The mother and daughter had stood at the door watching him flog the parson. He was in their eyes a hero. He had scourged their savage enemy, and had driven him to the rocks. They were weeping beauties. At least the daughter was a beauty in Frank's eyes. But now they wiped away their tears, smoothed their hair, and thanked their gallant knight over and over again. Two at a time they repeated their story, how they saw the black fellow coming, how they bolted the door, and how he battered it with his club, threatening to kill them if they did not open it. Frank had never before been so much praised and flattered, at least not since his mother weaned him. But he pretended not to care. He said, "Tut, tut, it's not worth mentioning. Say no more about it. I would, of course, have done as much for anybody." Of course he could not leave the ladies again to the mercy of the parson, so he waited until the shepherd returned with his flock. Then Frank rode away with a new sensation, a something as near akin to love as a rough stockman could be expected to feel. Neddy the shepherd asked Mr. Calvert for the loan of arms, and he taught his wife and daughter to use the old Tower muskets. He said, "If ever that parson comes to the hut again, put a couple of bullets through him." After that Frank called at the hut nearly every day, inquiring if the parson had been seen anywhere abroad. "No," said Cicely, "we haven't seen him any more." And she smiled so sweetly, and lowered her eyes, and spoke low, with a bewitching Tasmanian accent. Frank was in the mud, and sinking daily deeper and deeper. At last he resolved to turn farmer and leave the run, so he rented the land adjoining Philip's garden and the 40-acre. There was on it a 4-roomed weather-board house and outbuildings, quite a bush place. Farming was then profitable. Frank ploughed a large paddock and sowed it with wheat and oats. Then, while the grain was ripening, he resolved to ask Cicely a very important question. On Sunday he rode to the hut with a spare horse and side saddle. Both horses were well groomed. The side saddle was new. The bits, buckles, and stirrup irons were like burnished silver. Cicely could ride well, even without a saddle, but had never owned one. She yielded to temptation, but with becoming coyness and modesty. Frank put one hand on his knee, holding the bridle with the other. Then Cicely raised one of her little feet and was lifted lightly onto the saddle, and the happy pair cantered gaily over the plain to their future home. Frank showed his bride-elect the land and the crops, the cows and the horses, the garden and the house. Cicely looked at everything, but said next to nothing. She is shy, Frank thought, and I must treat her gently. But the opportunity must not be thrown away, and on their way over the plains Frank told his tale of love. I don't know precisely what he said, or how he said it, not having been present, but he did not hook his fish that day, and he took home with him the bait, the horse, and the empty side saddle. But he persevered with his suit, and before the wheat was ripe, Cicely consented to be his bride. He was so overjoyed with his success that instead of waiting for the happy day when he had to say, "With this ring I thee wed, with all my worldly goods I thee endow," he gave Cicely the worldly goods beforehand, the horse with the beautiful new side saddle and bridle, and nearly all his cash, reserving only sufficient to purchase the magic ring and a few other necessaries. The evening before the happy day, the pair were seen walking together before sundown on a vacant lot in the township, discussing, it was supposed, the arrangements for the morrow. It was the time of the harvest, and Philip had been engaged to measure the work of reapers on a number of farms. I am aware that he asked and received £1 for each paddock, irrespective of area. On the bridal morn he walked over Frank's farm with his chain and began the measurement. The reapers, most of them broken-down diggers, following him and watching him. Old Jimmy Gillen took one end of the chain. He said he had been a chainman when the railway mania first broke out in Scotland, so he knew all about land surveying. Frank was absent, but he returned while Philip was calculating the wages payable to each reaper, and he said, "Here's the money, master. Pay the men what's coming to 'em, and send them away." Frank looked very sulky, and Philip was puzzled. He knew the blissful ceremony was to take place that day, but there was no sign of it, nor of any bliss whatever. No wedding garments, no parson, no bride. The bare matter of fact was, the bride had eloped during the night. For young Lochinvar had come out of the west, an underbred, fine-spoken fellow was he. He was a bullock driver of superior manners and attractive personality, and was the only man in Australia who waxed and curled his moustaches. Cicely had for some time been listening to Lochinvar, who was known to have been endeavouring to cut out Frank. She was staying in the township with her mother, preparing for matrimony, and her horse was in the stable at Howell's Hotel. When Frank rode away to his farm on that fateful evening, Lochinvar was watching him. He saw Cicely going home to her mother for the last night, and while he was looking after her wistfully, and the pangs of despairing love were in his heart, Bill the butcher came up and said, "Well, Lock, what are you going to do?" "Why, what can I do? She is going to marry Frank in the morning." "I don't believe it, not if you are half the man you ought to be." "But how can I help it?" "Help it? Just go and take her. Saddle your horse and her own. Take 'em up to the cottage, and ask her just to come outside for a minute. And if you don't persuade her in 5 minutes to ride away with you to Ballarat, I'll eat my head off. I know she don't want to marry Frank. All she wants is an excuse not to, and it will be excuse enough when she has married you." These two worthy men went to the hotel and talked the matter over with Howell. The jolly landlord slapped his knee and laughed. He said, "You are right, Bill. She'll go. I'll bet a fiver. And here it is, Lock. You take it to help you along." This base conspiracy was successful, and that was the reason Frank was so sulky on the harvest morning. He was meditating vengeance. Love and hate, matrimony and murder, are sometimes not far asunder. But Frank was not by nature vengeful. He had that foolish hanging of the nether lip which shows a lack of decision. I would not advise any man to seek in law court a sovereign remedy for the wounds inflicted by the shafts of Cupid, but Frank tried it. During his examination in chief, his mien was gloomy and his answers brief. Then Mr. Aspinall rose and said, "I appear for the defendant, your honour, but from press of other engagements I have been unable to give that attention to the legal aspects of this case which its importance demands, and I have to request that your honour will be good enough to adjourn the court for a quarter of an hour." The court was adjourned for half an hour, and Mr. Aspinall and his solicitor retired to a room for legal consultation. It began thus: "I say, Lane, fetch me a nobber of brandy, a sniffer, mind." Lane fetched the sniffer in a soda-water bottle, and it cleared the legal atmosphere. When the court resumed business, Frank took his stand in the witness box, and a voice said, "Now, Mr. Barlow, look at me." Frank had been called many names in his time, but never Mr. Barlow before now. He looked and saw the figure of a little man with a large head, whose voice came through a full-grown nose like the blast of a trumpet. "You say you gave Cicely some money, a horse, saddle, and bridle." "I did." "And you bought a wedding ring." "I got it in my pocket." "I see. Your honor will be glad to hear that the ring, at any rate, is not lost. It will be ready for another Cicely, won't it, Mr. Barlow?" Barlow, looking down on the floor of the court and shaking his head slowly from side to side, said, "No, it won't. No fear. There'll be no more Cicely's for me." There was laughter in the court, and when Frank raised his eyes and saw a broad grin on every face, he too burst into a fit of laughter. End of Section 19. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Section 20 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 20. The Two Shepherds. Part 5. I saw Mr. Aspinall and Dr. McAdam walking together arm in arm from the court. The long doctor and the little lawyer were a strange pair. Everybody knew that they were sliding down the easy slope to their tragic end, but they seemed never to think of it. Frank returned to Nyalong happier than either. He related the particulars of the trial to his friends with the utmost cheerfulness. Whether he recovered all the worldly goods which he had endowed Cicely is doubtful, but he faithfully kept his promise that there'll be no more Cicely's for me. There was a demon of mischief at work on Philip's Hill, at both sides of the dividing fence. Sam was poisoned by a villainous butcher. Bruin had been killed by Hugh Boyle. Maggie had eloped with a wild native to a gum tree. Joey had been eaten by Pussy. Barlow had been crossed in love, and then the crowning misfortune befell the hermit. Mrs. Chisholm was a lady who gave early tokens of her vocation. At the age of 7 she began to form benevolent plans for the colonies of Great Britain. She built ships of broad beans, filled them with poor families of couchwood, and sent them to sea in a wash-basin, landed them in a bed-quilt, and started them growing wheat. Then she loaded her fleet with a return cargo for the British pauper, 1 grain of wheat in each ship, and navigated it safely to Old England. She made many prosperous voyages, but once a storm arose which sent all her ships to the bottom of the sea. She sent a Wesleyan minister and a Catholic priest to Botany Bay in the same cabin, strictly enjoining them not to quarrel during the voyage. At the age of 20 she married Captain Chisholm and went with him to Madras. There she established a school of industry for girls, and her husband seconded her in all her good works. Mr. Chalmer, the secretary, took a great interest in her school. Sir Frederick Adams subscribed £20, and the officers and gentlemen in Madras contributed in 5 days 2,000 rupees. The school became an extensive orphanage. Mrs. and Captain Chisholm came to Australia in 1838 for the benefit of his health, and they landed at Sydney. They saw Highland immigrants who could not speak English, and they gave them tools and wheelbarrows wherewith to cut and sell firewood. Captain Chisholm returned to India in 1840, but the health of her young family required Mrs. Chisholm to remain in Sydney. Female immigrants arriving in Sydney were regularly hired on board ship and lured into a vicious course of life. Mrs. Chisholm went on board each ship and made it her business to protect and advise them, and begged the captain and agent to act with humanity. Some place of residence was required in which the new arrivals could be sheltered until respectable situations could be found for them, and in January 1841 she applied to Lady Gipps for help. A committee of ladies was formed, and Mrs. Chisholm at length obtained a personal audience from the governor, Sir George Gipps. He believed she was labouring under an amiable delusion. He wrote to a friend, "I expected to have seen an old lady in a white cap and spectacles, who would have talked to me about my soul. I was amazed when my aide introduced a handsome, stately young woman, who proceeded to reason the question as if she thought her reason, and experience too, worth as much as mine." Sir George at last consented to allow her the use of a government building, a low wooden one. Her room was 7 feet by 7 feet. Rats ran about it in all directions, and then alighted on her shoulders. But she outgeneraled the rats. She gave them bread and water the first night, lit 2 candles, and sat up in bed reading Abercrombie. There came never less than 7, nor more than 13 rats, eating at the same time. The next night she gave them another feast seasoned with arsenic. The home for immigrants given her by Sir George had 4 rooms, and in it at one time she kept 90 girls who had no other shelter. About 600 females were then wandering about Sydney unprovided for. Some slept in the recesses of the rocks on the government domain. She received from the ships in the harbour 64 girls, and all the money they had was 14 shillings and 3 halfpence. She took them to the country, travelling with a covered cart to sleep in. She left married families at different stations, and then sent out decent lasses who should be married. In those days the dead bodies of the poor were taken to the cemetery in a common rubbish cart. By speeches and letters, both public and private, and by interviews with influential men, Mrs. Chisholm sought help for the immigrants both in Sydney and England, where she opened an office in 1846. In the year 1856, Major Chisholm took a house at Nyalong, near Philip's school. 2 of the best scholars were John and David. When David lost his place in the class, he burst into tears, and the Blakes and the Boyles laughed. The Major spoke to the boys and girls whenever he met them. He asked John to tell him how many weatherboards he would have to buy to cover the walls of his house, which contained 6 rooms and a lean-to, and was built of slabs. John measured the walls and solved the problem promptly. The Major then sent his 3 young children to the school, and made the acquaintance of the master. Mrs. Chisholm never went to Nyalong, but the Major must have given her much information about it, for one day he read a portion of one of her letters which completely destroyed Philip's peace of mind. It was to the effect that he was to open a school for boarders at Nyalong, and as a preliminary marry a wife. The Major said that if Philip had no suitable young lady in view, Mrs. Chisholm, he was sure, would undertake to produce one at a very short notice. She had the whole matter already planned, and was actually canvassing for pupils among the wealthiest families in the colony. The Major smiled benevolently, and said it was of no use for Phillips to think of resisting Mrs. Chisholm. When she had once made up her mind, everybody had to give way, and the thing was settled. Philip, too, smiled faintly, and tried to look pleased, dissembling his outraged feelings. But he went away in a state of indignation. He actually made an attack on the 12 virtues, which seemed all at once to have conspired against his happiness. He said, "If I had not kept school so conscientiously, this thing would never have happened. I don't want boarders, and I don't want anybody to send me a wife to Nyalong. I am not, thank God, one of the royal family, and not even Queen Victoria shall order me a wife." In that way the lonely hermit put his foot down and began a countermine, working as silently as possible. During the Christmas holidays, after his neighbor Frank had been jilted by Cicely, he rode away and returned after a week's absence. The Major informed him that Mrs. Chisholm had met with an accident and would be unable to visit Nyalong for some time. Philip was secretly pleased to hear the news. Outwardly he expressed sorrow and sympathy, and nobody but himself suspected how mean and deceitful he was. At Easter he rode away again, and returned in less than a week. Next day he called at McCarthy's farm and dined with the family. He said he had been married the previous morning, before he started for Nyalong, and had left his wife at the Waterholes. McCarthy began to suspect that Philip was a little wrong in his head. It was a kind of action that contradicted all previous experience. He could remember various lovers running away together before marriage, but he could not call to mind a single instance in which they ran away from one another immediately after marriage. But, he said to himself, it will all be explained by and by, and he refrained from asking any impertinent questions, merely to gratify curiosity. After dinner, Gleeson, Philip, and McCarthy rode into the bush with the hounds. A large and heavy old man was sighted, and the dogs struck him up with his back to a tree. While they were growling and barking around the tree, Gleeson dismounted, and, going behind the tree, seized the old man by the tail. The kangaroo kept springing upwards, and at the dogs, dragging Gleeson after him, who was jerking the tail this way and that to bring his game to ground, for the old man was so tall that the dogs could not reach his throat while he stood upright. Philip gave his horse to McCarthy and approached the old man with his club. "Shoot him with your revolver," said Gleeson. "If I let go his tail, he'll be ripping you with his toe." "I might shoot you instead," said Philip. "Better to club him. Hold on another moment." Philip's first blow was dodged by the kangaroo, but the second fell fairly on the skull. He fell down, and Ossian, a big and powerful hound, seized him instantly by the throat and held on. The three men mounted their horses and rode away, but Philip's mare was, as usual, shying at every tree. As he came near one which had a large branch growing horizontally from the trunk, his mare sprang aside, carried him under the limb, which struck his head and threw him to the ground. He never spoke again. After the funeral, McCarthy rode over to Rocky Waterholes to make some inquiries. He called at Mrs. Martin's residence, and he said, "Mr. Philip told us he was married the day before the accident, but it seemed so strange we could not believe it, so I thought I would just ride over and inquire about it, for of course if he had a wife she will be entitled to whatever little property he left behind." "Yes, it's quite true," said Mrs. Martin. "They were married sure enough. He called here at Christmas, and said he would like to see Miss Edgeworth, but she was away on a visit to some friends. I asked him if he had any message to leave for her, but he said, 'Oh no, only I thought I should like to see how she is getting along. That's all, thank you. I might call again at Easter.' So he went away. On last Easter Monday he came again. Of course I had told Miss Edgeworth about his calling at Christmas and inquiring about her, and it made me rather suspicious when he came again. As you may suppose, I could not help taking notice, but for 2 days, nor, in fact, the whole week, was there the slightest sign of anything like love-making between them. No private conversation, no walking out together, nothing but commonplace talk and solemn looks. I said to myself, if there is anything between them, they keep it mighty close to be sure. On the Tuesday evening, however, he spoke to me. He said, "I hope you won't mention it, Mrs. Martin, but I would like to have a little advice from you, if you would be so kind as to give it. Miss Edgeworth has been living with you for some time, and you must be well acquainted with her. I am thinking of making a proposal, but our intercourse has been so slight that I should be pleased first to have your opinion on the matter." "Mr. Philip," I said, "you really must not ask me to say anything one way or the other, for or against. I have my own sentiments, of course, but nobody shall ever say that I either made a match or marred one." Nothing happened until the next day. In the afternoon, Miss Edgeworth was alone in this room when I heard Mr. Philip walking down the passage and stopping at the door, which was half open. I peeped out and then put off my slippers and stepped a little nearer, until through the little opening between the door and the doorpost I could see and hear them. He was sitting on the table, dangling his boots to and fro just above the floor, and she was sitting on a low rocking chair about 6 feet distant. He did not beat about the bush, as the saying is, did not say, "My dear," or "By your leave, miss," or "Excuse me," or anything nice, as one would expect from a gentleman on a delicate occasion of the kind, but he said quite abruptly, "How would you like to live at Nyalong, Miss Edgeworth?" She was looking on the floor, and her fingers were playing with a bit of ribbon, and she was so nice and winsome and well dressed, you couldn't have helped giving her a kiss. She never raised her eyes to his face, but I think she just looked as high as his boots, which were stained and dusty. The silly man was waiting for her to say something, but she hung down her head and said nothing. At last he said, "I suppose you know what I mean, Miss Edgeworth?" "Yes," she said in a low voice, "I know what you mean, thank you." Then there was silence for I don't know how long. It was really dreadful, and I couldn't think of how it was going to end. At last he heaved a big sigh and said, "Well, Miss Edgeworth, there is no need to hurry. Take time to think about it. I am going to ride out, and perhaps you will be good enough to let me know your mind when I come back." Then he just shook her hand, and I hurried away from the door. It was rather mean of me to be listening to them, but I took as much interest in Miss Edgeworth as if she were my own daughter. "There is no need to hurry," he had said, but in my opinion there was too much hurry, for they were married on the Saturday, and he rode away the same morning, having to open school again on Monday. Of course Miss Edgeworth was a good deal put about when we heard what had happened through the papers, but I comforted her as much as possible. I said, as for myself, I had never liked the look of the poor man, with his red hair and freckles. I am sure he had a bad temper at bottom, for red-haired men are always hasty, and then he had a high, thin nose, and men of that kind are always close and stingy, and the stingiest man I ever knew was a Dublin man. Then his manners, you must remember, were anything but nice. He didn't waste any compliments on you before you married him, so you may just fancy what kind of compliments you would have had to put up with afterwards. And perhaps you have forgotten what you said yourself about him at Bendigo. You were sure he was a severe master. You could see sternness on his brow, and however you could have consented to go to the altar with such a man, I cannot understand to this day. I am sure it was a very bad match, and by you will thank your stars that you are well out of it. I must acknowledge that Miss Edgeworth did not take what I said to comfort her very kindly, and she gave me fits, as the saying is, but, bless your soul, she'll soon get over it, and will do better next time. Soon after the death of Philip, Major Chisholm and his family left Nyalong, and I was appointed clerk to the justices at Colac. I sat under them for 12 years, and during that time I wrote a great quantity of criminal literature. When a convict of good conduct in Pentridge was entitled to a ticket of leave, he usually chose the western districts as the scene of his future labours, so that the country was peopled with old Jack Bartons and young ones. Some of the young ones had been Philip's scholars, viz., the Boyles and the Blakes. They were friends of the Bartons, and old John, the ex-flogger, trained them in the art of cattle lifting. His teaching was far more successful than that of Philip's, and when in the course of time Hugh Boyle appeared in the dock on the charge of horse stealing, I was pained but not surprised. Barton, to whose farm the stolen horse had been brought by Hugh, was summoned as a witness for the Crown, but he organized the evidence for the defense so well that the prisoner was discharged. On the next occasion both Hugh and his brother James were charged with stealing a team of bullocks, but this time the assistance of Barton was not available. The evidence against the young men was overwhelming, and we committed them for trial. I could not help pitying them for having gone astray so early in life. They were both tall and strong, intelligent and alert, good stockmen, and quite able to earn an honest living in the bush. They had been taught their duty well by Philip, but bad example and bad company out of school had led them astray. The owner of the bullocks, an honest young boor named Cowderoy, was sworn and gave his evidence clearly. Hugh and James knew him well. They had no lawyer to defend them, and when the Crown prosecutor sat down, there seemed no loophole left for the escape of the accused, and I mentally sentenced them to 7 years on the roads, the invariable penalty for their offence. But now the advantages of a good moral education were brilliantly exemplified. "Have you any questions to put to this witness?" asked the judge of the prisoners. "Yes, your Honour," said Hugh. Turning to Cowderoy, he said, "Do you know the nature of an oath?" The witness looked helplessly at Hugh, then at the judge and Crown prosecutor, stood first on one leg, then the other, leaned down with his elbows on the edge of the witness box, apparently staggering under the weight of his own ignorance. "Why don't you answer the question?" asked the judge sharply. "Do you know the nature of an oath?" Silence. Mr. Armstrong saw his case was in danger of collapse, so he said, "I beg to submit, your Honour, that this question comes too late, and should have been put to the witness before he was sworn. He has already taken the oath and given his evidence." "The question is a perfectly fair one, Mr. Armstrong," said the judge, and turning to the witness, he repeated, "Do you know the nature of an oath?" "No," said Cowderoy. The prisoners were discharged, thanks to their good education. End of Section 20. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Section 22 of The Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Veach. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 22. White Slavers. Many men who had been prisoners of the Crown or seamen lived on the islands in Bass Straits, as well as on islands in the Pacific Ocean, fishing, sealing, or hunting, and sometimes cultivating patches of ground. The freedom of this kind of life was pleasing to those who had spent years under restraint in ships, in jails, in chain gangs, or as slaves to settlers in the bush, for the lot of the assigned servant was often worse than that of a slave, as he had to give his labour for nothing but food and clothing, and was liable to be flogged on any charge of disobedience, insolence, or insubordination which his master might choose to bring against him. Moreover, the black slave might be sold for cash, for $500 to $1,000, according to the quality of the article and the state of the market, so that it was for the enlightened self-interest of the owner to keep him in saleable condition. But the white slave was unsaleable, and his life of no account. When he died, another could be obtained for nothing from the cargo of the next convict ship. Some masters treated their men well according to their deserts, but with regard to others, the exercise of despotic authority drew forth all the evil passions of their souls, and made them callous to the sufferings of their servants. The daily fear of the lash produced in the prisoners a peculiar expression of countenance, and a cowed and slinking gait, which I have never seen in any other men, white or black. And that gait and expression, like that of a dog crouching at the heels of a cruel master in fear of the whip, remained still after the prisoners had served the time of their sentences, and had recovered their freedom. They never smiled, and could never regain the feelings and bearings of free men. They appeared to feel on their faces the brand of Cain by which they were known to all men, and the scars left on their backs by the cruel lash could never be smoothed away. Whenever they met, even on a lonely bush track, a man who, by his appearance, might be a magistrate or a government officer, they raised a hand to the forehead in a humble salute by mere force of habit. There were some, it is true, whose spirits were never completely broken, who fought against fate to the last, and became bushrangers or murderers, but sooner or later they were shot, or they were arrested and hanged. The gallows tree on the virgin soil of Australia flourished and bore fruit in abundance. The trial of a convict charged with disobedience or insubordination was of summary jurisdiction. Joe Kermode, a teamster, chanced to be present at one of these trials. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning, when he saw near a house on the roadside a little knot of men at an open window. He halted his team to see what was the matter, and found that a police magistrate, sitting inside a room, was holding a court of petty sessions at the window. It was an open court, to which the public were admitted according to law, a very open court, the roof of which was blue, the blue sky of a summer's morning. A witness was giving evidence against an assigned servant, charged with some offence against his master. His Majesty the magistrate yawned. This kind of thing was tiresome. Presently a lady came into the room, walked to the open window, clasped her hands together, and then laid them affectionately on the shoulder of the court. After listening for a few moments to the evidence, she became impatient, and said, "Oh, William, give him 3 dozen, and come to breakfast." So William gave the man 3 dozen, and went to breakfast, with a good conscience, having performed the ordinary duty of the day extraordinarily well. He was on the high road to perfection. The sentence of the court was carried out by a scourger, sometimes called flagellator or flogger. The office of scourger was usually held by a convict. It meant promotion in the government service, and although there was some danger connected with it, there was always a sufficient number of candidates to fill vacancies. In New South Wales, the number of officers in the Cat o' Nine Tails department was about 30. The danger attached to the office consisted in the certainty of the scourger being murdered by the scourgee, if ever the opportunity was given. Joe Kermode had once been a hut-keeper on a station. The hut was erected about 40 yards from the stockyard, to which the sheep were brought every evening, to protect them from attack by dingoes or blackfellows. If the dingoes and blackfellows had been content with 1 sheep at a time to allay the pangs of hunger, they could not have been blamed very much. But after killing one, they went on killing as many more as they could, and thus wasted much mutton to gratify their thirst for blood. Joe and the shepherd were each provided with a musket and bayonet for self-defence. The hut was built of slabs, and was divided by a partition into 2 rooms, and Joe always kept his musket ready loaded night and day, just inside the doorway of the inner room. 2 or 3 blacks would sometimes call, and ask for flour, sugar, tobacco, or a fire-stick. If they attempted to come inside the hut, Joe ordered them off, backing at the same time towards the inner door, and he always kept a sharp look-out for any movement they made, for they were very treacherous, and he knew they would take any chance they could get to kill him, for the sake of stealing the flour, sugar, and tobacco. 2 of them once came inside the hut, and refused to go out, until Joe seized his musket and tickled them in the rear with his bayonet, under the move-on clause in the police offences statute. Early one morning there was a noise as of some disturbance in the stockyard, and Joe, on opening the door of his hut, saw several blacks spearing the sheep. He seized his musket and shouted, warning them to go away. One of them, who was sitting on the top rail with his back towards the hut, seemed to think that he was out of range of the musket, for he made most unseemly gestures, and yelled back at Joe in a defiant and contemptuous manner. Joe's gun was charged with shot, and he fired and hit his mark, for the blackfellow dropped suddenly from the top rail and ran away, putting his hands behind him and trying to pick out the pellets. One day a white stockman came galloping on his horse up to the door of the hut, his face, hands, shirt, and trousers being smeared and saturated with blood. Joe took him inside the hut, and found that he had 2 severe wounds on the left shoulder. After the bleeding had been staunched and the wounds bandaged, the stranger related that as he was riding he met a blackfellow carrying a fire-stick. He thought it was a good opportunity of lighting his pipe, lucifer matches being then unknown in the bush. So he dismounted, took out his knife, and began cutting tobacco. The blackfellow asked for a fig of tobacco, and, after filling his pipe, the stockman gave him the remainder of the fig he had been cutting, and held out his hand for the fire-stick. The blackfellow seemed disappointed, very likely expecting to receive a whole fig of tobacco, and, instead of handing him the fire-stick, he threw it on the ground. At the first moment the stockman did not suspect any treachery, as he had seen no weapon in possession of the blackfellow. He stooped to pick up the fire-stick, but just as he was touching it, he saw the black man's feet moving nearer, and becoming suddenly suspicious, he quickly moved his head to one side and stood upright. At the same instant he received a blow from a tomahawk on his left shoulder. This blow, intended for his head, was followed by another, which inflicted a second wound, but the stockman succeeded in grasping the wrist of his enemy. Then began a wrestling match between the 2 men, the stakes 2 lives, no umpire, no timekeeper, no backers, and no bets. The only spectator was the horse, whose bridle was hanging on the ground, but he seemed to take no interest in the struggle, and continued nibbling the grass until it was over. The black man, who had now dropped his rug, was as agile and nimble as a beast of prey, and exerted all his skill and strength to free his hand, but the white man felt that to lose his hold would be to lose his life, and he held on to his grip of the blackfellow's wrist with desperate resolution. The tomahawk fell to the ground, but just then neither of the men could spare a hand to pick it up. At length, by superior strength, the stockman brought his enemy to the ground. He then grasped the thick matted hair with one hand, and thus holding the black's head close to the ground, he reached with the other hand for the tomahawk, and with one fierce blow buried the blade in the savage's brain. Even then he did not feel quite sure of his safety. He had an idea that it was very difficult to kill blackfellows outright, that they were like American possums, and were apt to come to life again after they had been killed and ought to be dead. So to finish his work well, he hacked at the neck with the tomahawk until he had severed the head completely from the body. Then, taking the head by the hair, he threw it as far as he could to the other side of the track. By this time he began to feel faint from loss of blood, so he mounted his horse and galloped to Joe Kermode's hut. When Joe had performed his duties of a good Samaritan to the stranger, he mounted his horse and rode to the field of battle. He found the headless body of the black man, the head at the other side of the track, the tomahawk, the piece of tobacco, the rug, and the fire-stick. Joe and the shepherd buried the body. The white man survived. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Lowe. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 23. The Government Stroke. The government stroke is a term often used in the colonies, and indicates a lazy and inefficient manner of performing any kind of labour. It originated with the convicts. When a man is forced to work through fear of the lash, and receives no wages, it is quite natural and reasonable that he should exert himself as little as possible. If you were to reason with him, and urge him to work harder at, for instance, breaking road metal, in order that the public might have good roads to travel on, and show him what a great satisfaction it should be to know that his labours would confer a lasting benefit on his fellow creatures, that, though it might appear a little hard on him individually, he should raise his thoughts to a higher level, and labour for the good of humanity in general, he would very likely say, "Do you take me for a fool?" But if you gave him 3 dozen lashes for his laziness, he will see, or at least feel, that your argument has some force in it. As a matter of fact, men work for some present or future benefit for themselves. The saint who sells all he has to give to the poor does so with the hope of obtaining a reward exceedingly great in the life to come. And even if there were no life to come, his present life is happier far than that of the man who grabs at all the wealth he can get until he drops into the grave. The man who works all for love and nothing for reward is a being incomprehensible to us ordinary mortals. He is an angel, and if ever he was a candidate for a seat in Parliament, he was not elected. Even love, which rules the court, the camp, the grove, is given only with the hope of a return of love, for hopeless love is nothing but hopeless misery. I once hired an old convict as gardener at 5 shillings a day. He began to work in the morning with a great show of diligence while I was looking on, but on my return home in the evening it was wonderful to find how little work he had contrived to get through during the day, so I began to watch him. His systematic way of doing nothing would have been very amusing if it cost nothing. He pressed his spade into the ground with his boot as slowly as possible, lifted the sod very gently, and turned it over. Then he straightened his back, looked at the ground to the right, then to the left, then in front of him, and then cast his eyes along the garden fence. Having satisfied himself that nothing particular was happening anywhere within view, he gazed a while at the sod he had turned over, and then shaved the top off with his spade. Having straightened his back once more, he began a survey of the superficial area of the next sod, and at length proceeded to cut it in the same deliberate manner, performing the same succeeding ceremonies. If he saw me, or heard me approaching, he became at once very alert and diligent until I spoke to him, then he stopped work at once. It was quite impossible for him both to labour and to listen. Nobody can do 2 things well at the same time. But his greatest relief was in talking. He would talk with anybody all day long if possible, and do nothing else. His wages, of course, still running on. There is very little talk worth paying for. I would rather give some of my best friends a fee to be silent than pay for anything they have to tell me. My gardener was a most unprofitable servant. The only good I got out of him was a clear knowledge of what the government stroke meant, and the knowledge was not worth the expense. He was, in other respects, harmless and useless, and, although he had been transported for stealing, I could never find that he stole anything from me. The disease of larceny seemed somehow to have been worked out of his system, though he used to describe with great pleasure how his misfortunes began by stealing wall fruit when he was a boy, and although it was to him like the fruit of that forbidden tree whose mortal taste brought death into the world and all our woe, it was so sweet that, while telling me about it 60 years afterwards, he smiled and smacked his lips, renewing as it were the delight of its delicious taste. He always avoided, as much as possible, the danger of dying of hard work, so he is living yet, and is 86 years old. Whenever I see him he gives me his blessing, and says he never worked for any man he liked so well. A great philosopher says, in order to be happy it is necessary to be beloved, but in order to be beloved we must know how to please, and we can only please by ministering to the happiness of others. I ministered to the old convict's happiness by letting him work so lazily, and so I was beloved and happy. He had formerly been an assigned servant to Mr. Gellibrand, Attorney General of Tasmania, before that gentleman went with Mr. Hesse on that voyage to Australia Felix, from which he never returned. Some portions of a skeleton were found on the banks of a river which were supposed to belong to the lost explorer, and that river, and Mount Gellibrand on which he and Hesse parted company, were named after him. There was a blackfellow living for many years afterwards in the Colac district, who was said to have killed and eaten the lost white man. The first settlers therefore call him Gellibrand, as they considered he had made out a good claim to the name by devouring the flesh. This blackfellow's face was made up of hollows and protuberances ugly beyond all aboriginal ugliness. I was at present at an interview between him and Senior Constable Hooley, who nearly rivalled the savage in lack of beauty. Hooley had been a soldier in the 5th Fusiliers, and had been convicted of the crime of manslaughter, having killed a coloured man near Port Louis in the Mauritius. He was sentenced to penal servitude for the offence, and had passed 2 years of his time in Tasmania. This incident had produced in his mind an interest in blackfellows generally, and on seeing Gellibrand outside the Colac courthouse, he walked up to him and looked him steadily in the face, without saying a word or moving a muscle of his countenance. I never saw a more lovely pair. The blackfellow returned the gaze unflinchingly, his deep-set eyes fixed fiercely on those of the Irishman, his nostrils dilated, and his frowning forehead wrinkled and hard, as if cast in iron. The two men looked like two wild beasts preparing for a deadly fight. At length, Hooley moved his face nearer to that of the savage, until their noses almost met, and between his teeth he slowly ejaculated, "You eat white man? You eat me, eh?" Then the deep frown on Gellibrand's face began slowly to relax. His thick lips parted by degrees, and displayed, ready for business, his sharp and shining teeth, white as snow and hard as steel. A smile, which might be likened to that of a humorous tiger, spread over his spacious features, so that the interview ended without a fight. I was very much disappointed, as I hoped the two manslayers were going to eat each other for the public good, and I was ready to back both of them without fear of favour or affection. There is no doubt that the blacks ate human flesh, not as an article of regular diet, but occasionally when the fortune of war or accident favoured them with a supply. When Mr. Hugh Murray set out from Geelong to look for country to the westward, he took with him several natives belonging to the Barrabool tribe. When they arrived near Lake Colac, they found the banks of the Barongarook Creek covered with scrub, and on approaching the spot where the narrow bridge now spans the watercourse, they saw a blackfellow with his lubra and a little boy running towards the scrub. The Barrabool blacks gave chase, and the little boy was caught by one of them before he could find shelter, and was instantly killed with a club. That night the piccaninny was roasted at the campfire and eaten. And yet these blacks had human feelings and affections. I once saw a tribe travelling from one part of the district to another in search of food, as was their custom. One of the men was dying of consumption, and was too weak to follow the rest. He looked like a living skeleton, but he was not left behind to die. He was sitting on the shoulders of his brother, his hands grasping for support the hair on the head, and his wasted legs dangling in front of the other's ribs. These people were sometimes hunted as if they were wolves, but two brother wolves would not have been so kind to each other. Before the white men came, the blacks never buried their dead. They had no spades and could not dig graves. Sometimes their dead were dropped into the hollow trunks of trees, and sometimes they were burned. There was once a knoll on the banks of the Barongarook Creek, below the courthouse, the soil of which looked black and rich. When I was trenching the ground near my house for vines and fruit trees, making another garden of paradise in lieu of the one I had lost, I obtained cartloads of bones from the slaughter yards and other places, and placed them in the trenches, and in order to fertilise one corner of the garden, I spread over it several loads of the rich-looking black loam taken from the knoll near the creek. After a few years, the vines and trees yielded great quantities of grapes and fruit, and I made wine from my vineyard. But the land on which I had spread the black loam was almost barren, and yet I had seen fragments of bones mixed with it, and amongst them a lower jaw with perfect teeth, most likely the jaw of a young lubra. On mentioning the circumstance to one of the early settlers, he said my loam had been taken from the spot on which the blacks used to burn their dead. Soon after he arrived at Colac, he saw there a solitary blackfellow crouching before a fire in which bones were visible. So, pointing to them, he asked what was in the fire, and the blackfellow replied with one word, "Lubra." He was consuming the remains of his dead wife, and large tears were coursing down his cheeks. Day and night he sat there until the bones had been nearly all burned and covered with ashes. This accounted for the fragments of bones in my black loam. Why it was not fertile, I know, but I don't know how to express the reason well. While the trenching of my vineyard was going on, Billy Nichols looked over the fence, and gave his opinion about it. He held his pipe between his thumb and forefinger, and stopped smoking in stupid astonishment. He said, "That ground is ruined, never will grow nothing no more. All the good soil is buried, nothing but gravel and stuff on top, born fool." Old Billy was a bullock driver, my neighbour and enemy, and lived, with his numerous progeny, in a hut in the paddock next to mine. In the rainy seasons, the water flowed through my ground on to his, and he had dug a drain which led the water past his hut instead of allowing it to go by the natural fall across his paddock. The floods washed his drain into a deep gully near his hut, which was sometimes nearly surrounded by the roaring waters. He then tried to dam the water back onto my ground, but I made a gap in his dam with a long-handled shovel, and let the flood go through. Nature and the shovel were too much for Billy. He came out of his hut and stood watching the torrent, holding his dirty old pipe a few inches from his mouth, and uttered a loud soliloquy. "Here I am, on a miserable island, fenced in with water, going to be washed away, by that Lord Donahoo, son of a barber's clerk, wants to drown me and my kids, don't he? I'll break his head wi' a paling, blowed if I don't." He then put his pipe in his mouth, and gazed in silence on the rushing waters. I planted my ground with vines of 14 different varieties, but in a few years, finding that the climate was unsuitable for most of them, I reduced the number to about 5. These yielded an unfailing abundance of grapes every year, and as there was no profitable market, I made wine. I pruned and disbudded the vines myself, and also crushed and pressed the grapes. The digging and hoeing of the ground cost about £10 each year. When the wine had been in the casks about 12 months, I bottled it. In 2 years more it was fit for consumption, and I was very proud of the article. But I cannot boast that I ever made much profit out of it, that is, in cash, as I found that the public taste for wine required to be educated, and it took so long to do it that I had to drink most of the wine myself. The best testimony to its excellence is the fact that I am still alive. The colonial taste for good liquor was spoiled from the very beginning, first by blackstrap and rum, condensed from the steam of hell, then by Old Tom and British brandy, fortified with tobacco. This liquor was the nectar with which the ambrosial station hands were lammed down by the publicans, and in these latter days, by colonial beer, the washiest drink a nation was ever drenched with. The origin of bad beer dates from the repeal of the sugar duty in England. Before that time, beer was brewed from malt and hops, and that we had a jolly good ale and old, and sour pie. A great festival was impending at Colac. It consisted of a regatta near the lake, the first we ever celebrated, and a picnic on its banks. All the people far and near invited themselves to the feast, from the most extensive of squatters to the oldest of old hands. The blackfellows were there too, what was left of them. Billy Lura walked all the way up from Camperdown, and on the day before the regatta came to my house with a couple of black ducks in his hand. Sissy, 6 years old, was present. She inspected the blackfellow and the ducks, and listened. Lura said he wanted to sell me the ducks, but not for money. He would take old clothes for them. He was wearing nothing but a shirt and trousers, both badly out of repair, and was anxious to adorn his person with gay attire on the morrow. So I traded off a pair of old cords and took the ducks. Next day we had 2 guests, a Miss Shepherd from Geelong and another lady, and as my house was near the lake we did our picnicking inside. We put on as much style as possible to suit the occasion, including, of course, my best native wine and the 2 ducks roasted. Sissy sat at the table next to Miss Shepherd, and felt it her duty to lead the conversation in the best society style. She said, You see those 2 ducks, Miss Shepherd?" "Yes, dear, very fine ones." "Well, papa bought 'em from a black man yesterday. The man said they was black ducks, but they wasn't black, they was brown. The feathers are in the yard, and they are brown feathers." "Yes, I know, dear. They call them black ducks, but they are brown, dark brown." "Well, you see, the blackfellow wanted to sell the ducks to papa, but papa has no money, so he went into the house and bring out a pair of his old louses, and the blackfellow give him the ducks for the louses, and them the ducks, you see." "Yes, dear, I see," said Miss Shepherd, blushing terribly. We all blushed. "You naughty girl," said mamma. "Hold your tongue, or I'll send you to the kitchen." "But, mamma, you know it's quite true," said Sissy. "Didn't I show you the black man just now, Miss Shepherd, when he was going to the lake? I said there's the blackfellow, and he's got papa's louses on, didn't I now?" The time seemed prosperous with us, but it was only a deceptive gleam of sunshine before the coming storm of adversity. I built an addition to my dwelling, and when it was completed I employed a paper-hanger from London, named Taylor, to beautify the old rooms. He was of a talkative disposition. When he had nobody else to listen, he talked to himself, and when he was tired of that, he began singing. The weather was hot, and the heat, together with his talking and singing, made him thirsty, so one day he complained to me that his work was very dry. I saw at once an opportunity of obtaining an independent and reliable judgment on the quality of my wine, so I went for a bottle, drew the cork, and offered him a tumblerful, telling him it was wine which I had made from my own grapes. As Taylor was a native of London, the greatest city in the world, he must have had a wide experience in many things, was certain to know the difference between good and bad liquor, and I was anxious to obtain a favourable verdict on my Australian product. He held up the glass to the light and eyed the contents critically. Then he tasted a small quantity, and paused a while to feel the effect. Then he took another taste, and remarked, "It's sourish." He put the tumbler to his mouth a third time, and emptied it quickly. Then he placed one hand on his stomach and said, "Oh my!" and ran away to the water tap outside to rinse his mouth and get rid of the unpleasant flavour. His verdict was adverse and very unflattering. Next day, while I was inspecting his work, he gave me to understand that he felt dry again. I asked him what he would like, a drink of water or a cup of tea. He said, "Well, I think I'll just try another glass of that wine of yours." He seemed very irrational in the matter of drink, but I fetched another bottle. This time he emptied the first tumbler without hesitation, regardless of consequences. He puckered his lips and curled his nose, and said it was rather sourish, but in hot weather it was not so bad as cold water, and was safer for the stomach. He then drew the back of his hand across his mouth, looked at the paper which he had been putting on the wall, and said, "I don't like that pattern a bit, too many crosses on it." "Indeed," I said, "I never observed the crosses before, but I don't see any harm in them. Why don't you like them?" "Oh, it looks too like the Catholics, don't you see? Too popish. I hate them crosses." "Really," I replied, "I'm sorry to hear that. I am a Catholic myself." "Oh, Lord! Are you indeed? I always thought you were a Scotchman." Taylor finished that bottle of wine during the afternoon, and next day he wanted another. He wanted more every day until he rose to be a 3-bottle man. He became reconciled to the crosses on the wallpaper, forgave me for not being a Scotchman, and I believe the run of my cellar would have made him a sincere convert to popery, as long as the wine lasted. Soon after this memorable incident, the minister and the secretary made an official pleasure excursion through the Western District. They visited the court and inspected it, and me, and the books, and the furniture. They found everything correct, and were afterwards so sociable that I expected they would, on returning to Melbourne, speedily promote me, probably to the bench. But they forgot me, and promoted themselves instead. I have seen them since sitting nearly as high as Hammond in those expensive law courts in Lonsdale Street, while I was a despicable juryman serving the Crown for 10 shillings a day. That is the way of the world. The wicked are well paid and exalted, while the virtuous are ill paid and trodden down. At a week's notice I was ordered to leave my Garden of Eden, and I let it to a tenant, the very child of the evil one. He pruned the vines with goats and fed his cattle on the fruit trees. Then he wrote to inquire why the vines bore no grapes and the fruit trees no fruit, and wanted me to lower the rent, to repair the vineyard and the house, and to move the front gate to the corner of the fence. That man deserved nothing but death, and he died. In the summer of 1853, the last survivor of the Barrabool tribe came to Colac, and joined the remnant of the Colac blacks, but one night he was killed by them at their camp near the site of the present hospital. A shallow hole was dug about 40 or 50 yards from the southeast corner of the allotment on which the Presbyterian manse was built, and the Colac tribe buried his body there, and stuck branches of trees around his grave. About 6 months afterwards a government officer, the head of a department, arrived at Colac, and I rode with him about the township and neighbouring country, showing him the antiquities and the monuments, among others the mausoleum of the last of the Barrabools. The leaves had by this time fallen from the dead branches around the sepulchre, and the small twigs on them were decaying. The cattle and goats would soon tread them down and scatter them, and the very site of the grave would soon be unknown. The officer was a man of culture and of scientific tendencies, and he asked me to dig up the skull of the murdered blackfellow, and sent it to his address in Melbourne. He was desirous of exercising his culture on it, and wished to ascertain whether the skull was brachycephalous, dolichophilous, or polycephalous. I think that was the way he expressed it. I said there was very likely a hole in it, and it would be spoiled, but he said the hole would make no difference. I would do almost anything for science and money, but he did not offer me any, and I did not think a 6 months' mummy was old enough to steal, it was too fresh. If that scientist would borrow a spade and dig up the corpse himself, I would go away to a sufficient distance and close my eyes and nose until he had deposited the relic in his carpet bag. But I was too conscientious to be accessory to the crime of body snatching, and he had not courage enough to do the foul deed. That land is now fenced in, and people dwell there. The bones of the last of the Barrabools still rest under somebody's house, or fertilise a few feet of a garden plot. End of section 23.
Section 25 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pugg, Perth, Western Australia. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 25. Gippsland Pioneers. At the Old Port. Most of them were Highlanders, and the news of the discovery of Gippsland must often have been imparted in Gaelic, for many of the children of the mist could speak no English when they landed. Year after year settlers had advanced farther from Sydney along the coastal ranges, until stations were occupied to the westward of Twofold Bay. In that rugged country, where no wheeled vehicle could travel, bullocks were trained to carry produce to the bay, and to bring back stores imported from Sydney. Each train was in charge of a white man with several native drivers. But rumours of better lands towards the south were rife, and Captain McAllister of the Border Police equipped a party of men under Macmillan to go in search of them. Armed and provisioned, they journeyed over the mountains, under the guidance of the faithful native Friday, and at length from the top of a new Mount Pisgah beheld a fair land, watered throughout as the paradise of the Lord. Descending into the plains, Macmillan selected a site for a station, left some of his men to build huts and stockyards, and returned to report his discovery to McAllister. Slabs were split with which walls were erected, but before a roof was put on them, the blacks suddenly appeared and began to throw their spears at the intruders. One spear of seasoned hardwood actually penetrated through a slab. The men, all but one, who shall be nameless, seized their guns and fired at the blacks, who soon disappeared. The white men also disappeared over the mountains. The rout was mutual. But the country was too good to be occupied solely by savages, and when McMillan returned with reinforcements, he made some arrangements, the exact particulars of which he would never disclose. He brought cattle to his run, and they quickly grew fat. But civilized man does not live by fat cattle alone, and a market had to be sought. Twofold Bay was too far away, and young Melbourne was somewhere beyond impassable mountains. McMillan built a small boat, which he launched on the river, and pulled down to the lakes in search of an outlet. He found it, but the current was so strong that it carried him out to sea. He had to land on the outer beach, and to drag his boat back over the sands to the inner waters. He next rowed westward with his man Friday to look for a port at Corner Inlet, and he blazed a track to the Albert River. Friday was an inland black. He gazed at the river which was flowing towards the mountains and said, "What for stupid Yallock, yen along a Bulga." Footnote: Yallock, river. Bulga, mountain. McMillan tried to explain the theory of the tides. "One big Yallock down there push him along. Come back by and by." And Friday saw the water come back by and by. They reached the mouth of the river on February 1st, 1841, saw a broad expanse of salt water, and McMillan concluded that he had found a port for Gippsland. 10 months afterwards Jack Shay arrived at the port. He had first come to Twofold Bay from Van Diemen's Land, and nothing was known about his former life. "That's nothing to nobody," he said. He was a bushman, rough and weather-beaten, with only one peculiarity. The quart pot which he slung to his belt would hold half a gallon of tea, while the other pots only held a quart, and that was the reason why he was known all the way from Monaroo to Adelaide as Jack of the Quart Pot. He had arrived rather late on the previous evening, and this morning, as he sat on a log contemplating the scenery, his first conclusion was that the port was not flourishing. There was not a ship within sight. The mouth of the Albert River was visible on his right, and the inlet was spread out before him shining in the morning sun. About a mile away on the western shore was One Tree Hill. Towards the south were mud banks and mangrove islands, through which the channel zigzagged like a figure of 8, and then the view was closed by the scrub on Sunday Island. There was a boat at anchor in the channel about a mile distant, in which 2 men were fishing for their breakfast, for there was famine in the settlement, and the few pioneers left in it were kept alive on a diet of roast flathead. On the beach 3 boats were drawn up out of reach of the tide, and looking behind him, Jack counted 12 huts and 1 store of wattle and dab. The store had been built to hold the goods of the Port Albert Company. It was in charge of John Campbell, and contained a quantity of axes, tomahawks, saddles and bridles, a grindstone, some shot and powder, 2 double-barrelled guns, nails and hammers, and a few other articles, but there was nothing eatable to be seen in it. If there was any flour, tea, or sugar left, it was carefully concealed from any of the famishing settlers who might by chance peep in at the door. Outside the hut was a 9-pounder gun on wheels, which had been landed by the company for use in time of war, but until this day there had been no hostilities between the natives and the settlers. From time to time numbers of black faces had been seen among the scrub, but so far no spear had been thrown nor hostile gun fired. The members of the company were Turnbull, McLeod, Rankin, Brodrib, Horndon, and Orr. Soon after they landed they cleared a semicircular piece of ground behind their huts, to prevent the blacks from sneaking up to them unseen. Near the beach stood 2 sheoak trees, marked, one with the letters MM 1 Feb 1841, the other 2 Mar 1841, and the initials of the members of the Port Albert Company. Behind the huts 3 hobbled horses were feeding, two of which had been brought by Jack Shay. A gaunt deerhound with a shaggy coat, lame and lean, was lying in the sun. There was also an old cart in front of one of the huts, out of which two boys came and began to gather wood and to kindle a fire. They were ragged and hungry, and looked shyly at Jack Shay. One was Bill Clancy, and the other had been printer's devil to Hardy of the Gazette, and was therefore known as Dick the Devil. They had been picked up in Melbourne by Captain Davy, who had brought them to Port Albert in his whaleboat. Their ambition had been "for a life on the ocean wave and a home on the rolling deep as heroic young pirates." But at present they lived on shore, and their home was George Scutt's old cart. A man emerged from one of the huts carrying a candle box, which he laid on the ground before the fire. Jack observed that the box was full of eggs, on the top of which lay 2 teaspoons. The man was Captain David, usually known as Davy. He said, "I was going to ask you to breakfast, Jack, but you have been a long time coming, and provisions are scarce in these parts." "Don't you make no trouble whatsoever about me," said Jack. "Many's the time I've had short rations, and I can take potluck with any man." "You'll find potluck here is but poor luck," replied Davy. "I've got neither grub nor grog, no meat, no flour, no tea, no sugar, nothing but eggs, but thank God I've got plenty of them. There are 5 more boxes full of them in my hut, so we may as well set to at once." Davy drew some hot ashes from the fire and thrust the eggs into them, one by one. When they were sufficiently cooked, he handed one and a teaspoon to Jack, and took another himself, saying, "We shall have to eat them just as they are. There's plenty of salt water, but I haven't even a pinch of salt." "Why, Davy, there's plenty of salt right before your face. Didn't you never try ashes? Mix a spoonful with your egg this way, and you'll find you don't want no better salt." "Right you are, Jack, it goes down grand," said Davy, after seasoning and eating one egg. Then to the boys, "Here you kids, take some eggs and roast them and salt them with ashes, and then take your sticks and try if you can knock down a few parrots or wattle birds for dinner. But don't you go far from the camp, and keep a sharp look out for the blacks, for you can never trust 'em, and they might poke their spears through you." "But, Davy," asked Jack, "where is the port and the shipping, and where are all the settlers? There don't seem to be many people stirring about here this morning." "Port and shipping be blessed," said Davy. "As for the settlers, there's only about half a dozen left, with these 2 boys and my wife and Hannah Scutt. We don't keep no regular watch, and meal times is of little use unless there's something to eat. I landed here from that whaleboat on the 30th of last May, and I've been waiting for you ever since. In a few weeks we had about 150 people camped here. They came mostly in cutters from Melbourne, looking for work or looking for runs. They said that men were working for half a crown a day without rations on the road between Leodet's Beach and the town. But there was no work for them here, and as their provisions soon ran short, they had to go away or starve. I stopped here, and have been starving most of the time. Some went back in the cutters and some overland. Brodrib and Hobson came here over the mountains with 4 Port Phillip blacks, and they decided to look for a better way by the coast. I landed them and their 4 blacks at the head of Corner Inlet. They were attacked by the Western Port blacks near the River Tarwin, but they frightened them away by firing their guns. The 4 Port Phillip blacks who were carrying the ammunition and provisions ran away too, and the 2 white men had nothing to eat for 2 or 3 days until they made Massey and Anderson station on the Bass, where they found their runaway blacks. William Pearson and his party were the next who left the port. They took the road over the mountains and lived on monkey bears until they reached Massey and Anderson's. McClure, Scott, Montgomery and several other men started next. They had very little of their provisions left when I landed them one morning at One Tree Hill there over the water. They were 14 days tramping over the mountains and were so starved that they ate their own dogs. They came back in a schooner, but I think some of them will never get over that journey. I tell you, Jack, it's hard to make a start in a new country with no money, no food and no livestock except Scott's old horse and that lame deerhound. Poor Ossian was a good dog, and used to run down old man Kangaroo for us until one of them gave him a terrible rip with his claw, and he has been lame ever since. For 8 weeks we were living on roast flathead, and I grew tired of it. and so on the 17th of last month I started down the inlet in my whaleboat and went to Lady Bay to take in some firewood. I knew the mutton birds would be coming to the islands on the 23rd or 24th, but I landed on one of them on the 19th, 4 or 5 days too soon, and began to look for something to eat. There were some pig faces, but they were only in flower, no fruit on them. I could find nothing but penguins' eggs, and I put some of those in a pot over the fire, but they would never get hard if I boiled them all day. There is something oily inside of them, and how it gets there I never could tell. You might as well try to live on rancid butter and nothing else. However, on November the 23rd the mutton birds began to come in thousands, and then I was soon living in clover. I had any quantity of hard-boiled eggs and roast fowl, for I could knock down the birds with a stick. But Jack, what have you been doing since I met you the year before last? You had a train of pack bullocks and a mob of cattle looking for a run about Mount Buninyong. Did you start a station out there for Imlay? No, I didn't. Found a piece of good country, but Pettit and the Coggles hunted me out of it, so Imlay sold the cattle and went back to Twofold Bay. Then Charles Lynott offered me a job. He was taking a mob of cattle to Adelaide, but he heard there was no price for them there, so he took a station up the Pyrenees, 17 miles beyond Parson Irvine's run at the amphitheatre. I was there about 12 months. My hut was not far from a deep waterhole, and the milking yard was about 200 yards from the hut. The wild blacks were very troublesome. They killed 3 white men at Murdering Creek, and me and Francis, Clark's manager, hunted them off the station 2 or 3 times. The blacks were more afraid of Francis than of anybody else, as beside his gun he always carried pistols, and they could never tell how many he had in his pockets. Cockatoo Bill's tribe drove away a lot of Parson Irvine's sheep and broke a leg of each sheep to keep them from going back. The parson and Francis went after them, and one of us stockmen named Walker, and another a big fellow whose name I forget. They shot some of the blacks, but the sheep were spoiled. There was a tame black fellow we called Alec, and 2 gins living about our station, and he had a daughter we called Piccaninny Charlotte, 10 or 11 years old, who was very quick and smart and spoke English very well. One morning when I was in the milking yard she came to me and said, "You look out, Cockatoo Bill got your axe under his rug, sitting among a lot of lubbers, chop you down when you bring up milk in buckets." I had no gun with me, so I crept out of the yard and sneaked through the scrub to get into the hut through the back door, keeping out of sight of Bill and the lubberers, who were all sitting on the ground in front of the hut. We had plenty of arms, and I always kept my double-barrelled gun loaded and hanging over the fireplace. I crept inside the hut, reached down for the gun, and peeped out of the front door, looking for Bill. The lubberers began yabbering in an instant. Bill dropped his rug and the axe, leapt over the heads of the women, and was off like a deer. I took a flying shot at him with both barrels. His lubber went about afterwards among the stations complaining that Jack Quart Pot shot Cockatoo Bill, and Parker, Government Protector, made inquiries about him. I saw him coming towards my hut, and I said to Piccaninny Charlotte, "No talk, no English, no nothing." When Parker asked her if she knew anything about Cockatoo Bill, she shammed stupid, and he couldn't get a word out of her. Who was that cove with the spyglass? That's John Campbell, the company's storeman. He's looking for a schooner every day. He would have gone long ago like the rest, but he does not like to leave the stores behind. Here, Mr. Campbell, wouldn't you like to take a roast egg or 2 for breakfast? There's plenty for the whole camp. I will, Davy, and thank ye. Who are the men in the boat down the channel? They're George Scott and Pately Jim fishing for their breakfast. They were hungry, I reckon, and went away before I brought out the eggs, or they might have had a feed. While the men were roasting their eggs, their eyes wandered over everything within view, far and near. On land and sea their lives had often depended on their watchfulness. The sun was growing warm, and there was a quivering haze over the waters. While glancing down the channel, Davy observed some dark objects appearing near a mangrove island. He pointed them out to Campbell and said, "What kind of birds are they? Do you think they are swans?" "I can't think what else they can be," said Campbell, "but they have not got the shape of birds, and they don't seem smoothly like swans, but go jerking along like big coots. Take a look through the glass, Davy, and see if we can make them out. Davy took a long and steady look, and said, I'm blowed if they ain't black fellows in their canoes. They are poling along towards the channel. 1, 2, 3. There's a dozen of them or more. I can see their long spears sticking out, and they are after some mischief. The tide is on the ebb, and they're going to drop down with it, and spear those 2 men in the boat. And they are both landlubbers, and haven't even got a gun with them. We must bear a hand and help them. Get your guns, and we'll launch the whaleboat. John Campbell steered, and Shay and Davy pulled as hard as they could towards the canoes, which were already drifting down with the current. The 2 fishermen were busy with their lines, every now and then pulling out a fish and baiting their hooks with a fresh piece of shark. They never looked up the channel, nor guessed the danger that was every moment coming nearer, for the blacks as yet had not made the least noise. At last Campbell saw several of them seizing their spears and making ready to throw them, so he fired one of his barrels, and Davy stood up in the boat and gave a cooee that might have been heard at Sunday Island, for when anything excited him on the water, he could be heard shouting and swearing at an incredible distance. He yelled at the fishermen, "Boat ahoy! Up anchor, you lubbers, and scatter! Don't you see the blacks after you?" The natives began paddling away as fast as they could towards the nearest land, and Davy and Shay pulled after them. But the blacks soon reached the shore, and taking their spears, ran into the nearest scrub. When the whaleboat grounded, there was not one of them to be seen. Davy said, "They are watching us not far off. You 2 keep a sharp lookout, and if you see a black, face fire at it. I'm going to cut off the fleet." He rolled up his trousers, took a fishing line, waded out to the canoes, and tied them together, one behind another, leaving a little slack between each of them. He then fastened one end of the line to the whaleboat, shoved off, and sprang inside. The blacks came out of the scrub, yelling and brandishing their spears, a few of which they threw at the boat, but it was soon out of their reach. Thus a great naval victory had been gained, and the whole of the enemy's fleet captured without the loss of a man. Nothing like it had been achieved since the days of the great Gulliver. The 2 fishermen had taken no part in the naval operations, and when the whaleboat returned with its train of canoes like the tail of a kite, Davy administered a sharp reprimand. "Why didn't you 2 lubbers keep your eyes skinned? I suppose you're asleep, eh? You ought to have up anchor and pulled away, and then the devils could never have got near you. Look here," holding a piece of bark. "That's all they got to paddle with in deep water, and in the shallows they can only pole along with sticks." Pately Jim had been a prize runner in Yorkshire, and trifles never took away his breath. He replied calmly, "You're right, Davy. We're a bit sleepy, but we're quite wakened now. Keep your shout on, and we'll do better next time." When the canoes, which were built entirely with sheets of bark, were drawn up on the beach, nothing was found in them but a few sticks, bark paddles, and a gown, a lilac cotton gown. "That goon," said Campbell, "has belonged to some white woman they devils have murdered. There's no settler near than Jamieson, and they mun have broke the goon all the way frae the Bass." But Campbell was mistaken. There had been another white woman in Gippsland. End of section 25.
Section 29 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 29. 2 Special Surveys. A notice dated March the 4th, 1841, was gazetted in Sydney to the following effect. Any holder of a land receipt to the extent of not less than 5,120 acres may, if he thinks fit, demand a special survey of any land not hereinafter accepted within the district of Port Phillip, whether such land receipt be obtained in the manner pointed out in the Government Gazette of the 21st of January last, or granted by the Land and Immigration Commissioners in London. Not more than 1 mile of frontage to any river, watercourse, or lake to be allowed for every 4 square miles of area. The other boundaries to be straight lines running north and south, east and west. no land to be taken up within 5 miles of the towns of Melbourne, Geelong, Williamstown, or Portland. The right of opening roads through any part of the land be reserved for the Crown, but no other reservation whatever be inserted in the deeds of grant. The Port Albert Company took up land under the above conditions, between the Albert and Tarra rivers. It was in Orr's name, and is still known as Orr's Special Survey. A surveyor was appointed to mark and plan the boundaries. He delegated the work to another surveyor. Next a re-survey was made, then a subdivisional survey, and then other surveys went on for 50 years, with ever varying results. It is now a well-established fact that Orr's Special Survey is subject to an alternate expansion and contraction of area, which from time to time vitiates the labour of every surveyor, and has caused much professional animosity. Old men with one foot in the grave in this year 1895 are still accusing each other of embezzling acres of it. The devil of discord and Mercury, the god of thieves, encamped upon it. The Port Albert Company fell into its slough of despond, which in the court of equity was known as Camus versus Orr, and there all the members perished. Mr. John Reeve had a land receipt and wanted land. After he had taken up the station known as Snake Ridge, he looked around for a good special survey. He engaged Davy and his whaleboat for a cruise in Port Albert waters, and McMillan, Sheridan, and Loughman were of the party. They went up the narrow channel called the Caledonian Canal, examined the bluffs, shores, and islands of Shallow Inlet, and at night encamped on St. Margaret's Island. When shelter was required, Davy usually put up the mainsail of his boat for a tent, but that night was so fine and warm that it was decided to avoid the trouble of bringing the sail ashore and putting it up. After supper the men lay around the fire, and one by one fell asleep, but about midnight heavy rain began to fall, the sail was brought ashore, and they all crept under it to keep themselves as dry as possible. The next morning was fair. On leaving the port, it had been the intention of the party to return the same evening, and the boat was victualled for one day only. There was now nothing for breakfast but a little tea and sugar and a piece of damper, no flesh, fish, or fowl. Davy was anxious to entertain his passengers to the best of his ability, especially Mr. Reeve, who, though not of delicate health, was a gentleman of refined tastes, and liked to have his meals prepared and served in the best style. Fresh water was of the first necessity, and, after so much rain, should have been plentiful, but not a spoonful could anywhere be found. The soil of the island was sandy, and all the rain had soaked into it and disappeared. The damper, having been exposed to the weather, was saturated with water. There was in the boat a large 3-legged iron pot, half filled with fat, a hard and compact dainty, not likely to be spilled or wasted, and in it had been stewed many a savoury meal of sandpipers, parrots, rats, and quail. This pot had been fortunately left upright and uncovered during the night, and the abundant rain had filled it with fresh water. Davy, with the intuition of artistic genius, at once saw the means of producing a repast fit for the gods. He poured the water which covered the fat from the iron pot into the kettle, which he placed on the fire for the purpose of making tea. He cut the sodden damper into substantial slices, put them in the pot, and cooked them in the fat over the fire. When well done, they tasted like fried bread, and gave entire satisfaction, Mr. Reeve observing, when the feast was finished, that he had never in his life eaten a better breakfast. A start was made for the port, but the wind came dead ahead, and the men had to pull the whole way across the inlet, through the Caledonian Canal, and as far as Long Point. There they went ashore for a rest, and Mr. Reeve asked Davy if he could find the mouth of the Tarra River. Davy said he had never been there, but he had no doubt he could find it, as he had seen the river when he was duck shooting. It was then high water, and the wind still blowing strongly from the west, so a reef was taken in the lug, and the boat ran right into the Tarra as far as the site of the present courthouse. There the party landed, and after looking at the country, Mr. Reeve decided to take up his special survey there. It was partly open forest, but it contained also a considerable area of rich flats covered with luxuriant tea tree and myrtle scrub, which in the course of time became mingled with imported blackberry bushes, whins, sweetbriars, and thistles. Any quantity of labour might be spent on it with advantage to the owner, so the following advertisement appeared in the public journals: To capitalists and the industrious labouring class, Gippsland, Point Albert. An accurate plan of Mr. Reeve's special survey of Tarra Vale having been completed, notice is hereby given that farms of various sizes are now open for sale or lease. The proprietor chiefly desires the establishment of a respectable tenantry, and will let these farms at a moderate rent of 1 bushel of wheat per acre. The estate consists of 5,120 acres of rich alluvial flats. No part of the estate is more than 2 miles from the freshwater stream of Tarra. Many families already occupy purchased allotments in the immediate vicinity of the landing place in Tarraville. There is a licensed hotel, good stores, and various tradesmen. Likewise dray roads from Maneroo and Port Phillip. Apply to F. Taylor, Tarraville, or John Brown, Melbourne. There were several doubtful statements in this notice, but as the law says, buyer beware. Joshua Dayton was not a capitalist, but he belonged to the industrious labouring class, and he offered himself and was accepted as a respectable tenant at the rental of 1 bushel of wheat to the acre. He was a thief on principle, but simple Mr. Taylor of Tarraville put his trust in him because it would be necessary to fence and improve the land in order to produce the bushel of wheat. The fee simple, at any rate, would be safe with Mr. Reeve, but we live and learn that there are men ingenious enough to steal even the fee simple, and transmit it by will to their innocent children. The farm comprised a beautiful and rich bend of the Tarra, forming a spacious peninsula. Joshua erected a fence across the isthmus, leaving the rest of his land open to the trespass of cattle, which were therefore liable to be driven away. But he did not drive them away, he impounded them within his bend, and at leisure selected the fattest for slaughter, thus living literally on the fat of the land. He formed his boiling down establishment in a retired glade, surrounded with tea tree, tall and dense, far from the prying eyes and busy haunts of men. His hut stood on a gentle rise above the highest flood mark, and in close proximity to the slip rails, which were jealously guarded by his Cerberus, Neddy, a needy immigrant of a plastic nature, whose mind succumbed under the strong logic of his employer. Neddy had so far led an honest life, and did not fall into the habits of thievery without some feelings of compunction. When Joshua first drove cattle into the bend, he did not tell Neddy he had stolen them. Oh, no, he said, "Here are a few beasts I have had running about for some time, and I think I'll kill one or 2 of the fattest and make tallow of them. Beef is worth less than nothing, and we must make a living somehow. And I know you would like a little fresh beef, Neddy, for a change of diet is good for the health." But Neddy was not so much of a fool as to be able to shut his eyes to the nature of the boiling down business. The brands were too various, and Joshua claimed them all. Neddy said one night, "Don't you think, Joshua, this game of yours is rather dangerous?" "Why, it's nothing better than cattle stealing, and I've heard folks say at one time it was a hanging matter. You may be found out some day by an unlucky chance, and then what will you do?" "You mustn't call it cattle stealing, Neddy. That doesn't sound well," said Joshua. "I will call it back pay for work and labour done. I have good reason for it. I was sent out for stealing a horse which I never did steal. I only bought it cheap for a couple of pounds. They sent me to the island, and I worked 7 years for a settler for nothing. Now I put it to you, Neddy, as an honest and sensible man, am I to get no pay for that 7 years' work? And how am I to get it if I don't take it myself? The government will give me no pay. They'll give me another 7 years if they could. But you see, there are no peelers here, no beaks, and no blooming courts. So I intend to make hay while the sun shines, which means tallow in these times. All these settlers get as much work out of government men as they can get for nothing, and if you say 2 words to 'em, they'll have you flogged. So while I does my 7 years, I says nothing, but I thinks, and I makes up my mind to have it out of 'em when my time comes. And I say it's fair and honest to get your back wages the best way you can. These settlers are all tarred with the same brush. They make poor coves like us work for 'em and flog us like bullocks, and then they pretend they are honest men. I say blowed to such honesty. But what if you are caught, Joshua? What then? Well, we must be careful. I don't think they'll catch me in a hurry. I does me business quick, cuts out the brand and burns it first thing, and always turns out beasts I don't want directly. Other men followed the example of Joshua, so that between troubles with the black men, troubles with the white men, and the want of a market for his stock, the settlers' days were full of anxiety and misery. And in addition, the government in Sydney was threatening him with a roaming tax gatherer under the name of a Commissioner of Crown Lands, to whom was entrusted the power of increasing or diminishing assessments at his own will and pleasure. The settler therefore bowed down before the lordly tax gatherer, and entertained him in his hut with all available hospitality, with welcome on his lips, smiles on his face, and hatred in his heart. The fees and fines collected by the commissioners all over New South Wales had fallen off in 1 year to the extent of 65%. More revenue was therefore required. And was it not just that those who occupied Crown lands should support the dignity of the Crown? Then the blacks had to be protected or otherwise dealt with. They could not pay taxes, as the Crown had already appropriated all they were worth, viz. Their country. But they were made amenable to British law, and that celebrated case, Regina versus Jacky Jacky, it was solemnly declared by the judge that aborigines were subjects of the Queen, and that judge went to church on the Sabbath, and said his prayers, wearing his robes and rig and all. Jacky Jacky was charged with aiding and abetting Long Bill to murder little Tommy. He said, "Another one blackfellow kill him, bail me shoot him." The court received his statement as equivalent to a plea of not guilty. Witness Billy, an aboriginal, said, "I was born about 20 miles from Sydney. If I don't tell stories, I shall go to heaven. If I do, I shall go down below. I don't say any prayers. It is the best place to go up to heaven. I learnt about heaven and hell 3 years ago at Yass Plains when driving a team there. Can't say what's in the book, can't read. If I go below, I shall be burnt with fire." Billy was sworn, and said, "I knew Jacky Jacky and Cosgrove the bullock driver. I know Fiann's Ford. I know Manifolds. I went from Fiann's Ford with Cosgrove, a drove of cattle and a dray from Manifolds. I knew little Tommy at Port Fairy. He is dead. I saw him dying. When driving the team, I fell in with a lot of blacks. They asked me what black boy Tommy was, told them my brother. They kept following us 2.5 miles. Jacky Jacky said, 'Billy, I must kill that black boy in spite of you.' Jacky Jacky said sharply, 'Borack.' Jacky Jacky, who was king, got on the dray, and little Tommy got down. A black fellow threw a spear at him and hit him in the side. The king also threw a spear and wounded him. A lot of blacks also speared him. Long Bill came up and shot him with a ball. Jacky Jacky said to Cosgrove, 'Plenty gammon, I must kill that black boy.' Little Tommy belonged to the Port Fairy tribe, which had always been fighting with Jacky Jacky's tribe. 'It's all gammon,' said Jacky Jacky. 'Borack me, it's another blackfellow.' Jacky Jacky, when with the dray, spoke his own language, which I did not understand. I was not a friend of little Tommy. I was not afraid of the Port Fairy tribe. I am sometimes friend with Jacky Jacky's tribe. If I meet him at Yass, I can't say whether I should spear him or not. They would kill him at the Goulburn River if he went there. Blackfellows not let man live who commit murder." "Are the aboriginals amenable to British law?" Question argued by learned counsel, Messrs. Stawell and Barry. His Honour, the resident judge, said, The aboriginals are amenable to British law, and it is a mercy to them to be under that control, instead of being left to seek vengeance in the death of each other. It is a mercy to them to be under the protection of British law, instead of slaughtering each other. Jacky was found guilty of aiding and abetting. The principals in the murder were not prosecuted, probably could not be found. Before leaving the court he turned to the judge and said, "You hang me this time?" He only knew two maxims of British law applicable to his race, and these he had learnt by experience. One maxim was shoot 'em, and the other was hang 'em. There is abundant evidence to prove that an aboriginal legal maxim was, "The stranger is an enemy, kill him." It was for that reason Jacky killed little Tommy, who was a stranger, belonging to the hostile Port Fairy tribe. Joshua and Neddy carried on the boiling down business successfully for some time, regularly shipping tallow to Melbourne in casks, until some busybody began to insinuate that their tallow was contraband. Then Joshua took to carrying goods up the country, and Neddy took to drink. He died at the first party given by Mother Murden at her celebrated hostelry. There were at this time about 200 men, women, and children scattered about in the neighbourhood of New Leith, afterwards called Port Albert, the Old Port, the New Alberton, and Tara Vale. Alberton, by the way, was gazetted as a township before the village of St Kilda was founded. There were no licences issued for the various houses of entertainment, vulgarly called sly grog shops. There was no church, no school, no minister, and no music, until Mother Murden imported some. It was hidden in the recesses of a barrel organ, and in order to introduce the new instrument to the notice of her patrons and friends, Mother Murden posted on her premises a manuscript invitation to a grand ball. She was anxious that everything should be carried out in the best style, and that the festive time should commence at least without intoxication. She therefore had one drunken man carried into the dead room, another to an outside shed. Neddy, the third, had become one of her best customers, and therefore she treated him kindly. He was unsteady on his legs, and she piloted him with her own hands to the front door, expecting that he would find a place for himself somewhere or another. She gave him a gentle shove, said, "Good night, Neddy," and closed the door. She then cleared a space for the dancers in her largest room, placed the barrel organ on a small table in one corner, and made her toilet. The guests began to arrive, and Mother Murden received them in her best gown at the front door. Neddy was lying across the threshold. "It's only Neddy," she said apologetically. "He has been taking a little nobbler, and it always runs to his head. He'll be all right by and by. Come in, my dears, and take your things off. You'll find a looking-glass in the room behind the bar." The gentlemen stepped over Neddy, politely gave their hands to the ladies, and helped them over the human obstacle. When everything was ready, Mother Murden sat down by the barrel organ, took hold of the handle, and addressed her guests. "Now, boys, choose your girls." The biggest bully, a conditional pardon man of the year 1839, acted as master of ceremonies, and called out the figures. He also appropriated the belle of the ball as his partner. The dancing began with great spirit, but as the night wore on the music grew monotonous. There were only 6 tunes in the organ, and not all the skill and energy of Mother Murden could grind one more out of it. Neddy lay across the doorway and was never disturbed. He did not wake in time to take any part of the festive scene, being dead. Now and then a few of the dancers stepped over him and remarked, "Neddy is having a good rest." In the cool air they walked to and fro, then returning to the ballroom they took a little refreshment and danced to the same old tunes till they were tired. Mother Murden's first ball was a grand success for all but Neddy. No sleep till morn when youth and pleasure meet, to chase the glowing hours with flying feet. but morn reveals unsuspected truths, and wrinkled invisible in the light of tallow candles. The first rays of the morning sun fell on Neddy's ghastly face, and the conditional pardon man said, "Why, he's dead and cold." Mother Murden came to the door with a tumbler in her hand containing a morning nip for Neddy, to kill the worm, as the Latins say, but the worm was dead already. The merrymakers stood around, the men looked serious, and the ladies shivered. They said the air felt chilly, so they bade one another good morning and hurried home. It is hard to say why one sinner is taken and the other left. Joshua's time did not arrive till many years afterwards, when we had acquitted him at the general sessions, but that is another story. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 30. How Government Came to Gippsland. At this time there was no visible government in Gippsland. The authorities in Sydney and Melbourne must have heard of the existence of the country and of its settlement, but they were content for a time with the receipt of the money paid into the Treasury for depasturing licences and for assessments on stock. In 1840 the land fund received in New South Wales amounted to £316,000. In 1841 it was only £90,000, and in 1842 Sir George Gipps, in his address to the Council, severely reprimanded the colonists for the reckless spirit of speculation and overtrading in which they had indulged during the 2 preceding years. This general reprimand had a more particular application to Mr. Benjamin Boyd, the champion boomer of those days. Labourers out of employment were numerous, and contractors were informed by Gazette notice that the service of 100 prisoners were available for purposes of public utility, such as making roads, dams, breakwaters, harbours, bridges, watchhouses, and police buildings. Assignees of convicts were warned that if they wished to return them to the custody of the government, they must pay the expense of their conveyance to Sydney, otherwise all their servants would be withdrawn, and they would become ineligible as assignees of prisoners in future. Between the 1st of July 1840 and the 1st of November 1841, 26,556 bounty immigrants had been received in Sydney. The bounty orders were suspended in the autumn of the latter year, but in 1842 Lord Stanley was of the opinion that the colony could beneficially receive 10,000 more immigrants during the current year. Many married labourers could find no work in Sydney, and in November 1843 the government requested persons sending wool drays to the city to take families to inland district gratis. A regular stream of half-pay officers also poured into the colony, and made Sir George's life a burden. They all wanted billets, and if he made the mistake of appointing a civilian to some office, Captain Smith, with war in his eyes and fury in his heart, demanded an interview at once. He said, "I see by this morning's Gazette that some fellow of the name of Jones has been made a police superintendent, and here am I, an imperial officer used to command and discipline, left out in the cold, while that counter-jumper steps over my head. I can't understand your policy, Sir George. What will my friends of the club in London say when they hear of it, but that the service is going to the dogs?" So Captain Smith obtained his appointment as superintendent of police, and with a free sergeant and 6 convict constables, taken, as it were, out of bond, was turned loose in the bush. He had been for 20 years in the preventive service, but had never captured a prize more valuable than a bottle of whisky. He knew nothing whatever about horses, and rode like a beer barrel, but he nevertheless lectured his troopers about their horses and accoutrements. The sergeant was an old stock rider, and he one day so far forgot the rules of discipline as to indulge in a mutinous smile, and say, "Well, Captain, you may know something about a ship, but I'll be blowed if you know anything about a horse." That observation was not entered in any report, but the sergeant was fined £2 for insolence and insubordination. The sum of £60,899 was voted for police services in 1844, and Captain Smith was paid out of it. All the revenue went to Sydney, and very little of it found its way to Melbourne, so that Mr. Latrobe's government was sometimes deprived of the necessaries of life. Alberton was gazetted as a place for holding courts of petty sessions, and Messrs. John Reeve and John King were appointed justices of the peace for the new district. Then Michael Shannon met James Reading on the Port Albert Road, robbed him of 2 orders for money and a certificate of freedom, and made his way to Melbourne. There he was arrested and remanded by the bench to the new court at Alberton. But there was no court there, no lock-up, and no police, and Mr. Latrobe, with tears in his eyes, said he had no cash whatever to spend on Michael Shannon. The public journals denounced Gippsland and said it was full of irregularities. Therefore, on September 13, 1843, Charles J. Tyers was appointed Commissioner of Crown Lands for the district. He endeavoured to make his way overland to the scene of his future labours, but the mountains were discharging the accumulated waters of the winter and spring rainfall. Every watercourse was full, and the marshes were impassable. The Commissioner waited, and then made a fresh start with 6 men and 4 baggage horses. Midway between Dandenong and the Bunyip he passed the hut of Big Mat, a new settler from Melbourne, and obtained from him some information about the best route to follow. It began to rain heavily, and it was difficult to ford the swollen creeks before arriving at the Big Hill. At Shady Creek there was nothing for the horses to eat, and beyond it the ground became treacherous and full of crab holes. At the mow the backwater was found to be fully 1/4 of a mile wide, encumbered with dead logs and scrub, and no safe place for crossing the creek could be found. During the night the famishing horses tore open with their teeth the packages containing the provisions, and before morning all that was left of the flour, tea, and sugar was trodden into the muddy soil and hopelessly lost. Not an ounce of food could be collected. There was no game to be seen. Every bird and beast seemed to have fled from the desolate ranges. Mr. Tyers had been for many years a naval instructor on board a man-of-war, understood navigation and surveying, and, it is to be presumed, knew the distance he had travelled and the course to be followed in returning to Port Phillip. But there were valleys filled with impenetrable scrub, creeks often too deep to ford, and boundless morasses, so that the journey was made crooked with continual deviations. If a black boy like Macmillan's Friday had accompanied the expedition, his native instinct would at such a time have been worth all the science in the world. The 7 men, breakfastless, turned their backs to Gippsland. The horses were already weak and nearly useless, so they and all the tents and camp equipage were abandoned. Each man carried nothing but his gun and ammunition. All day long they plodded wearily through the bush, wading the streams, climbing over the logs, and pushing their way through the scrub. Only 2 or 3 small birds were shot, which did not give, when roasted, a mouthful to each man. At night a large fire was made, and the hungry travellers lay around it. Next morning they renewed their journey, Mr. Tyers keeping the men from straggling as much as he could, and cheering them with the hope of soon arriving at some station. No game was shot all that day, no man had a morsel of food. The guns and ammunition seemed heavy and useless, and one by one they were dropped. It rained at intervals, the clothing became soaked and heavy, and some of the men threw away their coats. A large fire was again made at night, but no one could sleep, shivering with cold and hunger. Next morning one man refused to go any further, saying he might as well die where he was. He was a convict accustomed to the life in the bush, and Mr. Tyers was surprised that he should be the first man to give way to despair, and partly by force and partly by persuasion he was induced to proceed. About midday smoke was seen in the distance, and the hope of soon obtaining food put new life into the wayfarers. But they soon made a long straggling line of march, the strongest in the front, the weakest in the rear. The smoke issued from the chimney of the hut occupied by Big Mat. He was away looking after his cattle, but his wife Nora was inside, busy with her household duties, while the baby was asleep in the corner. There was a small garden planted with vegetables in front of the hut, and Norah, happening to look out of the window during the afternoon, saw a strange man pulling off the pea pods and devouring them. The strange man was Mr. Tyers. Some other men were also coming near. "They are bush rangers," she said, running to the door and bolting it, "and they'll rob the hut, and maybe they'll murder me and the baby." The last thought made her fierce. She seized an old Tower musket, which was always kept loaded ready for use, and watched the men through the window. They came into the garden one after another, and at once began snatching the peas and eating them. There was something fearfully wild and strange in the demeanour of the men, but Norah observed that they appeared to have no firearms and very little clothing. They never spoke, and seemed to take no notice of anything but the peas. "The Lord preserve us," said Norah. "I wish Mat would come." Her prayer was heard, for Mat came riding up to the garden fence with 2 cattle dogs, which began barking at the strangers. Mat said, "Hello, you coves, is it robbing my garden ye are?" Mr. Tyers looked towards Mat and spoke, but his voice was weak, his mouth full of peas, and Mat could not tell what he was saying. He dismounted, hung the bridle on to a post, and came into the garden. He looked at the men, and soon guessed what was the matter with them. He had often seen their complaint in Ireland. "Poor crathurs," he said, "it's hungry you are, and hunger's a killing disorder. Stop ating the pays to once, or they'll kill you, and come into the house and we'll give you something better." The men muttered, but kept snatching off the peas. Norah had unbolted the door and was standing with the musket in her hand. "Take away the gun, Norah, and put the big billy on the fire, and we'll give 'em something warm. The crathurs are starving. I suppose they are runaway prisoners, and small blame to 'em for that same, but we can't let 'em die of hunger." The strangers had become quite idiotic, and would not leave the peas, until Mat lost all patience, bundled them one by main force into his hut, and shut the door. He had taken the pledge from Father Matthew before he left Ireland, and had kept it faithfully, but he was not straight-laced. He had a gallon of rum in the hut, to be used in case of snake bite and in other emergencies, and he now gave each man a little rum and water, and a small piece of damper. Rum was a curse to the convicts, immigrants, and natives. Its average price was then about 4 shillings 3 per gallon. The daily ration of a soldier consisted of 1 pound of bread, 1 pound of fresh meat, and 1/7 of a quart of rum. But on this day, to Mr. Tyers and his men, the liquor was a perfect blessing. He was sitting on the floor with his back to the slabs. "You don't know me, Mat?" "Know ye, is it? Sure I never clapped eyes on you before, that I know of. Are ye runaway government men? Tell the truth now, for I am not the man to turn informer agin misfortune creatures like yourselves." "My name is Tyers. I passed this way, you remember, not very long ago." "What, Mr. Tyers, the Commissioner? Sure I didn't know you from Adam. So you never went to Gippsland at all?" "Our horses got at the provisions and spoiled them, so we had to come back, and we have had nothing to eat for 3 days. There is one man somewhere behind yet. I am afraid he will lie down and die. Do you think you could find him?" "For the love of mercy, I'll try anyway. Norah dear, take care of the poor fellows while I go and look for the other man. And mind, only give him a little food and drink at a time, or they'll kill their weak stomachs with greediness. And see you all do just as Norah tells you while I'm away, for you are no better than childer." Mat galloped away to look for the last man, while his wife watched over the welfare of her guests. She said, "The Lord save us, and be betune us and harm. But when I see you in the garden, I thought you were bushrangers, and I took up the old gun to shoot ye." Mat soon found the last man, put him on his horse, and brought him to the hut. Next morning he yoked his bullocks, put all his guests into the dray, and started for Dandenong. On December 23rd, 1843, Mr. Tyers and his men arrived in Melbourne, and he reported to Mr. Latrobe the failure of his second attempt to reach Gippsland. While the Commissioner and his men were vainly endeavouring to reach the new country, 7 other men were suffering famine and extreme hardships to get away from it. They had arrived at Old Port by sea, having been engaged to strip bark by Mr. P. W. Walsh, usually known in Melbourne as Paddy Walsh. He had been chief constable in Launceston. Many years before Batman or Faulkner landed in Port Phillip, parties of whalers were sent each year to strip wattle bark at Western Port. Griffiths and Co. had found the business profitable, and Paddy Walsh came to the conclusion that there was money to be made out of the bark in Gippsland. He therefore engaged 7 men and shipped them by schooner, writing to a storekeeper at the old port to receive the bark, ship it to Melbourne, and supply the strippers with the requisite stores. The 7 men landed at the old port and talked to the pioneers. They listened to their dismal accounts of starvation on roast flathead and mutton birds' eggs, of the ferocity of the blacks, of the murder of McAllister, of the misfortunes of Glengarry. The 9-pounder gun still stood at the corner of the company's store, pointed towards the scrub, a silent warning to the new men of the dangers in store for them. They took their guns and went about the bush looking for wattle trees, but they could not find in any place a sufficient quantity to make the business profitable. There was no regular employment to be had, but fortunately the schooner Scotia, chartered by John King, went ashore in a gale, and 4 of the barkers, all Irishmen, obtained a few days' work in taking out her mud ballast. But no permanent livelihood could be expected from shipwrecks, and the 7 strippers resolved, if possible, to return to Melbourne. They wanted to see Paddy Walsh once more, but they had no money, and the storekeeper refused to pay their fare by sea. After much negotiation they obtained a week's rations, and gave all the tools they had brought with them to Captain Davy in payment for his trouble in landing them at One Tree Hill. They were informed that Brodrib and Hobson had made Western Port in 4 days on foot, and of course they could do the same. 4 of the men were named Crow, Sparrow, Fox, and Macnamara, and of the other 3 men 2 were Englishmen, Smith and Brown. The third, a native of London, named Spiller, installed himself in the office of captain on account of his superior knowledge. He guaranteed to lead the party in a straight line to Western Port. He said he could box the compass. He had not one about him, but that made no difference. He would lay out their course every morning. They had to travel westward. The sun rose in the east. Everybody knew as much as that. So all he had to do was turn his back to the rising sun, and march straight on to the Western Port, which was situated in the west. The men agreed that Spiller's theory was a very good one. They could not think of any objection to it. Each man carried his blanket and rations, his gun and ammunition. Every morning Spiller pointed out the course to be taken and led the way. From time to time, with a look of extreme wisdom, he took observations of the position of the sun, and studied the direction of his own shadow on the ground. For 5 days the men followed him with great confidence, and then they found that their rations were all consumed, and there was no sign of Western Port or any settlement. They began to grumble, and to mistrust their captain. They said he must have been leading them astray, otherwise they would have seen some sign of the country being inhabited, and they formed a plan to putting Spiller's knowledge of inland navigation to the test. A start was made next morning, the Cockney as usual taking the lead. 1 man followed him, but kept losing ground purposely, merely keeping the leader in sight. The others did the same. Before the last man had lost sight of the camp, he could see Spiller in the distance walking towards it. He then uttered a long coo-ee, which was answered by every man of the party. They thought some valuable discovery had been made. One by one they followed the call, and were soon assembled at the still burning embers they had lately left. "A nice navigator you are, ain't you, Spiller? Do you know where you are now?" asked Brown. "Well, I must say there seems to be some mistake," said Spiller. "I came along when I heard the coo-ee, and found myself here. It is most unaccountable. Here is where we camped last night. Sure enough, it is most surprising." "Yes, it is surprising," said Smith. "You know the compass, don't you, you conceited little beggar? You can box it and make it a bee-line for Western Port, can't you? Here you have been circusing us around the country, nobody knows where, until we have not a morsel of food left. But I am to be starved to death through you, you miserable little hound. I am not going to leave you alive. What do you say, mates? Let us kill him and eat him. I'll do the job myself if nobody else likes it. I say nothing could be fairer." Sparrow, one of the Irishmen, spoke. He was a spare man. 6 feet high, had a long thin face, a prominent nose, sloping shoulders, mild blue eyes, and a most gentle voice. I knew him after he returned to Gippsland and settled there. He was averse to quarrelling and fighting, and, to enable him to lead a peaceable life, he carried a short riding whip with a hammer handle, and kept the lash twisted around his hand. He was a conscientious man too, and had a strong moral objection to the proposal of killing and eating Spiller, but he did not want to offend the company, and he made his refusal as mild as possible. "It's a think I wouldn't like to quarrel about with no man," he said, "and the Lord knows I'm as hungry as any of you, and if we die through this misleading little chap I couldn't say, but he would be guilty of murdering us, and we might be justified in making use of what little there is of him. But for my part I couldn't take my share of the meat, not to-day at any rate, because you may disremember it's Friday, and it's against the law of the church to eat meat these days. So I'd propose that we wait till tomorrow, and if we grow very weak with the hunger, we can make use of the dog to stay our stomachs a little while longer, and something better may turn up in the meantime." "Is it to cook my dog Watch, you mean?" asked Crow. Here Watch went to his master and lay down at his feet, looking up in his face and patting the ground with his tail. "I tell you what it is, Sparrow, you are not going to eat my dog. What has the poor fellow done to you, I'd like to know? You may cook Spiller if you like, to-day or tomorrow. It's all the same to me, and I grant he well deserves it. But if you meddle with Watch, you'll have to deal with me." "It's no use going on this way, mates," said Brown. "We might as well be moving while we have the strength enough to do so. Come along." The men began to rise to their feet. Macnamara suddenly snatched Spiller's gun and fired off both barrels. He then said, "Now hand over your shot and powder." Spiller, half scared to death, handed them over. "Now," said Macnamara, "you are my prisoner. I am going to take care of you until you are wanted, and if I see you so much as wink the wrong way, I'll blow your brains out, if you have any. Here's your empty gun. Now march." All the men followed. The country was full of scrub, and they walked through it in Indian file. Not a bird or beast was killed that day or the next. A consultation was held at night, and it was agreed to kill Watch in the morning if nothing else turned up, Crow by this time being too hungry to say another word in favour of his dog. But at daylight an eagle hawk was watching them from a tree, and Brown shot it. It was soon put in the ashes, and when cooked was divided among the 7. On the 8th day Macnamara said, "I can smell the ocean." His name means Sons of the Sea, and he was born and reared on the shore of the Atlantic. Sand hummocks were soon seen, and the roar of the breakers beyond could be heard. 2 redbills were shot and eaten, and Spiller and Watch were kept for future use. On the 9th day they shot a native bear, which afforded a sumptuous repast, and gave them strength to travel 2 days longer. When they camped at night, a tribe of blacks made a huge fire within a short distance, howling their war songs and brandishing their weapons. It was impossible to sleep or to pass a peaceful night with such neighbours, so they crawled nearer to the savages and fired a volley at them. Then there was silence, which lasted all night. Next morning they found a number of spears and other weapons which the blacks had left on the ground. These they threw into the fire, and then resumed their miserable journey. On this day cattle tracks were visible, and at last, completely worn out, they arrived at Chisholm's station, 11 days after leaving One Tree Hill. They still carried their guns, and had no trouble in obtaining food during the rest of their journey to Melbourne. At the same time that Mr. Tyers reported his failure to reach Gippsland, the 7 men reported to Walsh their return from it. The particulars of these interviews may be imagined, but they were never printed. Mr. John Fawkner, with unusual brevity, remarking that Gippsland appears to be sinking into obscurity. Some time afterwards it was stated that a warrant had been issued for Mr. P. Walsh, formerly one of our leading merchants, on a charge of fraud committed in 1843. Warrant returned non est inventus, but whether he has left the colony or is merely rusticating does not appear. Being an uncertificated bankrupt, it would be a rather dangerous experiment, punishable by law with transportation for 15 years. But Mr. Tyers could not afford to allow Gippsland to sink into obscurity. His official life and salary depended on his finding it. A detachment of border and native police had arrived from Sydney by the Shamrock, and some of them were intended as a reinforcement for Gippsland, to strengthen the hands of the Commissioner in putting down irregularities that at present exist there. Dr. Holmes was sending a mob of cattle over the mountains, and Mr. Tyers ordered his troopers to travel with them, arranging to meet them at the head of the Glengarry River. He avoided this time all the obstacles he had formerly encountered by making a sea voyage, and he landed at Port Albert on the 13th day of January, 1844. End of section 30. Section 32 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 32. Until the Golden Dawn. After Mr. Latrobe's short visit to Port Albert, Gippsland was for many years ruled by Mr. Tyers, with an authority almost royal. Davy, after his first rebellious outburst at the burning of the huts, and his subsequent appointment as pilot, retired to the new Port Albert, and avoided as much as possible the haunts of the Commissioner. On the salt water he was almost as powerful and imperious as was his rival by land. He ruled over all ships and shipwrecks, and allowed no man to say him nay. Long Mason, the first overseer of Woodside Station, took over a cargo of fat cattle to Hobarton for his brother. After receiving the cash for the cattle, he proceeded to enjoy himself after the fashion of the day. The shepherd knocked down his cheque at the nearest grocery, and then returned to his sheep full of misery. Long Mason had nearly £300, and he acted the part of the prodigal brother. He soon made troops of friends, dear brethren and sisters, on whom he lavished his coin. He hired a band of wandering minstrels to play his favourite music, and invited the beauty and chivalry of the convict capital to join him in his revels. When his money was expended he was put on board a schooner bound for Port Albert, on which Davies, of Yarram, and his family were passengers. For 2 days he lay in his bunk sick and suffering. As the vessel approached the shore his misery was intense. He demanded drink, but no one would give him any. He began to search his pockets for coin, but of the £300 only one solitary sixpence was left. With this he tried to bribe the cabin boy to find him one last taste of rum, but the boy said, "All the grog is locked up, and the captain would welt me if I gave you a single drop." So Long Mason landed at the port with his sixpence, was dismissed by his brother from Woodside Station, and became a wandering swagman. The next overseer for Woodside voyaged to Port Albert in the brig Isabella in the month of June 1844. This vessel had been employed in taking prisoners to Macquarie Harbour and Port Arthur, until the government built a barque called the Lady Franklin. Then Captain Taylor brought the brig for the cattle trade. On this voyage he was anxious to cross the bar for shelter from a south-east gale, and he did not wait for the pilot, although the vessel was deeply laden. There was not water enough for her on the old bar. She struck on it, and the heavy easterly sea threw her on the west bank. It was some time before the pilot and his 2 men could get aboard, as they had to fight their way through the breakers to leeward. There was too much sea for the boat to remain in safety near the ship, and Davy asked the captain to lend him a hand to steer the boat back to Sunday Island. The second mate went in her, but she was capsized directly. The ship's boat was hanging on the weather davits, and it was no use letting her down to windward on account of the heavy sea. Davy ran out to the end of the jibboom with a lead line. He could see the second mate hanging on the keel of the capsized boat, and his 2 men in the water. The ebb sea kept washing them out, and the heavy sea threw them back again, and whenever they could get their heads above water they shouted for help. Davy threw the lead towards them from the end of the jibboom, but they were too far away for the line to reach them. At length the ship's boat was launched to leeward. 4 men and their mate got into her, but by this time the 2 boatmen were drowned. While the ship's boat was running through the breakers past the pilot boat, the first mate grabbed the second mate by the collar, held on to him until they were in smooth water, and then hauled him in. It was too dangerous for the seamen to face the breakers again, so the pilot sang out to them to go to Snake Island. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon the vessel lay pretty quiet on the ebb tide. A fire was lighted in the galley, and all hands had something to eat. There was not much water in the cabin, but as darkness set in and the flood tide made, the seas began to come aboard. There was a heavy general cargo in the hold, 6 steerage passengers, 4 men and 2 women, one of whom had a baby, and 1 cabin passenger who was going to manage Woodside Station in place of Long Mason, dismissed. The sea began to roll over the bulwarks, and the brig was fast filling with water. For some time the pumps were kept going, but the water gained on them, and all hands had to take to the rigging. The 2 women and the baby were first helped up to the foretop. Then the pilot, counting the men, found one missing. "Captain," he said, "what has become of the new manager?" "Oh, he is lying on his bunk, half drunk." "Then," replied Davy, "he'll be drowned." He descended into the cabin and found the man asleep, with the water already on a level with his berth. "Why the blazes don't you get up and come out of this rat-hole?" he said. "Don't you see you are going to be drowned?" The manager looked up and smiled. "Please don't be so unkind, my dear man," he replied. "Let me sleep a little longer, and then I'll go on deck." Davy, standing with the water up to his belt, grew mad. "Come out of that, you confounded fool," he said. He dragged him out of his bunk into the water, and hauled him up the companion ladder, and with the help of the men took him up the rigging and lashed him there out of the reach of the breakers. All the rest of the men went aloft, and remained there during the night. Their clothing was soaked with water, and the weather was frosty and bitterly cold. Just before daylight, when the tide had ebbed and the sea had gone down, the 2 women and the baby were brought below from the foretop, and all hands descended to the deck. They wanted to make a fire, but everything was wet, and they had to cut up some of the standing rigging which had been out of reach of the surf before they could find anything that would burn. With that a fire was made in the galley, and the women and baby were put inside. At sunrise it was found that the sea had washed up a ridge of sand near the ship, and not wishing to pass another tide on board, all the crew and passengers went over the side, and waded through the shallow water until they came to a dry sand pit. They were 11 in number, including the women and baby, and they waited until the boat came over from Snake Island and took them to the port. A little of the cargo was taken out of the Isabella, but in a few days she went to pieces. Captain Taylor went to Hobarton, and brought from the insurers the schooner Sylvanus, which had belonged to him, and having been wrecked was then lying ashore on the coast. He succeeded in floating her off without much damage, and he ran her in the cattle trade for some time. He then sold her to Boyson Hall of Hobarton, and went to Sydney, bought the schooner Alert, and sailed her in the same trade until the discovery of gold. All the white seamen went off to the diggings, and he hired 4 Kanakas to man his craft. On his last trip to Port Albert the pilot was on board waiting for the tide. The pilot boat had been sent back to Sunday Island. The ship's boat was in the water, and was supposed to have been made fast astern by the crew. At break of day the pilot came on deck, and taking a look around, he saw that the long boat had got away and was drifting towards Rabbit Island. He roared down the companion to Captain Taylor. "Your long boat's got adrift, and is off to Rabbit Island." In another minute Captain Taylor was on deck. He gazed at his distant long boat and swore terribly. Then he took a rope and went for his 4 Kanakas, but they did not wait for him. They all plunged into the sea and deserted. The captain and pilot stood on deck watching them as they swam away, hand over hand, leaving foaming wakes behind like vessels in full sail. They were making straight for the long boat, and Davy said, "They will go away in her and leave us here in the lurch." But the captain said, "I think not." He was right. The Kanakas brought back the boat within hail of the schooner, and after being assured by the captain that he would not rope's end them, they climbed aboard. On returning to Hobarton, Captain Taylor was seized with gold fever. He laid up the Alert, went with his 4 men to Bendigo, and was a lucky digger. Then he went to New Zealand, bought a farm, and ploughed the waves no more. In January 1851, some boys were sent to Port Albert and lay down in the Channel. The account for the work was duly sent to the chief harbour master at Williamstown, but he took no notice of it, nor made any reply to several letters requesting payment. There was something wrong at headquarters, and Davy resolved to see for himself what it was. Moreover, he had not seen Melbourne for 10 years, and he yearned for a change. So, without asking leave of anyone, he left Port Albert and its shipping to the sweet little cherub that sits up aloft and takes care of the life of poor Jack, and went in his boat to Yanakee Landing. Mrs. Bennison lent him a pony and told him to steer for 2 bald hills on the Hoddle Ranges. He could not see the hills for the fog, and kept too much to port, but at last he found a track. He camped out that night, and next morning had breakfast at Hobson's Station. He stayed one night at Kilcunda and another at Lyle's Station, near the bay. He then followed a track which Septimus Martin had cut through the tea-tree, and his pony became lame by treading on the sharp stumps, so that he had to push it or drag it along until he arrived at Dandenong, where he left it at an inn kept by a man named Hooks. He hired a horse from Hooks at 5 shillings a day. The only house between Dandenong and Melbourne was one called South Yarra Pound, kept by Mrs. Atkinson. It was near Caulfield, on the Melbourne side of No Good Damper Swamp. Some blackfellows had been poisoned there by a settler who wanted to get rid of them. He gave them a damper with arsenic in it, and when dying they said, "No good damper." Davy landed in Melbourne on June 17, 1851, put his horse in Kirk's Bazaar, and stayed at the Queen's Head in Queen Street, where Sir William Clarke's office is now. The landlady was Mrs. Coulson, a widow. Next morning he was at the wharf before daylight, and went down in the Yarra in the first steamer for Williamstown. He found that Captain Bunbury, the chief harbour master, had gone away in the buoy boat, a small schooner called the Apollo. So he hired a whaleboat and overtook the schooner off the Red Bluff. When he went on board, he spoke to Ruffles, master of the schooner, and said, "Is the harbour master aboard? I want to see him." "Yes, but don't speak so loud, or you'll wake him up," replied Ruffles. "He's asleep down below." Davy roared out, "I want to wake him up. I have come 200 miles on purpose to do it. I want to get a settlement about those boys at Port Albert. I'm tired of writing about them." This woke up Bunbury, who sang out, "What's the matter, Ruffles? What's all that noise about?" "It's the pilot from Port Albert. He wants to see you, sir, about the boys." "Tell him to come down below." Davy went. Bunbury was a one-armed naval lieutenant, the head of the harbour department, and drew the salary. He had subordinate officers. A clerk at Williamstown did his clerical work, and old Ruffles navigated the Apollo for him through the roaring waters of Port Phillip Bay, while he lay in his bunk meditating on something. He said, "Oh, is that you, pilot? Well, about those boys, eh? That's all right. All you have to do is go to my office in Williamstown, tell my clerk to fill in a form for you, take it to the Treasury, and you will get your money." Davy went back to the office at Williamstown, had the form made out by the clerk, and took it to Melbourne in the steamer, the last trip she made that day. By this time the Treasury was closed. It was situated in William Street, where the vast law courts are now, and Davy was at the door when it was opened next morning, the first claimant for money. A clerk took his paper, looked over it, smiled, and said it was of no use whatever without Bunbury's signature. Davy started for Williamstown again in the second boat, found that Bunbury had gone away again in the Apollo, followed him in a whaleboat, overtook him off St. Kilda, obtained his signature, and returned to the Treasury. Captain Lonsdale was there, but he said it was too late to pay money that day, and also that the form should be signed by someone at the Public Works Office. Then Davy's patience was gone, and he spoke the loud language of the sea. The frail building shook as with an earthquake. Mr. Latrobe was in a back room writing one of those gubernatorial dispatches which are so painful to read. He had to suspend the pangs of composition, and he came into the front room to see what was the matter. Davy told him what was the matter in very unofficial words. Mr. Latrobe listened patiently, and then directed Captain Lonsdale to keep the treasury open until the account was paid. He also said the schooner Agenoria had been wrecked on the day that Davy left Port Albert, and requested him to return to duty as soon as possible, lest other vessels might be wrecked for want of a pilot. The sweet little cherub that sits up aloft could not be depended on to pilot vessels over the bar. Davy took his paper to the Public Works Office in Queen Street. Here he found another officer bursting with dignity, who said, "There is already one signature too many on this account." "Can't you scratch it out, then?" said Davy. "We don't keep hens to scratch in this office," replied the dignified one, who took a ruler, and having drawn a line through the superfluous name, signed his own. When Davy went again to the Treasury with his account, Captain Lonsdale said he had not cash on hand to pay it, and deducted £20, which he sent to Port Albert afterwards, when the Government had recovered its solvency. His Honour the Superintendent might have assumed the classical motto, Custos sum pauperis horti. Davy put the money in his pocket, went to the Queen's Head, and, as it was already dark, he hired a man for 10 shillings to show him the road through the wet wilderness of Caulfield, and round no good damper swamp. It was 11:30 when he arrived at Hook's Hotel, and as his pony was still too lame to travel, he bought the horse he had hired, and set out with the sale mailman. At the mow he found Angus Macmillan, William Montgomery, and their stockman, afraid to cross the creek on account of the flood, and they had eaten all their provisions. Before dark a black gin came over in a canoe from the accommodation hut on the other side of the creek, having heard the travellers cooeying. They told her they wanted something to eat, but it was too dangerous for her to cross the water again that night. A good fire was kept burning, but it was a wretched time. It rained heavily, a gale of wind was blowing, and trees kept falling down in all directions. Scott, the hut keeper, sent the gin over in the canoe next morning with a big damper, tea, sugar, and meat, which made a very welcome breakfast for the hungry travellers. They stayed there 2 days and 2 nights, and as the flood was still rising, they resolved to try to cross the creek at all risks, preferring to face the danger of death by drowning rather than to die slowly of starvation. Each man took off his clothes, all but his flannel shirt and drawers, strapped them to the pommel of his saddle, threw the stirrup irons over the saddle, and stopped them with a string under the horse's belly to keep them from getting foul in the trees and scrub. In some places the horses had to climb over logs under water, sometimes they had to swim, but in the end they all arrived safely at the hut. They were very cold and ravenously hungry, and while their clothes were drying before a blazing fire, they drank hot tea and ate up every scrap of food, so that Scott was obliged to accompany them to the next station for rations. He left the gin behind, having no anxiety about her. While he was away she could feed sumptuously on grubs, crabs, and opossums. In March 1852, when everybody was seized with gold fever, Davy took it in the natural way. He again left Port Albert without a pilot, and went to Melbourne to re-sign his office, but Mr. Latrobe promised to give him a salary of £500 a year, and a boat's crew of 5 men and a coxswain. The men were to have 12 and 6 a day, and the coxswain 15 shillings. By this time the gold fever had penetrated to the remotest parts of Gippsland, and from every squatting station and every lonely hut on the plains and mountains men gathered in troops. They were leaving plenty of gold behind them at Walhalla and other places. The first party Davy met had a dray and bullocks. They were slowly cutting a road through the scrub, and their team was the first that had made its way over the mountains from Gippsland to Melbourne. Their captain was a lady of unbounded bravery and great strength, a model pioneeress, with a talent for governing the opposite sex. Footnote: Mrs. Bunteen, died 1896. End of footnote. When at home on her station she did the work of a man and a woman too. She was the one in 1,000 so seldom found. She not only did the cooking and housework, but she also rode after the stock, drove a team, killed fat beasts, chopped wood, stripped bark, and fenced. She did not hanker after woman's rights, nor rail against the male sex. She was not cultured, nor scientific, nor artistic, nor ascetic. She despised all the ologies. All great men respected her, and if the little ones were insolent, she boxed their ears and twisted their necks. She conquered all the blackfellows around her land with her own right arm. At first she had been kind to them, but they soon became troublesome, wanted too much flour, sugar, and beef, and refused to go away when she ordered them to do so. Without another word she took down her stock-whip, went to the stable, and saddled her horse. Then she rounded up the blackfellows like a mob of cattle and started them. If they tried to break away, or to hide themselves among the scrub, or behind tussocks, she cut pieces out of their hides with her whip. Then she headed them for the 90-mile beach, and landed them in the Pacific without the loss of a man. In that way she settled the native difficulty. The Neills with a bullock team, the Buckleys and Moores with horse teams, followed the track of the leading lady. The station owners stayed at home and watched their fat stock, which soon became valuable and was no longer boiled. On December 31st, 1851, there was in Tasmania 20,069 convicts. 6 months afterwards more than 10,000 had left the island, and in 3 years 45,884 persons, principally men, had left for the diggings. It was evident that Sir William Denison would soon have nobody to govern but old women and children, a circumstance derogatory to his dignity. So he wrote to England for more convicts and immigrants, and he pathetically exclaimed, "To whom but convicts could colonists look to cultivate their lands, to tend their flocks, to reap their harvests?" In the month of May 1853 Sir William wrote that the discovery of gold had turned him topsy-turvy altogether, and he rejoiced that no gold had been discovered in his island. Then the legislature perversely offered a reward of £5,000 to any man who would discover a goldfield in Tasmania. But, as a high-toned historian observes, for many years they were so fortunate as not to find it. The convicts stole boats at Launceston and landed at various places about Corner Inlet. Some were arrested by the police and sent back to Tasmania. Many called at Yanaki Station for free rations. Mr. Benison applied for police protection, and old Joe, armed with a carbine, was sent from Alberton as a garrison. Soon afterwards a cutter of about 15 tons burden arrived at Corner Inlet, manned by 4 convicts, who took the mainsail ashore and used it as a tent. They then allowed the cutter to drift on the rocks under Mount Singapore, and she went to pieces directly. While trying to find a road to Melbourne, they came to Yanaki Station, and they found nobody at the house except Joe, Mrs. Benison, and an old hand. It was now Joe's duty to overawe and arrest the men, but they, although unarmed, overawed and arrested Joe. He became exceedingly civil, and after Mrs. Benison had supplied them with provisions, he showed them the road to Melbourne. They were arrested a few days afterwards at Dandenong and sent back to the island prison. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 33. A New Rush. And there was gathering in hot haste. When gold was first discovered, the Stockyard Creek Griffiths, one of the prospectors, came to me with the intentions of registering the claim, under the impression that I was mining registrar. He showed me a very good sample of gold. As I had not been appointed registrar, he had to travel 60 miles further before he could comply with the necessary legal formalities. Then the rush began. Old diggers came from all parts of Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, and New Zealand. Also men who had never dug before, and many who did not intend to dig. pickpockets, horse thieves, and jumpers. The prospector's claim proved the richest, and the jumpers and the lawyers paid particular attention to it. The trail of the old serpent is over everything. The desire of the jumpers was to obtain possession of the rich claim, or some part of it, and the lawyers longed for costs, and they got them. The prospectors paid, and it was a long time before they could extricate their claim from the clutches of the law. They found the goldfield, and they also soon found an unprofitable crop of lawsuits growing on it. They were called upon to show cause before the warden and the Court of Mines why they should not be deprived of the fruit of their labours. The fact of their having discovered gold, and of having pegged out and registered their claim, could not be denied. But then it was argued by counsel most learned in mining law that they had done something which they should have omitted to do, or had omitted to do something else which they should have done. Frail human beings as they were, and therefore their claim should be declared to belong to some Ballarat jumper. I had to sit and listen to such like legal logic until it made me sick, and ashamed of my species. Of course, justice was never mentioned. That was out of the question. If law and justice don't agree, so much the worse for justice. Gold was next found at Turton's Creek, which proved one of the richest little gullies ever worked by diggers. It was discovered by some prospectors who followed the tracks which Mr. Turton had cut over the scrubby mountains, and so they gratefully gave his name to the gully. But I never heard that they gave him any of the gold which they found in it. A narrow track from Foster was cut between high walls of impenetrable scrub, and it soon became like a ditch full of mud, deep and dangerous. If the diggers had been assured that they would find heaven at the other end of it, they would never have tried to go, the prospect of eternal happiness having much less attraction for them than the prospect of gold. But the sacred thirst made them tramp bravely through the slough. The sun and wind never dried the mud, because it was shut in and overshadowed by the dense growth of the bush. All tools and provisions were carried through it on the backs of horses, whose legs soon became caked with mud, and the hair was taken off them as clean as if they had been shaved with a razor. Most of them had a short life, and a hard one. The digging was quite shallow, and the gully was soon rifled of the gold. At this time there was a mining registrar at Foster, as the new diggings at Stockyard Creek were named, and some men, after pegging out their claim at Turton's Creek, went back down the ditch to register them at Foster. It was a great mistake. It was neither the time nor the place for legal forms or ceremony. Time was of the essence of the contract, and they wasted the essence. Other and wiser men stepped on to their ground while they were absent, commenced at once to work vigorously, and the original peggers, when they returned, were unable to dislodge them. Peter Wilson pegged out a claim, and then rode away to register it. He returned the next day, and found 2 men on it who had already nearly worked it out. "This claim is mine, mates," said Peter. "I pegged it out yesterday, and I have registered it. You will have to come out." One of the men looked up at Peter and said, "Oh, your name is Peter, isn't it? I hear you're a fighting man. Well, you just come down off that bare-legged horse, and I'll kill you in a couple of minutes while I take a spell." "It's no use your talking that way. You'll see I'll have the law on you, and you'll have to pay for it," replied Peter. "You can go, Peter, and fetch the law as soon as you like. I don't care a tinker's curse for you or the law. All I want is the profits, and I'm going to have them." This profane outlaw and his mate got the profits, cleared all the gold out of Peter's claim, and took it away with them. It was reported in Melbourne that there was no law or order at Turton's Creek, that the diggers were treating the mining statutes and regulations with contempt, that the gold went to the strong and the weakest went to the wall. Therefore 6 of the biggest policemen in Melbourne were selected, stretched out, and measured in Russell Street Barracks, and were then ordered to proceed to Turton's Creek and vindicate the majesty of the law. They landed from the steamer on the wharf at Port Albert, and, being armed with carbines and revolvers, looked very formidable. They proceeded on their journey in the direction of Foster, and it was afterwards reported that they arrived at Turton's Creek, and finding everybody quiet and peaceable, they came back again, bringing with them neither jumpers nor criminals. It was said, however, that they never went any further than the commencement of the ditch. They would naturally, on viewing it, turn aside and camp, to recruit their energies and discuss the situation. Although they were big constables, it did not follow they were big fools. They said the government ought to have asphalted the ditch for them. It was unreasonable to expect men, each 6 foot 4 inches in height, carrying arms and accoutrements, which they were bound by the regulations to keep clean and in good order, to plunge into that river of mud and to spoil all their clothes. Turton's Creek was soon worked out, and before any professional jumpers or lawyers could put their fingers in the pie, the plums were all gone. The gully was prospected from top to bottom, and the hills on both sides were tunnelled, but no more gold, and no reefs were found. There was much speculation by geologists, mining experts, and the old duffers as to the manner in which the gold had contrived to get into the creek, and where it came from, where it went to. The diggers who carried it away in their pockets knew well enough. The diggers dispersed. Some went to Melbourne to enjoy their wealth, some stayed at Foster to try to get some more. Some died from the extreme enjoyment of riches suddenly acquired, and a few went mad. One of the latter was brought to Palmerston, and remained there a day or two, on his way to the Yarra Bend Lunatic Asylum. Having an inborn thirst for facts, I conversed with him from the wooden platform which overlooks the jail yard. He was walking to and fro, talking very cheerfully to himself and to the world in general. He spoke well, and had evidently been well educated, but his ideas were all in pieces, as it were, and lacked connection. He spoke very disrespectfully of men in high places, both in England and the colonies, and remarked the members of Parliament were the greatest rascals on the face of the earth. No man of sound mind would ever use such language as that. Some years afterwards, while I was a collector of customs at Port Albert, I received a letter from Melbourne to the following purport: Yarra Bend Asylum. 188. Strictly private and confidential. Sir, you are hereby ordered to take possession of and detain every vessel arriving at Port Albert. You will immediately proceed on board each of them, and place the broad arrow above the foremast 6 feet above the deck. You will thus cut off all communication with the British Empire. I may state that I am the lawful heir to the title and estates of a Scottish dukedom, and am deprived of the possession and enjoyment of my rightful station and wealth by the machinations of a band of conspirators, who have found means to detain me in this prison in order to enjoy my patrimony. You will particularly observe that you are to hold no communication whatever with the governor of this colony, as he is the paid agent of the conspirators, and will endeavour to frustrate all efforts to obtain my rights. You will also be most careful to withhold all information from the Duke of Dunsinane, who is a member of the junior branch of my family, and at the head of the conspiracy. You will proceed as soon as possible to enrol a body of men for the purpose of effecting my deliverance by force of arms. As these men will require payment for their services, you will enter the Bank of Victoria at Port Albert and seize all the money you will find there, the amount of which I estimate at £10,000, which will be sufficient for preliminary expenses. You will give, in my name, to the manager of the bank a guarantee in writing for repayment of the money, with current rate of interest added, when I recover the dukedom and estates. Be careful to explain to him that you take the money only as a loan, and that will prevent the bank from laying any criminal charge against you. Should anything of the kind be in contemplation, you will be good enough to report progress to me as soon as possible, and I will give you all necessary instructions as to your future proceedings. I may mention that in seeking to obtain my title and estates, I am influenced by no mean or mercenary considerations. My sole desire is to benefit the human race. I have been employing all my leisure hours during the last 9 years in perfecting a system of philosophy entirely new and applicable to all times, to all nations, and to all individuals. I have discovered the true foundation for it, which, like all great inventions, is so simple that it will surprise the world it was never thought of before. It is this: Posito impossibile, sequitur quidlibet. My philosophy is founded on the firm basis of the impossible. On that you can build anything and everything. My great work is methodical, divided into sections and chapters, perfect in style, and so lucid in argument that he who runs may read and be enlightened. I have counted the words, and they number so far 702,578. 5 years more will be required to complete the work. I shall then cause it to be translated into every language of the world, and shipped at the lowest rate of tonnage for universal distribution gratis. This will ensure its acceptance, and its own beauty and intrinsic merits will secure its adoption by all nations, and the result will be human happiness. It will supersede all the baseless theories of science, religion, and morality which have hitherto confounded the human intellect. Extract from my magnum opus. We may reasonably suppose that matter is primordially self-existent, and that it imbued itself with the potentiality of life. It therefore produced germs. A pair of germs coalesced, and formed a somewhat discordant combination, the movements in which tended towards divergence. They attracted and enclosed other atoms, and, progressing through sleep and wakefulness, at last arrived at complete satisfaction, or perfect harmonic combination. This harmonic combination is death. We may say then, in brief, that growth is simply discordant currents progressing towards harmony. One question may be briefly noticed. It has been asked, when did life first appear on the earth? We shall understand now that the question is unnecessary. Life first appeared on the earth when the earth first appeared as an unsatisfied atom seeking combination. The question is rather, when did the inanimate first appear? It appeared when the first harmonic combination was effected. The earth is indeed to be considered as having grown up through the life that is inherent in it. Man is the most concentrated and differentiated outgrowth of that life. Mankind is, so to speak, the brain of the earth, and is progressing towards the conscious guidance of all its processes. Dunsinane. It was not clear on what ground this noble Duke based his authority over me, but I had been so long accustomed to fulfil the behests of lunatics of low degree that I was able to receive those of an afflicted lord with perfect equanimity. But as I could not see that my obedience would be rewarded with anything except death or pentridge, I refrained from action. I did not place the broad arrow abuft of anything or anybody, nor did I make a levy on the cash in the Bank of Victoria. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 34. Gippsland after 30 years. A pleasing land of drowsyhead it was, and dreams that wave before the half-shut eye. For 12 years I did the government stroke in Her Majesty's Court at Colac. Then I was ordered to make my way to Gippsland. The sun of wisdom shone on a new ministry. They observed that many of their officers were destitute of energy, and they resolved to infuse a new life into the service, by moving its members continually from place to place. But officials live long, and the most robust ministries dies early, and the wisdom of one cabinet is foolishness to the next. I took root so deeply in the soil of Gippsland that I became immovable. Twice the government tried to uproot me, but I remained there to the end of my official days. Little reliable information about the country or its inhabitants was to be had, so I fondly imagined that in such a land, secured from contamination by the wicked world outside, I should find a people of primeval innocence and simplicity, and the long-forgotten lines returned to my memory. Beatus illiqui procul negotios, ut prisca gens mortalium. It was summer time, and the weather was serene and beautiful, when in the grey dusk of the evening we sailed through the Rip at Port Phillip Heads. Then began the troubles of the heaving ocean, and the log of the voyage was cut short. It ran thus: the ship went up, and the ship went down, and then we fell down, and then we were sick, and then we fell asleep, and then we was at Port Albert, and that's all I knows about it. I walked along one street past the custom house, the post office, and the bank, about 300 yards, and saw nothing beyond but tea tree and swamps, through which ran a roughly metalled road, leading apparently to the distant mountains. There was nothing but stagnation. It was the deadest seaport ever seen or heard of. There were some old stores, empty and falling to pieces, which the owners had not been enterprising enough to burn for the insurance money. The ribs of a wrecked schooner were sticking out of the mud near the channel. A stockyard, once used for shipping cattle, was rotting slowly away, and a fisherman's net was hanging from the top rails to dry. 3 or 4 days filled with pigs were drawn up near the wharf. These animals were put to form part of the steamer's return cargo, one half of her deck space being allotted to pigs and the other half to passengers. In case of foul weather, the deck hamper, pigs and passengers, was impartially washed overboard. An old man in a dirty buggy was coming along the road, and all the inhabitants and dogs turned out to look and bark at him, just as they do in a small village in England, when the man with the donkey cart comes into sight. To allay my astonishment on observing so much agitation and excitement, the principal inhabitant introduced himself, and informed me that it was a busy day at the port, a kind of market day, on account of the arrival of the steamer. I began sorrowfully to examine my official conscience, to discover for which of my unatoned for sins I had been exiled to this dreary land. Many a time in after years did I see a stranger leave the steamer, walk, as I had done, to the utmost extremity of the seaport, and stand at the corner of the butcher's shop gazing on the swamps, the tea tree, and the far-away wooded hills, the Streletsky Ranges. The dismal look of hopeless misery that stole over his countenance was pitiful to behold. After recovering the power of speech, his first question was, "How is it possible that any man could ever consent to live in a hole like this?" Here the principal inhabitant intervened, and poured balm on the wounded spirit of the stranger. He gently reminded him that first impressions are not always to be relied on, and assured him that if he would condescend to take up his abode with us for 2 or 3 years, he would never want to live anywhere else. The climate was delicious, the best in the world. It induced a feeling of repose, and bliss, and sweet contentment. We had no ice or snow, or piercing blasts in winter, and the heat of summer was tempered by the cool breezes of the Pacific Ocean, which gently lapped our lovely shores. The land, when cleared, was as rich and fertile as a farmer's heart could wish, yielding abundant pasturage both in summer and winter. The mountains sent down to us unfailing supplies of the purest water. We wanted no schemes of irrigation, for green are our fields and fair our flowers, our fountains never drumly. We had no plagues of locust, no animal or insect pests to destroy our crops or herbage. Rabbits had been introduced and turned loose at various times, but, instead of multiplying until they had become as numerous as the sand on the seashore, as had been the case in other parts of Australia, in Gippsland they invariably died, and it had been abundantly proved that rabbits had no more chance of living there than snakes in Ireland. And with regard to the salubrity of the climate, the first settlers lived so long that they were absolutely tired of life. Let him look at the cemetery, if he could find it. After 30 years of settlement it was almost uninhabited, neglected and overgrown with tussocks and scrub for want of use. It will be gathered from this statement of the principal inhabitant that Gippsland had really been discovered and settled about 30 years before, but mountains and sea divided it from the outside world, and, on account of the intense drowsiness and inactivity with the delicious air and even temperature of the climate produced, the land and its inhabitants had been forgotten and unnoticed until it had been rediscovered, and its praises sung by the enterprising minister of the Crown before mentioned. Following the example of the cautious cat when introduced into a strange house, I investigated every corner of the district as far as the nature of the country would permit, and I found that it contained 3 principal corners or villages about 3 miles apart, at each of which the police magistrate and clerk had to attend on certain days, business or no business, generally the latter. It was, of course, beneath the dignity of a court to walk officially so far through the scrub, so the police magistrate was allowed £60 per annum in addition to his salary, and the clerk, whom I relieved £50, to defray the expense of keeping their horses. Away went Gilpin, and away went Gilpin's hat and wig. I bought a waggonette and then began to look for a horse to draw it. As soon as my want became known, it was pleasing to find so many of my neighbours willing to supply it. Cox, the gaoler, said he knew of a horse that would just suit me. It belonged to Binns, an ex-constable, who was spending a month in gaol on account of a little trouble that had come upon him. Cox invited me into his office and brought Binns out of his cell. "Yes," said Binns, "I have a horse, and there's not another like him on the island." These men always meant Van Diemen's Land when they said the island, forgetting occasionally that they had crossed the straits and were in a land of freedom. "As good a goer as ever carried a saddle or wore a collar. I wouldn't sell him on no account, only you see I'm hard up just now." "What is his age?" I inquired. "Well, he's just rising 10. He has been used a bit hard, but you won't overwork him, and he'll do all the law business you want as easy as winking. He's the best trotter on the island, and has won many a stake for me. When I took Johnny-come-lately to gaol in Melbourne for stealing him, he brought me back in less time than any horse ever did the distance before or since. And you can have him dirt cheap. I'll take £10 for him, and he's worth £20 of any man's money." Lovers' vows and horse dealers' oaths are never literally true. It is safer to receive them as lies. I thought it would be prudent to try this trotter before buying him, so Ben signed an order in a very shaky hand to the man in charge of his farm to let me have the horse on trial. When I harnessed and put him in between the shafts, he was very quiet indeed. I took a whip, not for the purpose of using it, but merely for show. A horse that has won so many races would, of course, go without the lash. When I was seated and requested him to start, he began walking very slowly, as if he had a load of 2 tons weight behind him, and I never weighed so much as that. I had to use the whip, and at last, after a good deal of reflection, he began to trot, but not with any speed. He did not want to win anything that day. I remarked that his ears looked dead. No sound or sight of any kind disturbed the peace of his mind. He evidently knew this world well and despised it. Nothing in it could excite his feelings any more. Half-way up the water road, I met Bill Mills, a carrier. He stopped his team and looked at mine. "Have you bought that horse, mister?" he said. "Not yet. I'm only trying him," I replied. "Do you know him?" "Know him? I should think I did. That's old Punch. I broke him into harness when he was 3 off. He nearly killed me, ran away with me and my dog-cart among the scrub at the racecourse swamp and smashed it against a honeysuckle." "Is that long ago?" I inquired. "Long ago? Let me see. That horse is 20-year-old if he's a day. He'll not run away with you now, no fear. He's quite safe. Good day, mister. Come on, Star." And Bill touched his leader with his whip. When I arrived at the courthouse, I made a search in the course list book, and found that Johnny-come-lately had been sent to jail just 16 years before stealing old Punch. So I restored that venerable trotter to its owner. I had soon more horses offered to me for trial, every old screw within 20 miles being brought to me for inspection. The next animal I harnessed belonged to Andrew Jackson, and was brought by Andrew Jackson, Jr., who said his father could let me have it for a month on trial. Jackson, Jr., was anxious to go away without the horse, but I told him to wait a bit while I put on the harness. The animal was of a mousy colour, very tall, something like a giraffe, and by the time I got him between the shafts I could see that he was possessed by a devil of some kind. It might be a winged one who would fly away with me, so, in order to have a clear course, I led him through the gateway into the middle of the road, and while Jackson, Junior, held his head, I mounted carefully into the trap. I held the lines ready for a start, and after some hesitation the giraffe did start. But he went tail foremost. I tried to reverse the engine, but it would only work in one direction. He backed me into the ditch, and then across it onto the side path, then against the fence, bucking at it, and trying to go through, put me in the terror. I told Andrew, Junior, to take the giraffe home to his parent, and relate what he had seen. My next horse was a black one from Sale, and he also was possessed of a devil, but one of a different species. He was named Gilpin, and the very name ought to have been a warning to me, if I had had sense enough to profit by it. Just as I sat down and took the reins, and was going to observe what he would do, he suddenly went away at full gallop. I tried to pull him in, but he put his chin against his chest, and the harder I pulled, the faster he flew. The road was full of ruts, and I was bumped up and down very badly. My hat went away, but, for the present, my head kept its place. I managed to steer safely as far as the bridge across the Tarra, but in going over it the horse's hoofs and whirling wheels sounded like thunder, and brought out the whole population of Tarraville to look at me. It was on a Sunday afternoon. Some good people were singing hymns in the local chapel, and as I passed the turn of the road they left the anxious benches, came outside in a body, and gazed at me, a bare-headed and miserable Sabbath breaker going swiftly to perdition. I was also on a very anxious bench, but now there was a long stretch of good road before me, and I made good use of it. Instead of pulling the horse in, I let him go, and encouraged him with the whip to go faster, being determined to let him gallop until either he or the sun went down. Then the despicable wretch slackened his pace, and wanted to come to terms. So I wheeled him around and whipped him without mercy, making him gallop all the way home again. I did not buy him. But the next horse I tried was comparatively blameless, so I bought him, and at the end of the first month sent in a claim to the Law Department for the usual allowance. I was curtly informed that the amount had been reduced from £50 to £10 for my horse, although £60 was still owed to the other horse for travelling the same distance, the calculation evidently being based on the supposition that the police magistrate's horse would eat 6 times as much as mine. Remonstrance was vain, and I found I had burdened myself with an animal, possessing no social or political influence whatever. I knew already that the world was governed without wisdom, and I now felt that it was also ruled with extreme meanness. And even after my horse was condemned to starve on £10 per annum, the cost of justice was still extravagant. Without reckoning the expense incurred in erecting and maintaining 3 court horses and 3 police stations, and paying 3 policemen for doing next to nothing, I ascertained from the cause list that it cost the government £14 sterling every time we fined Terry the cobbler 5 shillings for being drunk, and Terry did not always pay the fines. What ails British law is dignity, and the insufferable expense attending it. The disease will never be cured until a strong-minded Chief Justice shall be found, who has sense enough to sit on the bench in his native hair, and to take off his coat when the thermometer rises to 80 degrees. It was in that manner Judge Winstanley kept court at Waterloo in Illinois, and we had there quicker justice, cheaper laws, and better manners than those which this southern hemisphere yet exhibits. As to the lawyers, if we did not like them, we could lynch them, so they were very sociable and civil. Moreover, Prairie de Long was discovered and settled nearly 20 years before Australia Felix was heard of. The 3 villages had a lifelong feud with, and a consuming jealousy of, each other. Until my arrival I was not aware that there were 3 such places as Palmerston, Alberton, and Tarraville, claiming separate and rival existences. I had a notion that they were merely straggling suburbs of the great city and seaport, Port Albert, but it was a grievous mistake. I asked a tall young lady at the hotel, who brought in some very salty fish that took the skin off the roof of my mouth, if she could recommend the society of these villages, and if she would favour me with her opinion as to which would be the best place to select as a residence, and she said, "The people there are an horrid lot." This was very discouraging, but on making further inquiries I found she only expressed the opinion which the inhabitants of these centres of population held of each other, and it was evident that I should have to demean myself with prudence, and show no particular affection for one place more than for another, or trouble would ensue. Therefore, as soon as occasion offered, I took a house and paddock within easy distance of all three corners, so that when the government allowance had reduced my horse to a skeleton, I might give him a spell on grass, and travel to the courts on foot. The house was on a gentle rise overlooking a rich river flat. It had been built by a retainer of Lord Glengarry, who had declined to follow any further the fortunes of his chief when he had closed his dairying operations at Greenmount. A tragedy had been enacted in it some years before, and a ghost had often since been seen flitting about the house and grounds on moonlit nights. This gave an aristocratic distinction to the property, which was very pleasing, as it is well known that ghosts never haunted any mansion or castles except such as have belonged to ancient families of noble race. I bought the estate on very reasonable terms, no special charge being made for the ghost. The paddock had been without a tenant for some time, but I found it was not unoccupied. A friendly neighbour had introduced his flock of sheep into it, and he was fattening them cheaply. I said, "Titire, to patulae recubans subtegmine favi. Be good enough to round up your sheep and travel." Tityrus said that would be all right. He would take them away as soon as they were ready for the butcher. It would be no inconvenience to me, as my horse would not be able to eat all the grass. The idea of paying anything did not occur to him. He was doing me a favour. He was one of the simple natives. As I did not like to take favours from an entire stranger, the sheep and the shepherd sought other pastures beyond the winding Tarra. The dense tea tree which bordered the banks of the river was the home of wild hogs, which spent the nights in rooting up the soil and destroying the grass. I therefore armed myself with a gun charged with buckshot, and went to meet the animals by moonlight. I lay in ambush among the tussocks. One shot was enough for each hog. After receiving it, he retired hastily into the tea tree and never came out again. After I had cleared my land from sheep and pigs, the grass began to grow in abundance, and passing travellers, looking pensively over the fence, were full of pity for me because I had no stock enough to eat the grass. One man had a team of bullocks which he was willing to put in, another had 6 calves ready to be weaned, and a third friend had a horse which he could spare for a spell. All these were willing to put in their stock, and they would not charge me anything. They were 3 more of the simple natives. I would rather buy 40 cows than 1 horse, because, even allowing for the cow's horns, the horse has so many more points. I wanted a good cow, a quiet milker, and a farmer named Ruffy offered to sell me one. He was very rough indeed, both in words and work. He showed me the cow, and put her in the bail with a big stick, and said she was as quiet as a lamb, and would stand to be milked anywhere without a leg rope. "Here, Tom," he roared to his son, "bring a bucket, and come and milk Daisy without the rope, and show the gentleman what a quiet beast she is." Tom brought a bucket, placed a stool near the cow, sat down, and grasped one of the teats. Daisy did not give any milk, but she gave instead 3 rapid kicks, which scattered Tom, the bucket, and the stool all over the stockyard. I could not think of anything that it would be safe to say under these circumstances, so I went away while the farmer was picking up the fragments. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 35. Government offices in the bush. Satan finds some mischief still for idle hands to do. Although I had to attend at 3 courts on 3 days of each week, my duties were very light, and quite insufficient to keep me out of mischief. It was therefore a matter of very great importance for me to find something else to do. In bush townships, the art of killing time was attained in various ways. Mr. A. went on the street with a handball, and coaxed some stray idler to join him in a game. He was a young man of exceptional innocence, and died early, beloved of the gods. Mr. B. kept a pair of sticks under his desk in the court house, and made a fencing school of the space allotted to the public. Some of the police had been soldiers, and were quite pleased to prove their skill in arms, and show how fields were won. As a result, there were more breaches of the peace inside the court than outside. Mr. C. tried to while away his lonely hours by learning to play on a violin, which he kept concealed in a corner between a press and the wall of his office. He executed music, and doubled the terrors of the law. Intending litigants stood transfixed with horror when they approached the open door of his office, and listened to the wails and long-drawn screeches which filled the interior of the building, and every passing dog sat down on its tail and howled in sympathetic agony with the maddening sounds. But the majority of the officials condemned to live in the dreary townships tried to alleviate their misery by drinking and gambling. The police magistrate, the surveyor, the solicitor, the receiver of revenue, the police inspector, and the clerk of courts, together with 1 or 2 settlers, formed a little society for the promotion of poker, euchre, and other little games, interspersed with whiskies. It is sad to recall to mind the untimely end at which most of them arrived. Mr. D. was found dead on the main road. Mr. E. shot himself through the head. Mr. F. fell asleep in the bush and never woke, and Mr. G. was drowned in a water hole. One officer was not quite so unfortunate as some of his friends. His score at the crook and plaid became so long that he began to pass that hotel without calling. Polly, the venerable landlady, took offence at such conduct, and was daily on the watch for him. When she saw him passing, which he always did at a rapid pace, she hobbled to the door, and called after him, "Hey, hey!" Then the gentleman twirled his cane, whistled a lively tune, looked up, first to the sky, and then to the right and left, but never stopped, or looked back to Polly behind him. At last his creditors became so troublesome, and his accounts so inexplicable, that he deserted the public service, and took refuge across the Murray. Mr. H. fell into the habit of borrowing his collections to pay his gambling debts. He was allowed a certain number of days at the beginning of each month to complete his returns, and send in his cash. So he made use of the money collected during the days of grace to repay any sums he had borrowed from the public cash during the preceding month. But the cards were against him. One morning an inspector of accounts from Melbourne appeared unexpectedly in his office. In those days there were no railways and no telegraphs. Their introduction was an offensive nuisance to us. The good old times will never come again, when we could regulate our own hours of attendance, take unlimited leave of absence, and relieve distress by having recourse to the government cash. When Grimes was Auditor General, every officer was a gentleman and a man of honour. In the bush no bank account was kept, as there was no bank within 50 or 100 miles, and it was an implied insult to expect a gentleman to produce his cash balance out of his pocket. As a matter of courtesy he expected to be informed by letter 2 or 3 weeks beforehand, when it was intended to make an official inspection of his books, in order that he might not be absent, nor taken unawares. When the inspector appeared, Mr. H. did not lose his presence of mind, or show any signs of embarrassment. He said he was glad to see him, which was a lie, hoped he had had a pleasant journey through the bush, asked how things were going on in Melbourne, and made inquiries about old friends there. But all the while he was calculating chances. He had acquired the valuable habit of the gambler and speculator, of taking about one thing while he was thinking about another. His thoughts ran on in this style: "This fellow," he could not think of him as a gentleman, "wants to see my cash. Haven't got any. Must be near £500 short by this time. Can't borrow it. No time to go round. Couldn't get it if I did. Deuced awkward. Shall be given in charge. Charged with larceny or embezzlement, or something. Can't help it. Better quit till I think about it." So, apologising for his absence for a few minutes on urgent business, he went out, mounted his horse, and rode away to the mountains. The inspector waited 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. He made inquiries, and finding that Mr. H. had gone away, he examined the books and vouchers, and concluded that there should be a cash balance of more than £400 payable to revenue. He looked about the office for the cash, but did not find any. Then the police began to look for Mr. H., but week after week passed by, and Mr. H. was neither seen nor heard of. There were only 2 ways of leaving South Gippsland that could be considered safe. One was by sea from Port Albert, the other by the road over the mountains. If anyone ventured to desert the beaten track, and tried to escape unseen through the forest, he was likely to be lost, and to be starved to death. The only man ever known to escape was an eccentric farmer, a wandering outlaw of his own dark mind, as Byron so darkly expressed it. He deserted his wife one morning in a most systematic manner, taking with him his horse and cart, a supply of provisions, and all the money he was worth. A warrant for his arrest was issued, and the police were on the lookout for him at all the stations from Port Albert to Melbourne, but they never found him. Many weeks passed by without any tidings of the man or his team, when one day he drove up to his own gate, unhitched his horse, and went to work as usual. On inquiry it was found that he had gone all the way to Sydney overland, on a visit to an old friend living not far from that city. It was supposed that he had some reason for his visit when he started, but if so, he lost it by the way, for when he arrived he had nothing particular to say. After a few days' rest, he commenced his return journey to South Gippsland, and travelled the whole distance without being observed by the watchful police. When asked about his travels, his only remark was, "Splendid horse! There he is between the shafts. Walked 1,200 miles. Never turned a hair. Splendid horse. There he is." But Mr. H. lacked the intellect or the courage to perform a similar fool's errand successfully. He rode up to the police station at Alberton, and finding from the officer in charge that he was wanted on a warrant, he supplied that want. He stated that he had been on a visit, for the benefit of his health, to a friend in the mountains, a rail splitter, who had given him accommodation in his hut on reasonable terms. He had lived in strict retirement. For a time he was in daily and nightly fear of the appearance of the police coming to arrest him. Every sound disturbed him. In about 10 days he began to feel lonely and disappointed because the police did not come. Neither they or anybody else seemed to be looking for him, or to care anything about him. Heroic self-denial was not his virtue, and he felt no call to live the life of a hermit. He was treated with undeserved neglect, and at the end of 4 weeks he resolved that, as the police would not come to him, he would go to the police. He unburdened his mind, and made a confession to the officer who had him in charge. He explained how he had taken the money, how he had lost it, and who had won it. It relieved his mind, and the policeman kept the secret of confession until after the trial. Then he broke the seal, and related to me confidentially the story of his penitent, showing that he was quite as unfit for the sacerdotal office as myself. Mr. H. on his trial was found not guilty, but the department did not feel inclined to entrust him with the collection or custody of any more cash. In succeeding years he again served the government as state school teacher, having received his appointment from a minister of merciful principles. A reclaimed poacher makes an excellent gamekeeper, and a repentant thief may be a better teacher of youth than a sanctimonious hypocrite. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 36. Seal Islands and Sealers. Am I my brother's keeper? The islands in Bass Straits, Hogan's Group, Kent's Group, the Answers, the Judgment Rocks and others, are visited at certain seasons of the year by seals of 3 different kinds, viz. the hair seals, which are not of much value except for their oil, the grey seals, whose skins are valuable, and the black seals, whose furs always command the highest price. When these animals have not been disturbed in their resorts for some years, they are comparatively tame, and it is not difficult to approach them. Great numbers of the young ones are sometimes found on the rocks, and if pushed into the water they will presently come out again, scramble back on the rocks, and begin crying for their dams. But the old seals, when frequently disturbed, become shy, and on the first alarm take to the water. The flesh of the young seals is good to eat, and the seamen who have been cast away on the islands have been sometimes saved from starvation by eating it. I once made the acquaintance of an old sealer. He had formerly been very sensitive on the point of honour, would resent an insult as promptly as any knight-errant, but by making an idol of his honour his life had been a grievous burden to him, and he was not even a gentleman, and had never been one. He was known only as Jack. It was in the year 1854 that I had been cast ashore in Corio Bay by a gale of hostile fortune, and had taken refuge for a while at the Buck's Head Hotel, then kept by a man named Mackenzie. One evening after tea I was talking to a carpenter at the back door, who was lamenting his want of timber. He had not bought a sufficient supply from Geelong to complete his contract, which was to construct some benches for a Presbyterian church. Jack was standing near listening to the conversation. "What kind of timber do you want?" he said. "There is a lot of planks down there in the yard, and if you'll be outside about 11 o'clock I'll chuck over as many as you want." The contractor hesitated. "Whose planks are they?" he asked. "I don't know whose they are, and I don't care," replied Jack. "Say the word, and you can have 'em if you like." The contractor made no reply, at least in words, to this generous offer. It is not every man that has a friend like Jack. Many men will steal from you, but very few will steal for you, and when such a one is found he deserves his reward. We adjourned to the bar parlour, and Jack had a glass of brandy, for which he did not pay. There was amongst the company a man from Adelaide, a learned mineralogist, who commenced a dissertation on the origin of gold. He was most insufferable, would talk about nothing but science. Darwin wrote a book about the origin of the species, and it has been observed that the origin of the species is precisely what is not in the book. So we argued about the origin of gold, but we could get nowhere near it. When the rest of the company had retired, Jack observed to me, "You put down that Adelaide chap gradely. He had not a leg to stand on." I was pleased to find that Jack knew a good argument when he heard it, so I rewarded his intelligence with another glass of brandy, and asked him if he had been long in the colonies. He said, "My name's not Jack, that's what they call me, but it doesn't matter what my name is. I was brought up in Liverpool, but I wasn't born there, that doesn't matter either. I used to work at the docks, was living quite respectable, was married, and had a little son about 5 years old. One night, after I had had supper and washed myself, I said to the missus, 'There's a peep show in Tithbarn Street, and if you'll wash Barbie's face, I'll take him there, it's nobbut a penny.' You know, it was one of them shows where they have pictures behind a piece of calico, Paul Pry with his umbrella, Daniel in the lion's den, ducks swimming across a river, a giantess who was a man shaved and dressed in women's clothes, a dog with 5 legs, and a stuffed mermaid. Just what little lads would like. There was a man beside who played on a flute, and another singing funny songs. When I went outside into the street, there was little Billy Yates, as used to play with Bobby, so I said, 'Come along, Billy, and I'll take thee to the show.' When we got there, we sat down on a bench, and just as they began to show the pictures, 3 black fellows came in and sat down on the bench before us. They thought they were big swells, and had on black coats, white shirts, stiff collars up to their ear, red and green handkerchiefs, and bell-topper hats. So I just touched one of them on the shoulder and said, 'Would you please take your hats off to let the lads see the pictures?' Well, then he could just turn his head half round and looked at me impudent-like, but he kept his hat on. So I asked him again, quite civil, and he called me a low fellow, told me to mind my own business, and the other 2 niggers grinned. Well, you know, I could not stand that. I knew well enough what they were. They were stewards on the liners running between New York and Liverpool, and they were going round trying to pass for swells in a penny peep show. I didn't want to make a row just then and spoil the show. So I said to the lads, 'Women, go home,' and I took them home, and then came back to the show and waited at the door. When the niggers came out, I pitched into the one that had given me cheek, but we couldn't have it out for the crowd, and we were all shoved into the street. I went away a bit, thinking no more about it, and met a man I knew when we went into a public-house and had a quart of 4penny. We were in a room by ourselves when the very same 3 niggers came in and stood a bit inside the door. So I took my tumbler and threw it at the head of the man I wanted, and then went at him. But I couldn't lick him gradely because the landlord came along and stopped us, so after a while I went home. Next morning I was going along Dale Street toward the dock to work, when who should I see but the very same blackfellow, It looked as if the devil was in it. He was by himself this time, coming along the other side of the street. So I crossed over and met him, and went close up to him and said, "Well, what have you to say for yourself now?" And I gave him a lick under the ear. He fell down on the curbstone and wouldn't get up, turned sulky like. There was soon a crowd about, and they tried to waken him up, but he wouldn't help himself a bit, just sulked and wouldn't stir. I don't believe he'd have died but for that, because I nobbut gave him one hit. I thought I'd better make myself scarce for a while, so I left Liverpool and went to Preston. Were you ever in Preston? I said I was. Well then, you'll remember Melling the fishmonger, a very big fat man. I worked for him for about 6 months, and then came back to Liverpool, thinking there'd be no more bother about the blackfellow. But they took me up and gave me 14 year for it, and if it had been a white man I wouldn't have got more than 12 months, and I was sent out to Van Diemen's Land and ruined for ever, just for naught else but giving a chance lick to a blackfellow. And now I hear they're going to war with Russia, and England, Scotland and Wales. I hope they all get bloomin' well licked. It don't mend a man much to transport him, nor a woman either for that matter. They all grow worse than ever. When I got my ticket, I sometimes went working in the bush, sometimes whaling and sealing, and sometimes stripping bark at Western Port and Portland Bay, before there was such a place as Melbourne. I was in a whaler for 2 years about Wilson's Promontory, until the whales were all killed or driven away. I never saved any money till 9 years back. We always went on the spree and spent every penny directly we were paid off. At that time I went with a man from Port Albert to the Seal Islands in a boat. I knew of a place where there was a cave, a big hollow under the rocks, where the seals used to go to sleep, and a blowhole coming out of it to the top of the island. We hired a boat and went there, and made a kind of door which we could drop down with a rope to shut up the mouth of the cave, and catch all the seals inside. We killed so many that we couldn't take the skins away all at once in the boat to Port Albert. We had to come back again. I thought to myself I'd be richer than ever I was in my life. The skins were worth hundreds of pounds. I had agreed to go halves with the Port Albert man, but you see he had never got a penny but for me, because he knew nothing whatever about sealing. It didn't look quite fair to give him half, and then I thought what a lucky thing it would be for me if he was drowned, and he were drowned, but mind me, I didn't do it. It was this way. When we got back to the blowhole, the weather was bad. One of them south-east gales set in, and the big waves dashed against the rocks, roaring and sending spray across the island. We had packed away all the sealskins snug in the boat, and pulled the door up from the bottom of the chimney before the gale started. When we were taking down the rope and tackle and the shears, the water began to come boiling up the blowhole and sinking down again. There was a big rush of wind, first up and then down, sucking you in like. It was a ticklish time, and just as we were going to lower the shears, the Port Albert man made a kind of slip and was sucked in with the wind, and went head first into the boiling water and out of sight. I took hold of the slack of a rope, thinking I'd throw it to him. He might get hold of it, and then I could pull him out. In about half a minute he was thrown up again by the next wave, right to the top of the chimney. I could see his face within 4 feet of me. He threw up his hands for something to catch at, and looked at me, and then gave a frightful scream. I didn't throw him the rope. Something stopped me. He might not have got hold of it, you know, anyhow. He went down again among the white water, and I never saw him no more. Only when I am dreaming. I always dream about him. I can see his face coming up above the boiling water, and when he screams I wake up. I can never get clear of him out of my head, and yet, mind you, I didn't drown him. He fell in off himself, and I just missed throwing him the rope. That's all, and I wasn't bound to do it, was he? And as for money I got for sealskins, I could have lived comfortably on that all my life, but it never did me no good. I started drinking, trying to forget that Port Albert man, but it was no use. Every shilling was soon gone, and ever since I've been doing odd jobs and loafing about the publics. I've never done no good, and never shall. Let's just have another nobbler before we turn in. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Book of the Bush. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. The Book of the Bush by George Dunderdale. Section 37. A Happy Convict. Thrice did I receive 40 stripes, save one. It was court day at Palmerston, and there was an unusual amount of business that morning. A constable brought in a prisoner and charged him with being a vagrant. Having no lawful visible means of support, I entered the charge in the cause list. Police versus John Smithers, vagrancy, and then looked at the vagrant. He was growing aged, was dressed in old clothes, faded, dirty, and ill-fitting. He had not been measured for them. His face was very dark, and his hair and beard were long and rough, showing that he had not been in jail lately. His eyes wandered about the court in a helpless and vacant manner. Two boys, about 8 or 9 years old, entered the court, and, with colonial presumption, sat in the jury box. There were no other spectators, so I left them there to represent the public. They stared at the prisoner, whispered to each other, and smiled. The prisoner could not see anything to laugh at, and frowned at them. Then the magistrate came in, rubbing one of his hands over the other, glanced at the prisoner as he passed, and withered him with a look of virtuous severity. He was our Black Wednesday magistrate, and was death on criminals. When he had taken his seat on the bench, I opened the court and called the first and only case. It was not often we had a man to sit on, and we sat heavily on this one. I put on my sternest look, and said, "John Smithers." Here the prisoner instantly put one hand to his forehead and stood at attention. "You are charged by the police with vagrancy, having no lawful visible means of support. What have you to say to that charge?" "I'm a blacksmith looking for work," said the prisoner. "I ain't done nothing, your worship, and I don't want nothing." "But you should do something," replied the magistrate. "We don't want idle vagabonds like you wandering about the country. You will be sent to jail for 3 months." I stood up and reminded the justice respectfully that there was as yet no evidence against the prisoner. So, as a matter of form, he condescended to hear the constable, who went into the witness box and proved his case to the hilt. He had found the man at nightfall sitting under the shelter of some tea-tree sticks before a fire, asked him what he was doing there, said he was camping out, had come from Melbourne looking for work, was a blacksmith, took him in charge as a vagrant, and locked him up. All his property was the clothes he wore, an old blanket, a tin billy, a clasp knife, a few crusts of bread, an old pipe, and half a fig of tobacco. Could find no money about him. The last fact settled the matter. A man travelling about the bush without money is a deep-dyed criminal. I had done it myself, and so was able to measure the extent of such wickedness. I never felt really virtuous unless I had some money in my pocket. "You are sentenced to imprisonment for 3 months in Melbourne gaol," said the magistrate, "and mind you don't come here again." "I ain't done nothing, your worship," replied the prisoner, "and I don't want nothing." "Take him away, constable." 7 years afterwards I was riding home about sundown through Tarraville. I observed a solitary swagman sitting before a fire among the ruins of an old public house, like Marius meditating among the ruins of Carthage. There was a crumbling chimney built of bricks not worth carting away. The early bricks in South Gippsland were very bad, and the mortar had no visible lime in it. The ground was strewn with brickbats, bottles, sardine tins, hoop iron, and other articles, the usual refuse of a bush shanty. It had been in the early times a place reeking with crime and debauchery. Men had gone out of it mad with drinking the poisonous liquor, had stumbled down the steep bank, and had ended their lives and crimes in the Black Tarra River below. Here the rising generation had taken the first lessons in vice from the old hands who made the house their favourite resort. Here was planned the murder of Jimmy the Snob by Pretty Boy and his mates, whose hut was near the end of the bridge across the river, and for which murder Pretty Boy was hanged in Melbourne. In the dusk I mistook the swagman for a stray aboriginal who had survived the destruction of his tribe, but on approaching nearer I found that he was, or at least once had been, a white man. He had gathered a few sticks, which he was breaking and putting on the fire. I did not recognize him, did not think I had ever seen him before, and I rode away. During the next 24 hours he had advanced about half a mile on his journey, and in the evening was making his fire in the church paddock, near a small water-hole opposite my house. I could see him from the verandah, and I sent Jim to offer him shelter in an outbuilding. Jim was one of the two boys who had represented the public in the jury box at the Palmerston Court 7 years before. He came back and said the man declined the offer of shelter, never slept under a roof winter or summer, if he could help it, had lived in the open air for 12 years, and never stayed a night in any building, except for 3 months when he was in Melbourne jail. He had been arrested by a constable near Palmerston 7 years before, although he had done nothing, and a fool of a beak with a long grey beard had given him 3 months, while 2 puppies of boys were sitting in the jury box laughing at him. He also gave some paternal advice to the youth, which, like a great deal of other paternal advice, was rejected as of no value. "Never you go to Melbourne, young man," he said, "and if you do, never stop in any boarding-house or public. They are full of vermin, brought in by bad characters, mostly government officers and bank clerks who have been in Pentridge. Don't you never go near 'em." This advice did not sound very respectful. However, I overlooked it for the present, as it was not unlikely I might have the advantage of seeing him again in custody, and I sent to him across the road some hot tea, bread, butter, and beef. This softened the heart and loosed the tongue of the old swagman. It appeared from his account of himself that he was not much of a blacksmith. He was ostensibly going about the colony looking for work, but as long as he could get food for nothing he did not want any work, and he always avoided a blacksmith's shop. As soon as he found himself near one, he ceased to be a blacksmith. When asked about his former life, he said a gentleman had once advised him to write the particulars of it, and had promised him £half-a-crown if he would do so. He had written some of them, but had never seen the gentleman again, so he did not get the £half-crown, and now he would take 6pence for the copyright of his work. I gave him 6pence, and he drew out a manuscript from an inside pocket of his coat and handed it to me. It was composed of small sheets of whitey brown wrapping paper sewn together. He had ruled lines on it, and had written his biography with lead pencil. On looking over it, I observed that although he was deficient in some of the inferior qualifications of a great historian, such as spelling, grammar, and a command of words of 7 syllables, yet he had the true instincts of a faithful chronicler. He had carefully recorded the names of all the eminent bad men he had met, of the constable who had first arrested him, of the magistrate who had committed him for trial, of the judge who had sentenced him, of the jailers and warders who had kept him in prison, of the captain, doctor, and officers of the ship which conveyed him to Sydney, of the squatters who had forced him to work for them, and of the scourgers who had scourged him for not working enough. The names of all these celebrated men, together with the wicked deeds for which they were admired, were given in detail, after the true historic method. We all take a great interest in reading every particular relating to the lives of notorious tyrants and great sinners. We like to know what clothes they wore, and how they swore. But the lives of great good men and women are very uninteresting. Some young ladies even, when travelling by train, prefer, as I observe, French novels inspired by Cloacina to the lives of the saints. Some people in the colonies are said to have had no grandfathers, but John Smithers was even more deficient in pedigree, for he had neither father nor mother, as far as he could recollect. He commenced life as a stable boy and general drudge in England, at a village inn owned and conducted by a widow named Cobbledick. This widow had a daughter named Jemima. The mischief wrought in this world by women, from Eve to Jemima downwards, is incalculable, and Smithers averred that it was this female, Jemima, who brought on his sorrow, grief, and woe. She was very advanced in worldly science, and as young ladies are apt to be when they are educated in the retail liquor trade. When Smithers had been several years at the inn, and Jemima was already in her teens, she thought the world went slowly. She had no lover, there was nobody coming to marry her, nobody coming to woo. But at length she was determined to find a remedy for this state of things. She had never read the history of the loves of the great Catherine of Russia, nor of those of our own Virgin Queen Elizabeth. But by an inborn royal instinct she was impelled to follow their high example. If lovers did not offer their adoration to her charms spontaneously, there was at any rate one whose homage she could command. One Sunday afternoon, while her mother was absent, she went to the stable and ordered Smithers to come and take a walk with her, directing him first to polish his shoes and put on his best clothes. She brought out a bottle of scented oil to sweeten him, and told him to rub it well into his hair, and stroke his head with his hands until it was sleek and shiny. She had put on her Sunday dress and best bonnet. She had 4 ringlets at each side of her face, and to crown her charms had ventured to borrow her mother's gold watch and chain. Being now a perfect princess in stateliness and beauty, she took Jack by the arm (she called him Jack), and made him march away with her. He was rather abashed at the new duty imposed upon him, but he had been so well kicked and cuffed all his life that he never thought of disobeying orders. Love fooled the gods, and it gave him little trouble to fool so sorry a pair as Jack and his Jemima. They walked along Perkins Lane, where many of the neighbours were likely to see them, for Jemima was anxious that all the other girls, her dearest friends, should be filled with spite and envy at her good fortune in having secured a lover. When the happy youth and maid were returning with wandering steps and slow, Jemima saw her mother pass the end of the lane on her way homewards, much sooner than she had expected. The golden hours on angel wings had flown away too quickly for the lovers. Miss Cobbledick was filled with sudden alarm, and her brief day of glory was clouded. It was now impossible to reach home in time to avoid trouble. Her mother would be certain to miss the watch, and what was she to do with it? What with Jack? And what with herself? Self-preservation being the first law of nature, Jemima resolved to sacrifice Jack in order to shield herself from her mother's rage. He was not of much account in any respect, so she gave him the watch and chain, telling him to keep them safely till she asked for them, and to hurry round by the yard gate into the stable. This gave great relief to her conscience, and enabled her to meet her mother with a face of untroubled innocence. Jack had not a lively imagination, but during the night he had a clear and blissful vision of his future destiny, the only dream of fortune his life was ever blessed with. He was to be the landlord of the hotel where Mrs. Cobbledick had gone to bliss, and Jemima was to be his bride and the landlady. But early next morning there was trouble in the house. The watch was missing, and nobody knew anything about it. Jemima helped her mother to look for it, and could not find it. A constable was sent for, and he questioned everyone in and about the house, and searched everywhere without result. Last of all Jack was asked if he knew anything of the missing watch. He was faithful and true. How could he betray Jemima, his future partner in life? He said he had never seen no watch, and didn't know nothing whatsoever about no watch, and the next instant the constable pulled the watch out of Jack's pocket. At his trial he was asked what he had to say in his defence, and then he told the truth, and said Jemima gave him the watch to keep until she should ask for it. But there is a time for all things, and Jack could never learn the proper time for telling the truth or for telling a lie. He was always in the wrong. The judge, in passing sentence, said he had aggravated his crime by endeavouring to implicate an innocent young lady in his villainy, and gave him 7 years. He was taken on board a hulk, where he found 200 or 300 other boys imprisoned. On the evening of his arrival a report was circulated among them that they were all to be sent to another ship which was bound for Botany Bay, and that they would never see England again. They would have to work and sleep in chains, they would be yoked together, and whipped like bullocks, and if they escaped into the bush the blacks would kill and eat them. As this dismal tale went round, some of the boys who were quite young and small began to cry, and to call for their mothers to come and help them, and then the others began to scream and shout and yell. The warders came below and tried to silence them, but the more they tried the louder grew the uproar, and it continued for many hours during the night. Britons rarely swerve from law, however stern, which tends their strength to serve. Discipline must be maintained, so the next morning the poor little beggars were brought up on deck in batches, stripped, triced up, and severely flogged. Jack and a number of other boys said they had not cried at all, but the officer in charge thought it was better that a few of the innocent should suffer rather than that one of the guilty should escape, so they were all flogged alike, and soon after they were shipped for New South Wales. On his arrival in Sydney, Jack was assigned as a servant to a squatter, and taken into the bush a long way to the west. The weather had been very hot for a long time, all the grass had withered to dust, and the cattle were starving. The first work which he was ordered to do was to climb trees and cut off the branches, in order that the cattle might keep themselves alive by eating the leaves and twigs. Jack had never been used to handle an axe or tomahawk, so he found the labour of chopping very hard. He did his best, but that was not good enough for the squatter, who took him to a magistrate and had him flogged by the official scouger. While serving his sentence of 7 years, he was flogged 4 times. 3 of the times he said he had done nothing, and for the 4th flogging he confessed to me that he had done something, but he did not say what the something was. In those days it seems that doing nothing and doing something were crimes equally meriting the lash. And now, after a long life of labour, the old convict had achieved independence at last. I don't think I ever met a richer man. He was richer than the whole family of the Rothschilds. He wanted scarcely anything. Food and clothing he obtained for asking for them, and he was not particular as to their quality if the quantity was sufficient. Property to him was something despicable. He did not want any, and would not live inside a house if he had one. He preferred the outside. He was free from family cares, never had a father or mother, sister or brother, wife or children. No poor relatives ever claimed his hospitality. No intimate friends wanted to borrow half a crown. No one ever asked him to buy suburban lots, or to take shares in a limited liability company. He was perfectly indifferent to all danger from bushrangers, burglars, pickpockets, or cattle stealers. He did not even own a dog, so the dogman never asked him for the dog tax. He never inquired about the state of the money market, nor bothered himself about the prices of land or cattle, wood, wine, or wheat. Every bank and brewery and building society in the world might go into liquidation at once for aught he cared. He had retired from the government service, had superannuated himself on a pension of nothing per annum, and to draw it he required no voucher. And yet, notwithstanding all these advantages, I don't think there are many men who would voluntarily choose his lot. I watched him from the end of the verandah, and began speculating about him. What was he thinking about during his solitary watches in the night, or while he tramped alone through the bush year after year, in heat and cold, wind and rain? Did he ever think of anything, of his past life, or of his future lot? Did he believe in or hope for a heaven, or had he any fear of hell and eternal punishment? Surely he had been punished enough. In this life he had endured evil things in plenty, and might at least hope for eternal rest in the next. He was sitting with his back against a gum tree, and his feet towards the fire. From time to time he threw a few more sticks on the embers, and a fitful blaze lit up his dark weather-beaten face. Then, to my surprise, he began to sing, and to sing well. His voice was strong, clear, and mellow, and its tones rose and fell in the silent night air with a pathetic and wonderful sweetness. The burden of his song was, "We may be happy yet." Oh, smile as thou wert wont to smile, before a weight of care had crushed thine heart, and yet awhile left only sorrow there. We may be happy yet. He sang 3 stanzas and was silent. Then someone said, "Poor old fellow, I hope he may be happy yet." Next morning he was sitting with his back against the gum tree. His fire had gone out, and he seemed to be late in awakening, and in no hurry to resume his journey. But his travels were finished. He never awoke. His body was quite cold, and he must have died soon after he had sung the last note of his song. He had only 6pence in his pocket, the 6pence I had given him for his biography. The police took him in charge once more, and put him in his last prison. where he will remain until we shall all be called together by the dread blast of the Archangel's trumpet on the Judgment Day. End of section 37. End of the Book of the Bush, by George Dunderdale.